Yeah. Marshall. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why it seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork? Cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I got a deal through it out, yeah, I grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I spent last year in the haze, so many records got made. I kept that shit to myself, I only wanted my pay. I took some time for stage, got in the bed with the snakes. They wasn't doing their job, I let them slither away. I wanna build me a team, so I can get to my fans. I need someone on my side that's gonna give me a chance. But shit just ain't what it seems, don't let them in on your plans. I hope they know what I mean, I hope that you understand. So never land, never pan out. Wings talk, think I better let them span out. Was too chill, think I better let the man out. Grew up with hand-me-downs, now I'm never taking handouts. Man, if you knew all the things I'm marching when I'm planned out. But I need help to do it, so can I get a fan count? Never understood me, now it's funny how I stand out. Me, myself, and I, homie, welcome to the madhouse. So what you know about teamwork? Cause I've been in the clouds trying to make the dream work. Always done it on my own, that's why I seem hurt. Cause I ain't met no one that ever put me first. So what I know about teamwork? Cause I've only ever done it on my lonesome. I got a deal through it out, yeah, I grown some. Don't expect love if you've never shown none. I know my girl on my side, I'm trying to build this alive. Thank God my family alive, and I just wanna provide. They say it's gonna take time, but I've been losing my mind. She helps me grow and evolve, my family ready to ride. So why am I feeling low when life is giving me highs? I put my value in sales instead of hoops by my side. But I can see it's the front, that's why I'm not coming back. Yeah, I was slow to react. Don't give a damn what they thought of it. Yeah, I'm feeling glorious. Go flash in the audience, man, should've recorded it. I took a color pill, used my computer skills. Now I got agents after me, word up to Morpheus. The future I sorted it, do this till I'm bored with it. Invest in myself endeavors, hope I don't get audited. My body is a temple, but I fucked up the ornaments. I'm so gassed up, the US probably at war with it. It's a message to the earthlings. Join the team round here, we put the work in. It ain't teamwork if only one of us is working. Only thing I'm signing is when fans bring the merchants. I ain't got a thing yet that I wasn't deserving. And I ain't famous yet, but that bitch be flirting. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. I'll make it rain, start a wave and go surfing. So what you know about teamwork? And what I know about teamwork?
It's not on the right setting. Hopefully it is now. Hello. How is everyone? I was rushing around trying to make this 9:30 time slot. Whew. I had so many plans this morning, and let me tell you, make plans and then God laughs, right? Holy crap. Okay, hang on. Let me lower the curtain in here. It is bright. Alrighty, there we go. Now the sun's not like, I felt like I needed sunglasses. Woo, there we go. Not as bright in your face. Okay. How is everyone doing today? Okay, first of all, let me just tell you, get your pibs ready. I got two. If vaping's your vice, get your vapes ready. Get whatever. Because you're going to spend all day with Deets. All day with Deets. We're going to do this live stream, and then I'm going to flash you over, and we're going to talk about Karen Reed. We're going to talk about the Karen Reed trial. Like, I am obsessed with it. I am listening to it nonstop, and I am finding no time to do all the things I want to do, like all the content I want to do. So we're going to go live, talk about this first, and then we are going to talk about that. So I just figured, guess what? This is like the one day off I have because I have lots and lots of things this weekend. So I thought, let's just make an all day of it. You guys down? Did I share that? No. Okay, here's a link. Let me come over here. Whew. Okay, now I can breathe for a second. All right, let's say hey. Oh, good morning, Mama Bear. Happy to hear you're live. Okay, Hey, Jenny, Okie, Wanderer. So bummed I'll have to watch later. Okay, well, the drama's it's drama. It's Croma. It's Croma Land, right? I introduced you guys to Croma Land a couple months ago, right? Like, this is Croma Land. We're here for it. It's what we're about. So it is what it is. We're just going to embrace it. That's kind of what I figure the best thing to do is to just embrace it. But I know Wanderer is going to want to come back later when we're talking about Karen Reed. Oh, well, maybe in a little bit I'll go find my I need chapstick, but I can't find any. Okay. Hey, Sassy. Hey, Spudler. I saw your email and I need to get back to you. Love you. Hey, Laundry. I'm not sure the Croma, but we know Deets is to blame. Always. It's always my fault, probably, somehow, allegedly. It's just going to be. She backed into whoever it was. I have the tail light in my truck. Laundry is ready to turn me in. Oh, you guys look at this was my Mother's Day gift from Morgan and crew. I love these brewmates. That's what I always keep my drinks in. And this one is customized. Of course, I keep the camera mirrored because it looks weird when it's not mirrored. So you're reading that backwards, but it doesn't say Anna, it says Nana. Before someone thinks I'm lying about my name. What was it crazy? I just have a couple clips. I have a couple timestamps that I was given. So what else went down? Hey, Skilo, early morning Deets. It's been a hot minute since we've had an early morning stream, isn't it? Like, I can't remember the last time we went early. Typically, we go in the evening. But, all right. Hey, Allie. Allie's on her backup because Allie took a plunge in the ocean. Allie, actually. Have you told this on your channel, Allie? So, Allie was throwing something in the ocean and accidentally threw her phone in it too. And she had to jump in after it. And there was this like escape that was so impressive. She had the brute strength. I'm so proud of her, but her phone took a dive. And so she's on her backup accounts. Hey, Pointer Lover. Baton Rouge, good morning, Laura, Queen Bella, Malicious Intent, Always Me, 1969. Hey, that's a new name. Nice to see you. Single mom. Ashley Oaks. Hey, I'm sure you'll be around during the Karen Reed stuff. Hey, Sarah Me, number one OG. Yeah, we're on UK time today. Go figure. Hey, Penny for your thoughts. Pixie, my love. Oh, truth matters. Good to see you. Hey, Kathy R. Yeah, do all the YouTube thingies. Hit the like. I'll only mention it once. Hey, Nanya. I don't see you, but I see people saying, hey to Nanya. Yeah, it's 9:30 a.m. for me. I've been up since, let me tell you guys, I was supposed to go live last night. And then I feel bad because I was supposed to, either I was going to go live and talk about Karen Reed or I was going to go on Allie's channel. And you know what happened? I went to sleep at like 7:20 p.m. and slept until like 1 a.m. So I just slept through all the decisions. But I did listen to her recap this morning at like 4 a.m. I'm working so good. Oh, hey, Rainbow Mom. Have a good day at work, love. Hey, look at those skin beards. Hey, Nadie. Pearl. We're on Pearl time too. Hey, Polish. Let's see. Steph B, good morning. Good morning, Marshall Dove. Tater. Captain Avi, you're here for it. All right, you guys are here for it. You got your pibs ready. Oh, Karen Reed is so spicy, I know. If there's a daytime Deets, I know things are. I don't think this is that serious. I do want to have some conversations. Oh, wait, hang on. Someone sending memberships just reminded me. I never even monetized this stream. I'm so out of whack this morning. Hang on, give me a second. We're gonna get our life together. Let's see if I know what my password is to my YouTube. That would be great, wouldn't it? That's not it. That's not it either. Awesome. That's not it either. Forget it. Oh well, it's just gonna be an unmonetized stream until I can figure it out. Oh, hey Kelsey. Me too, hippie chick. Hey, nonsense! I've arrived. I've got my. You got your first strike? What? What did you get a strike for? Let me see if I can log on to YouTube on my phone. Boy, I feel like a newbie YouTuber today. Even though I got up super early and had like all this time to do all the things, I had to run some errands this morning, so I got back a little later than I had anticipated. For some reason, when I am live, YouTube doesn't like me going in my studio on my phone. Oh, it won't let you check. Okay, never mind. Hey, Nicole N. Mac talking smack. 3 months ago, was it already 3 months ago? I knew it's been a hot minute. Croma on YouTube, say it isn't so. I don't know what I'm gonna do next week with only what same. We'll have recaps all day. We'll just like go over McAlbert testimony. That's what I call them. I call them the McAlberts. We're gonna go over the McAlberts. You love my see, so many people say that. Like, guys, this is literally my husband's office, which used to be my daughter's bedroom, but it's now his office slash my kind of office when I do my event planning stuff. I have a lot of storage in here for that. And one wall is like beautiful white brick wallpaper. So I thought I could go over there. I could just do it in this corner, which is navy blue. And I put some lights down there. And then all of Tracy's amazing candles, not all of them, but some of them, you guys, if you haven't bought candles from Tracy Ann, you are missing out. This one here, absolute favorite. It is the best. I actually have the wick list of this on in my living room right now. It's the Ruby, is it 520? Oh, so good. It smells just like Sol de Janeiro. There we go. So good, so good. I did come up with Croma Land because it just felt like we're in this weird cesspool over here on YouTube. Did all my exercise and most of my chores already, so you're down for an all-dayer. Love it, water loving dog. Didn't do anything. They just sent me an email and they said it falls under fair use and they didn't remove it. Oh my gosh. I can't be the youngest Nana. I can't be. There has to be some that are younger than me. I wish I was young again. I feel old. Tell you what, watching that kid for, what was it, 2 days? that kid. Watching that baby for 2 days. And that's probably why I fall asleep at weird hours because it just zonks me. I was telling my friends, I was like, I know some women who had kids in their 40s. I could never. More power to you moms who had kids in your late 30s, early 40s, because I am drained after 2.5 days of babysitting. Like, I literally just want to, well, I do. I fall on the couch and I pass out for like 12 hours straight because it's exhausting. Let me zoom to the bottom. I got too chatty. You guys know me too much. Scaled a wall, tearing herself. Yeah, she did. She scaled that wall. Do you guys remember when you were kids and I don't know if anybody else did it. I did it. My kids did it. You would climb the door frame of your house with like your hands on both sides of the door frame and your feet on both sides of the door frame, and you would climb up like that. When she showed us a picture of the wall that she climbed out of, I could just pick, there's like this big beam on one. Oh, sorry. There's this big beam on one side, and I just pictured Allie with her big old muscles just like scaling it like spider. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm that friend that's going to laugh at you and take a picture, and then I'll help you out in situations like that. Amber would love to chat with you about Terry Lynn. She said for you to reach out. Do you have her info? Ooh, she got the tea in the history. We're going to talk a little bit about history today. That's something I want to talk about. Drama with class, normal schedule. What happened? Life happens, Lisa. I don't run. Liza, is it Liza or Lisa? Liza, I don't run on a schedule. Well, I do. I run on crouton schedule. So that just means my lives are whenever they are. Thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. Not if I am left to my own devices, I don't. I will stay up 23 hours a day. But apparently, if I am babysitting, I will sleep. Like afterwards, I will sleep hard. I'm blaming it on like menopause. I said, maybe I'm entering menopause or something. It's like I'm exhausted lately. Hey, chasing. Yep, grab a Dr. Pepper or two. Why is today another day off in the Karen Reed trial? It is a day off because they were... Today was a day off because of the Turtle Boy thing. Like, I don't know if that's the reason. Hang on. I got a code thingy. I don't know if that's the reason why they're doing it. Was because of his schedule. But I know he had trial today with that same judge. So maybe that's what it is. Oh, I can update my password now. Oh, thank you. What is going on here? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure this out, like, real quick. It says that I haven't, like, YouTube isn't working for me to log. Like, I can't get to my stuff if it won't let me sign in to, like, play the video for you guys because I needed it. I save everything. There it is. It logged me in. Praise Jesus. Because I save everything in watch lists to show you guys. But it wasn't going there. I was like, no, YouTube's mad at me. Okay, here. Now I can fix the monetization of it, which is another thing we're going to talk about, monetization. We're just going to talk about all the things. I almost hit end stream. That would have been bad. That would have been bad. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't. Thank you for that response. I'm so glad to read that. I don't need people's personal info, and I don't mess with that stuff at all. I'll pass on it. Love that you said that. So glad you said that. Turn retrial, fix on an update. I wanted to. We are going to after this for sure, bro. She was something else. I guess it's not considered a strike though because YouTube said nope, not today. It's under fair use. Welcome to the streets, Cat's Eye. Have fun working, Nanya. Amber is a wonderful woman who docs 15 mods and subs and of bombs last night. I'm sure whatever she had on her. These streets are so messy, you guys. They're just like extra messy. You like that? That is from Belize. That one is for... That one's either from Belize or Tulum. I don't know. One of those places. Alrighty, ready. The filing this morning, not sure. What? Shambles. Message me. There was a filing this morning? Message me. We'll bring it up in the next stream. Message me. Okay. Brian Higgins on this. That's what I'm hoping for, Polish, but apparently I'm going to have to see whatever this filing was. Filed a discovery document with something related to Brian Higgins' medical record? No. Okay. We'll get that later. I got to get on track, y'all. I am so far off track. Grandma Sherry, somebody keep me on track. I'm trying to get to the bottom. Older moms are saints. Bless their heart. You say a peep out of her and she was 34 and exhausted. I don't know how people did it. Your mom did it. Bless her heart, Lindsay Lay. I was a sophomore in high school when my one brother and I were a senior in high school and she had the other. Oh my gosh. I'm drained. Thank you. I think it's for the same stuff he's been in court for. I really don't like. I catch some of the Turtle Boy stuff just because it's going on with the Karen Reed stuff, but I don't know all the things. I'm down to 5 minutes behind. You were panicking. I know you were. I could hear it when you were telling us about it. I was like, oh, I think so. Thank you for redirecting. You did not have to do that. I appreciate it. I am running behind at life today, so don't worry. Hey, Bendy. Her son is 10. Oh my God. Bless her heart. And I don't mean that in the Southern way. Just like, oh, okay. All right. I'm trying to skim quickly. Like, this is the problem. I love to read all your guys' comments, but I can't do that as a creator. So I gotta learn to skim better. Lord, the menopause is just draining. That's what I'm wondering if it is. Like, am I hitting, maybe it's just early menopause. Not that you guys care or need to know all that stuff, but I kind of wonder if that's what it is. Okay, thank you. I will check that out in a little bit. Higgy came down with some little Irish girl. Oh, Sasha, always listening or on replay. Love you. Love you, Sasha. I'm dying to know. Me too. Oh my gosh. Higgins better testify. I'm going to be so mad if Higgins doesn't testify. Same. I made it to the bottom, by the way. Okay, so there was a stream last night, and if you didn't guess from my title, she was watching all the nonsense to get the deets, allegedly. I was just trying to play up a way to put in my name, Nonsense, and Granny's Watching into a title along with Brittney Jay. So I came up with that little sentence. That's all it is. Let me pull up the stream. I only listened to a very small portion of it. Where's my history? Where's it at? Or did she take? No, there it is. This is a beautiful Croma Land cover photo. Wherever did you come up with Croma Land? So original. One of a kind, if I do say so myself. All right. Let me go to this timestamp. Here's the thing. Most of you know, because I hopped up on Granny's the other day when she asked me to. Well, she didn't ask me to, but we were talking and I was, trying to understand what they were talking about. So I hopped up there and I said it there, and I'll say it here. I haven't been as in depth in the Sebastian community or case or online noise surrounding it the past 3 weeks as I was originally, because I have been so into the trial. And it's not just listening to the trial, which takes all freaking day. I listen to recaps on it and listen to clips on it and then do research on it on top of lives and all the other things. So I struggle to keep up with what is going on social media pertaining to Sebastian Rogers, his parents, all those things. The actors, the bad actors, what some of you call the tragedy pimps. Like, I struggle with that because, sorry, Jim McCabe's crazy ass is a hell of a lot more interesting right now than all the things going on in this Croma surrounding this case. So that's just where I am. So when I started getting messages and emails and clips of people speaking on me, of having like intimate knowledge of things, I was a little shocked because I had no knowledge, none whatsoever. And then just people throwing my name in, I'm like, wait, I'm not even messing around. Like, I haven't called anybody out on that. I haven't. When was the last time I talked about Sebastian Rogers? Let me look here on my channel. Well, besides the one I did 3 days ago, besides that one, we talked a little bit about Sebastian 9 days ago in that stream, but not a ton. But definitely 2 weeks ago when I did Lies, Laws, and Lunacy. But that was a lot about some other stuff too. It wasn't just Sebastian. I would say Narratives, Nonsense, and Notoriety is the last time I had a full-blown stream covering bad actors in the Sebastian Rogers case, and that was 3 weeks. That was on, where's the date? April 26th. So I really don't know why I'm being pulled into some of this stuff, except some people just like to say my name, I guess. She is definitely Patrick Riley. Just saying. You went to bed early too. Oh no, we left Nunya to her own devices last night. When Evil Queen, mine is too. My daughter, she came in the other day. She's like, "Are you listening to the trial?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Is it the same trial?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "How long is this trial going to be?" And I said, "For the rest of our lives. We just live here now. This is the McAlbert's land, and we live here." Like, it's just what it feels like. Uh, so here we are. Hey, Phoenix Rising, good to see you too. I've listened while wrapping up some tasks I know. I don't know how my big sister does it. 65 raising a 9-year-old. Oh my God. Send her an edible arrangement today. Just out of the blue. She deserves it. Just send her one. She deserves it. Holy cow. Okay. Some people perceive things differently, but I couldn't understand how yesterday after Jen testified, everybody was trying to say she did such a great job. Wait, who said she did a great job? None of the commentators I listened to said she did a great job. That's interesting. Okay, let's stay on focus. We are going to get to Karen Reed later. And I'm asking to stay on focus for myself because I'll get like off. And then you said I had no choice but to go to bed early. Welcome to the streets, Music City, Mom. Okay, so let's clear up the Trevor Lee thing. First of all, I did not know that Trevor Lee. I stole my husband's wheelie chair too, so that's why I turned my cam off for a second because it's like sliding around. I did not know that Trevor Lee was in contact with or was called to be to testify at a court hearing, a custody court hearing. I think I've been crystal clear on what I think about that matter, what I think about personal involvement into true crime cases. I've been crystal clear to Trevor. I've been crystal clear to my audience. I've been crystal clear to those who know me that I think when you get involved with families, as a content creator, do I think it's okay to get involved with families as an advocate? Of course, hell yes, like, because that's what you're doing for them. As a content creator, when you get involved with families, I think it gets messy really freaking fast. And I am against it. Now, I don't crucify those that do it. That is their own personal choice. This is just my opinion on the matter, is that it's not something you should do. Again, just my opinion. Everybody here is entitled to their own opinions, and they have their own opinions on it. Thank you, Trevor. And you did not have to say that, by the way, but I appreciate that. I asked him probably like after I started getting emails, I sent him one and I said, "What the hell is going on?" Because I didn't know. And I wanted the information. But he was like, "Look, it's a sealed court case." And then he went on Josh's, and then I heard his full explanation. Now, do I perceive it the way that some are portraying it? No, I don't. Just saying, I don't. I think Trevor got wrapped up into stuff. I think it was wrong of him to do the Nina interview. He already knows how I feel about it. I'm not going to berate him again. Because it just opened this floodgate, this door towards the Proudfoots, and they were already taking so much heat, and they did not need that heat. And I have no clue if her testimony is true or false. I'm not going to disbelieve a woman on her story. Now, are there parts of it that I can disbelieve? Absolutely. I don't believe 1 second of that whole airport scenario, but it's not for me to judge or anything like that. But I just didn't think that that was good. It just inopportune time. It felt very slimy towards the Proudfoots for sure. But hearing what actually happened, that it was a that he was called because of that, I'm guessing to validate the video. I don't really know, but again, that's my whole point of why I wouldn't have done the interview, why I don't get connected with families, because I don't want to be put in that position to where now I'm involved in an active custody case. That would be horrific in my opinion. So I don't know why people were running with that as if like I had some intimate knowledge. I'm not saying nonsense. Nonsense knows I'm not talking about her. But like I have heard the clips of others saying that, I had like an intimate knowledge, or Chasing and Gavel had this intimate knowledge. They did not either. that I'm aware of. That when I asked them, they told me no, they didn't know either. So I don't know why there's this like, oh, they were colluding in the background. Nope, sure as hell wasn't. Sure as hell wasn't. Let me see here. 10 years younger and I need a lot, right? It was an option, and he wasn't called by the courts. He was called by Nina and the lawyer of Nina's. Exactly. Yes, that's what I heard. I have no reason to doubt him. That's what defense did. Wait, what did I miss? I missed something. You guys are still talking about Karen Reed. I know it. Aren't you? She was being evasive and changed her story. She couldn't remember prior stories without being shown the document. We're going to get to that later. Keep those good comments for later, you guys. He wasn't subpoenaed anyway. I find that despicable of Trevor to do. He wasn't subpoenaed, but he was still called. I mean, what would you do? Listen, I'll be honest. 1, I wouldn't put myself in that position. But 2, if I had put myself in that position and I was called, would I go sit on a Zoom? Yeah. If I was called. You guys can, think what you want to think, but it's not subtle, okay? Her part. I agree. Her part was not subtle at all. I was concerned you didn't know it all, but I never once expected you could. No, and I don't. There's no but to it either. No, like, but this or that. No, I don't condone it. Do I hate Trevor for it? No. I think it's a great lesson to learn. I think it's a lesson, not a great lesson to learn. I think that there is a lesson in that, and it's a hard lesson to learn. And I think that a lot of others can take from that as well. Like, look at what happens when you get so involved. Even if it's for the right reasons, even if you think you're doing it for the right reasons, look at the outcome of it. Look at what happened to Trevor Lee by just letting Nina to use his platform to end up as a witness. Exactly. How would he? I mean, would he have known? Did he have any idea that it would lead to that? And so that's why I think it can be messy. Again, I'm not condemning those who will, get so invested with family members, but I am of this mindset: space and distance, especially those of us that kind of, dabble in Croma. It felt very Chris McDonough with Mary a little bit. Completely respect that. And any opinions in chat, just didn't want you. I had no idea, but my opinion towards you would have been the same. That like, see, that's probably what I would have said. Well, see, you did that interview. Ugh. I find interfering in a custody case worse than what a lot of these other people do out here with misinformation, because that was directly trying to impact somebody's life offline. Yes, if you were trying to interfere in a custody case as like testifying as like a character witness or as to something you heard or some sort of involvement like that to validate a video, I still think it's messy just because it's a custody case. And I'm of the mindset that custody cases aren't true crime cases. That's why I don't get into the Sophie Long stuff. Contrary to what Crime Sleuth tells you, I don't get into that because it's a custody case. And I think that, and I've never gone through a custody case. I've never gone through personally as a child, like nothing. So I have no input into that at all. No, BJ didn't say we were colluding. Hey, SoFlo mama. It has, Jules. It's gotten so off the rails. I have no idea if this is what Summers was like in the beginning. I didn't find Summers on YouTube until 4 or 5 months in. I just don't agree with anything he did and don't believe his story. What part of his story don't you believe, KDB? I'm very curious. And I only ask you that because I respect your opinion, and I've seen a couple other people say that as well. So I'm very curious as to what part you didn't believe. It seems nothing really, just showing the court they turned some things over to the defense, including some middle. Okay. All right. I'll check that out in a little bit. Thank you. They didn't know either. None of these creators colluded with me or had knowledge. Not my grandpa. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. And see, Liza, some people believe like you that she had a right to tell her story. And she does have a right to tell her story. I just feel like the moment in time in which she did and the creator that she chose, knowing full well that he was the main person covering Sebastian's case at that time, it felt very opportunistic on Nina's behalf to me. That's just how I feel about it. All right, so that's all I had to really say about the Trevor situation. I had no idea. I might feel a little differently, but everybody was you're allowed to feel how you feel on it. I don't think Trevor knew it would go this. That's what I was thinking too. Would not have done it. Yeah. Who lied on you, nonsense? I think we are human. We all get caught up, which is why I tried with Dolly in the first. I remember you did. Yeah. But that's your own prerogative. If you don't like someone's friendship, then don't. That's it. Yeah. If you don't like their friendship, don't like their friend. Yep. So friended with the Wells and they're in a custody case. Could they be called? Yeah. Listen, I say this across the board. I know of 3 individuals who I would consider friends on this platform who are involved in, or who are close to a family member or someone outside of a family member or a situation like Trev had with Nina. My opinion is the same across the board to them, to everything. Like, it's not for me. I have no desire to meet any of these people. I have no desire to get actively involved in that manner. I have no desire to do interviews just because I don't think I'd be a good interview person. So for me, I stay the same consistently, even with those that I care about. Like, I think that there are some situations where it's very concerning. And if you don't separate from that at times, then I think it can get messy quick. So I feel the same. And yes, they could be called. And that's scary. But okay, so let me get to Brittney's video because I disagree with Brittney Jay. Shocker, right? But there's a few things I agree with her on. I'm gonna if I keep reading the chat, I'm not gonna get anywhere. So let me pull this up. This was the timestamp. Let me see. I think she's using the lovely hall monitor thumbnail, which I think was like an ode to us over here as well. I can't see the background of it, but oh well. Make sure it's slowed down.
Here's the thing. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's it. That's it. I mean, I was just gonna say, but that's okay.
Well, it's just like Sleuth Mom. Sleuth Mom came in. She can't even comfortably speak in my chat because people are coming in and harassing her.
Who's harassing Sleuth Mom?
You.
Seriously, this isn't what I want to talk about. I went about 30 seconds before the timestamp, but who's harassing her? I'm sick of hearing that. Who's harassing
It doesn't
her?
matter. Yeah, I am putting. Let me tell you something. I'm making it perfectly clear who said what. I'm using names, Lynn, and I'm making it perfectly clear who said what. And
no one put it out. Wait, no one put it out there that it was said in Nonsense's channel.
No,
we haven't even gotten to her yet.
No, we're getting there too.
Sorry, this isn't even what I was going to address, but let me just clear it up since you need some clearing up of things. I think they're addressing the super chat here that says a few creators say that about Seth and Katie when she was 14 because I guess they met when she was 14. There's no proof that they had any intimate relationship when she was 14. Seth says that himself. Oh my God, do not make me go back and listen to Terry Lynn's 11-hour interview with him. But Seth is the one who told us that. Seth Rogers told us that information with dates. So there's that.
too,
Like,
though.
what the heck?
But I'm going to tell you, nonsense. Let me tell you this. I didn't ask to be made
Yeah,
one of her
Pascal did go
examples.
down there.
Before you sit there and say that I want attention, nonsense, I didn't know your name until 2 months ago. And you want to know how I knew your name? Because you were coming after me. So don't you dare say that I'm an attention seeker when you come after me. And you have put people down, and you still bring my name up constantly. And you use me as your example. Well, you're going to use me as your example. I'm going to point out the flaws in the hypocrisy that comes from you. Yeah, you didn't say that Seth named Sebastian after terminated pregnancies, but one of the people that you support
Wait, I don't
does.
think I went.
And if you want to hold this title of being the bearer of all things good and right, making people hold themselves accountable, then you need to be fully what's the word I'm looking for? I'm so mad.
Transparent.
It's not transparent, but you need to not be a hypocrite, and you need to call it out no matter what side. Because you did say that, right?
Like,
You said
don't backpedal or don't pussyfoot around it. Don't play games. Don't act like you're not doing what you are calling out others for.
Right. Just like Yvette said. To top it off, GW says the most awful things about Sebastian. Nonsense defends her and says, and they say to us that mimic.
Okay, I don't think that was the timestamp I wanted to go to. Sorry about that, guys. But also, no. Show me where Granny says the most awful things about Sebastian. Sorry, that was a timestamp for a different video. Here we go. By the time we make it to the Karen Reed stream, I'm going to have my life together.
She spoke very highly of Julia. She vetted her. She thought she was legit. She appreciated her. But now she's tearing her all over the place.
Because she comes over here in the other channel she don't like.
Exactly.
She don't like Julia because Julia likes the creators that she dislikes.
There you go. See the immaturity, you guys. See what it's really about?
It's about bringing these kids home. It's about finding Sebastian, right? It's about
do you really? Oh, let me know that timestamp, because I know exactly where it was said. I might have the timestamp in my notes from it, but I remember it vividly. So that's where it came from. A lot of the stuff she says in here, she tries to put on Granny. Well, one, she gets wrong, and tries to put on nonsense she gets wrong. But like I said, I agree with her on some things. We're going to get to what I agree with her on, and you might disagree with me, and that's fine too. But the part about Seth and the age thing, that came from Seth's mouth. It came from Seth's own mouth.
Treating all of them equal, but you go after the people that are actually trying to help. Tragedy pimps, right? We're all in it for the money, right? One of the things that y'all like to say, Granny, nonsense, Deets, all of you.
Granny, nonsense, Deets. Man. What? Girl, I haven't talked about you in forever. Why do you keep saying my name and throwing me into stuff? And everyone here knows I hate the term tragedy pimp. I don't call people tragedy pimps. Stop it. Stop it. My goodness. You're holding on for the K. Okay, Mom. I love that. I love that. Jeez Louise. And I'm not being sassy, tattoos, maybe because naps are the best freaking thing in the world. Just saying. How does it keep coming back to Granny? Like, why are you throwing all these names in here? You're tearing her up, nonsense. Yeah, Julie was messy. But I also don't think that Julie was. I think that Julie is a legit dog handler. But I think she got really messy and involved, for sure. It's her lack of professionalism. I think that had a lot to do with it. The title of this live is She Was Watching. Oh, you mean not mine. You mean hers. Hers is The Nonsense and Hypocrisy That Encapsulated the Sebastian Rogers Case and the True Crime Community. I think that's what it said. I'm pretty sure Brittney and crew have been covering the Micah Miller case and have commented on how she was groomed by her husband. So what's... You must know every detail of a person's life and be willing to defend it if you want to say hello to them in a chat too, right? Right. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I am starting that so I can go and play that in a minute. Thank you. It said, and I said the timestamp of the original too at that moment. Thank you so much, Nonsense. She thinks that him being described as quirky and dancing funny is horrible. I remember her saying that, Audacity. And quirky is actually a decent descriptor for autism. And actually, you know who described him as quirky? Katie, Chris, and Seth all described Sebastian as quirky. In one place or another, in one interview or another, they all described their son as quirky. There's nothing wrong with that. I've described my children as quirky at times. Nothing wrong with that at all. Just club everyone together and accuse them of all the things, right? We all did it. You did it. Granny did it. Deets did it. Nonsense did it. Two things can be true at once. Absolutely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Hey, MJ. Who taught her the word Who taught her the word encapsulated? So I don't think she mentions me again because the other two clips I was sent had nothing to really do with
One
me.
thing y'all like to say is that we're tragedy. The things that y'all like to say, you go after the people that are actually trying to help.
Go after the people who
tragedy pimps, right?
Who went after the people that were trying to help? See, and going after is a pretty strong term as well. I don't know anyone who's gone after anyone on this platform, but if you mean call out, which I think is a silly term too, but if you're talking about calling out, who did that? Serious question.
Right? It's about treating all of them equal, but you go after the people that are actually trying to help. Tragedy pimps, right? We're all in it for the money, right? One of the things that y'all like to say, Granny, Nonsense, Deets, all of you.
Deets. At least
one thing y'all like to say is that
we're
tragedy pimps and that it's horrible to cover the same case every day, back-to-back live streams, right? Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of these are about Sebastian's case. Every one of them. Look at this. Well, damn, I really need my freaking mouse. All right. Look at that. Look at that. Exploitation continues.
So I agree and disagree. Well, one, I don't know why you put me in this video. There's a couple of things that Brittney Jay says in this video that I just completely disagree with. I don't have the timestamp of it. One time she talks about, but I do want to play this one video. One time she talks about how hang on, I'm having a moment. I gotta send it to myself. One time, no, I don't. Hang on. I do have to send it to myself. The person who messaged it to me doesn't have I guess only my iMessages show up on my MacBook. She says that Granny's watching claimed that that she claimed that Seth named his children or named Sebastian after the children that were gone, and that's not entirely what happened. Now, when I had heard that little clip, I actually went looking for the timestamp because it's one of the streams I caught, and I remember exactly what was said because it came from Trevor. But Granny's friend made this really quick and easy video, so I'm going to share this with you guys right now. Let's see, let me read it for you. Brittney did a live tonight to supposedly call out the misinformation and hypocrisy. We're going to get back to the misinformation in a second. From those on the other side of the true crime community, from those of us over here in Croma land. Maybe she wasn't stealing my Croma land. She was just like saying, look at those over at Croma land. Okay. Of course, in usual Brittney fashion, she has to lie about Granny's watching. This video is to correct her lies. You do seem to have a weird thing about Granny. Brittney almost immediately starts with Granny in regard to a comment that was said about Sebastian's name and how he got it. Take a listen.
Can anybody in my chat or on panel tell me, when was it ever said that Seth Rogers named Sebastian? Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' name came from the terminated pregnancies of Katie. Can anybody in my chat tell me if you've ever heard that?
I've never heard it.
Because there's a channel, these hypocritical channels, that spewed that shit today. And she said Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' name come from Katie's terminated pregnancies. All the kids that didn't make it. What do y'all think would have happened to one of us if we said that shit?
Brittney's subs and mods either have selective hearing or they don't do their own research because it was said, but Granny did not make it up. Brittney sure clipped it to make it sound like it was, though. I agree. Here is exactly what Granny said.
I don't think that's a normal thing, but I wouldn't know. Do, Ellen? But I did hear, we were told that Seth stated the reason Sebastian had the 3 names he did, Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, is because of the pregnancies that were not completed.
Granny was very clear with her wording and said, we are told, whoopsie, I didn't get there fast enough, and said, we were told that Seth stated. Brittney made sure that part was not in the clip and ranted about it several times on her live. This got Brittney very triggered tonight, though, and she had to make sure it was mentioned multiple times during her stream. Let's take a look. I don't know.
Saying that they named their child. What kind of person puts that on Sebastian?
I'm just the worst.
How is that okay to sit there and say that Katie and Seth named their child after the terminated pregnancies? Granny's watching. Like I said, she's the one today that said, once again, that Seth said the reason they named Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is because they named him after all of the babies that were terminated. Okay, so Trevor Lee showing up on her panel, and Seth sees that, and then you got Tony telling him, you know, God knows what. Granny has said some foul shit about Seth, y'all. Seth probably seen that and is like, oh my God, he really is against me.
Brittney sounds really dumb here because, as usual, she doesn't do her research. Okay, so I'm not going to call her dumb, but I do agree. There's a lot of times, Brittney, you don't do your research. Like that little clip I played earlier when I had the wrong timestamp. That was actually a timestamp for a completely different video altogether. But right there was a perfect example of who said that? Who said that they were so far apart in age or blah, blah, blah? Seth. The man that you are, I'm just going to say it. You're on his team because you're on his team. You are team Seth. And so, which is weird. It's weird that there's a whole teams thing, but he's the one who said it.
You've got this chick saying,
oh, sorry, I forgot to read it. The conversation that happened about Sebastian.
That like, oh my God, he really is against me.
Name took place after the blow up on Smiley's.
You've got this chick saying that Seth named Sebastian after their terminated kids, y'all. How is that not being called out?
Right?
Is saying that Seth said Sebastian was named after all of the the terminated pregnancies. That shit's not okay. None of it.
Okay, enough of that. I can only take so much more. I'm going to now play the original clip where this information came from.
What do
Are
you
you
feel was his
ready?
intent of telling you that, Trevor? Like, especially looking back, what do you think?
It was in the grand scheme of things, it was to drag Katie, because then he started talking about how she had two, and again, he did not mention her age. He said she had 2 abortions before Sebastian, because then he told me that meant that that she didn't want Sebastian, and that's why he had to give all 4 of his names. Well, I guess 3 of his names, because you take the last name, so take that out. He gave him his 3 names, and it was because
Oh.
Katie didn't want him. So it all tied back
Do I
into
have this
the
sped
abortions.
up? Yeah, I do. Let me slow it down. Let me slow it down. Here's where it came from.
It was in the grand scheme of things, it was to drag Katie, because then he started talking about how she had 2, and again, he did not mention her age. He said she had 2 abortions before Sebastian, because then he told me that meant that that she didn't want Sebastian, and that's why he had to give all 4 of his names. Well, I guess 3 of his names, because you take the last name, so take that out. He gave him his 3 names, and it was because
Oh.
Katie didn't want him. So it all tied back into the abortions and the idea that Katie didn't want Sebastian. Is his words. I'm not saying she didn't.
Right.
That's what he told me.
Out of Trevor's mouth. Granny did not make it up. You need to clear this up with your community. Bet she doesn't. You and your chat were lying about Granny. Oops, where'd it go? That whole stream, including the part about Pascal. Maybe, why is this not pausing for me? There we go. Maybe you should check out her video today that you got your little clip from and hear that proof as well. As long as you continue to lie about her, I'll put out the truth. You go, Megan. Oh, that's unlisted. But you guys should definitely there you go. So that's where that came from. Let me, before I get into what I really want to get to, let me go to what Nonsense told me about her stream from yesterday. Nonsense. This one.
It's truthful.
What time? She said 2 hours and 53 minutes. And let's just clear up this little bit of misinformation as well while we're at it.
This doesn't bother you, I'll do it. Hold on. You tell me if it bothers you. That's that video that I told you I did do.
Wow. Okay, Fuller Adventures. That's okay.
It is gross overall. We're going to talk about it in a second.
Katie could be a swinger. I've known Katie since she was 12 years old. Started dating when she was 18.
Okay. Urge.
You did the same thing I did when I heard this. I was like, wait a second. What? What? All right.
Urge. He's known her since she was 12. Okay. I forgot.
Which Brittney in her live stream, she went on the clip I was sent. I'd have to find the timestamp again. I think it's in an email. Goes on, and it wasn't her, it was someone on her panel. Because I'm not gonna put the wrong crime on the wrong person. It wasn't Brittney that said it. I think it was like Sarah, and I think Brittney even said, like, I'm not gonna say that because I don't know that. But I think her name was Sarah, maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong, or give me the name in the chat if you know who I'm talking about and what I'm talking about. Goes on to say that, Katie they were both teenagers. Seth was 19 and Katie was 14 or something, which where this chick gets her numbers just blows my mind. We all know they're 10 years apart. How do we know that? From Seth. They're 10 years apart. So if he met Katie when she was 12, how old was he? Where's criminality? I need her for the YouTube math. I mean, he was 22. This isn't a Romeo and Juliet thing where it's like a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old, and you're like, oh, okay, I can understand that, if you're 17 and 19. That's not what this is. This is something different, ma'am.
There's the clarification. He's known her since she was 12. There you go. He's known her since he was 12 and dated at 18 is what he claims in that. All right, so there you are. I'm going to timestamp this for you. Terry Lynn's video 22509 for anybody taking notes. 22509 is where it stopped at. So 224 would be a good timestamp to go back to for anybody that needs that. 224 March 18th, 2024. Terry Lynn's video. And it's the almost 12-hour video.
I'm 10 years older than her, and I never knew her to be a swinger.
So this came to the swingers question. I remember when we went through this the first time, when that question was in the comment section, Gavel read the question before they did. She's like, who would ask? Why are they asking if she's a swinger? And that's what it came from. It's like he's known. And then there's the age difference. He tells us himself, 10 years apart, never known her to be a swinger.
He's 10 years older than her and never knew her to be a swinger. Not that that matters, but
Where did that question come from? Now, guarantee I don't know her now. I'm not involved in her private life. You know,
okay, that's another big thing to me that he points out. He doesn't know her now. He's not involved in their private life. Then why are you speaking on all their private details and their private life? Oh, yeah. This is why this shit's important to watch and listen.
and I didn't even know there was a Ring Wi-Fi jammer, Fred. So I couldn't tell you if Katie would own one or not.
I don't get it, Nanya. Too old. Is there some bumps we could look at?
Y'all, the attention seeking one has been attempting to get attention, but then as soon as she gets responded to, she cries victim. So please attempt to ignore as much as you possibly can. I know what she's doing. She's been poking for attention because I haven't done anything or content on her in a while. I swear, every creator in here, if you want to really get under her skin,
I didn't even know that was here.
Y'all, the attention seeking one has been attempting to get attention, but then as soon as she gets responded to, she cries victim. So please,
you're talking about Brittney, are you? Okay. But there you have the timestamp of Terry Lynn's video as well. Now, did he say that they were intimately knowing each other since she was 12? No, but if they started dating when she was 18, we can guess that prior to her being 18, there was some sort of interaction. And I know he also says in one interview, because he says, I think it's in the Coffindoffer interview where he says that, he told her, I'm going to marry you when you're 18. So that means they were talking prior to her being 18. And if she was 16 when they were talking, that would have made him 26. If she was 17 when they were talking, that would have made him 27. Y'all, it is what it is, but there it is. But I don't know why you're going to, go at Granny and say that she's like lying and making up this whole thing when that's not what it is at all. It's out there. The truth is out there straight from their mouths. You just have to put it together. I'm not going to say groomed. I don't know. Lord, I pray not. I pray not. I'm chasing with the beard. There's some other parts in this video that, Brittney, you go in on. First of all, I want to talk a little bit. I want to have a general, broader discussion. Because you guys know that's my style. That's what I like doing, is having these conversations. But, you say that we're like calling out the tragedy pimps. I used to do clips calling them out if you want to consider it that, but I'm a very piss poor tragedy pimp caller outer, if that's what you want to call me, because I just haven't done it in a while. I'm not very good at it. I like digging into cases. And when I see misinformation or disinformation or just flat out lies happening on a case, I like to address that, because overall, we're all just out here on these YouTube streets, on social media streets, everywhere, trying to figure out these cases for whatever reasons. We all have various reasons that we're drawn to true crime, that we're drawn to cases. And when we're trying to piece that puzzle together, the biggest the biggest wall, the biggest thing that like causes so many issues. And in fact, I heard two very popular lawyers talk about this very thing, is the lies, the misinformation, and the disinformation. Those spread around the social media platform hinders cases. And we see it not only hinder cases on this level, it's starting to hinder them on a level when they get to court, when they get, when they get to trial, like pre-trial, trial, and maybe even outcomes, maybe even verdicts. And so if some of us can stop that in the tracks, stop the misinformation, stop the spreading of the lies, or at least debunk it, address it, or say, hey, that's not the truth, this is the truth, then I think that's a good thing. And that's what I enjoy doing. I'm not over here saying, I don't say like, oh my God, you're monetized and blah, blah, blah. You do stream after stream after stream. Now I did say in a video where I addressed you about personal stuff that had nothing to do with your content as a creator, but personal stuff. I said, oh, I heard you're gonna, cover the case till the wheels fall off. I said that, but I wasn't saying like, oh no, you can't go live about it all day, every day, because that would make me a huge ass hypocrite, because there are people who go live about the same thing day after freaking day. And I do want to talk about that a little later and get everyone's opinions on it. But no, I don't call you a tragedy pimp. Do I think you're a bad actor? I think you've had some bad behaviors. But you probably think the same about me. So, and I'm not saying like I think you've had some bad behaviors just because you think that about me. I'm just saying like it's okay. We're all allowed our opinion. I have addressed those two things that I thought were bad actor things. And since then, I have not addressed you. Well, I did the receipts live when you were spreading lies and claiming that I was like doing something in Queen's Discord that I wasn't, which by the way, I have since heard the clip of someone else telling me to show the receipt on that. So if you guys want to see the receipt on the email I received about it, I can show you. But no, you have like a personal issue with me. And I really, truly think that stemmed from me being okay with Granny. Like, which is weird. I've said this multiple times on this platform, that the number one lie on the YouTube streets is that you can like whoever you like and others won't get mad. Oh no, they get mad. They get mad. They have issues with it. People, if they like you, they don't want you to get along with the people that they don't like. It absolutely is true. And to me, that's just juvenile and petty. So like, who cares? Like I could have enjoyed Granny streams and still enjoyed yours. It didn't need to turn into like this crazy thing, but it did for you. And ever since then, you've tried to address me on stuff. But that has nothing to do with your true crime content. That has nothing at all to do with your true crime content. And I think that is what Nonsense is addressing. I haven't seen Granny address you on her channel in a very long time. So I don't know why she's thinking everybody's calling her a tragedy pimp, unless there's just something I'm missing. Maybe if everyone worried less about what others are doing. This chair keeps slipping from me. I'm going to have to like put something behind it. About what others are doing, there wouldn't be so much drama. Well, when it comes to a case, I think that's what we all do, is listen, because when there's no updates from law enforcement, there's nothing from media, what do? We go and listen to where the parents are, where they're at and talking, where they're giving interviews, and we listen to those covering it to see, is there something we missed or something we heard? So, and then when you hear the lies, the misinformation, you want to address that. Panel guest saying how her kid's father was an adult when she was pregnant. About what? Okay. And he speaks further on it in other yes, he does. Gavel and I went over that. He speaks on it on Josh's panel. He speaks on it on Pascal's. And honestly, he hadn't spoke on Smiley's yet. I think he speaks on it on those two panels for sure, though, that I remember from the top of my head. I just hadn't gotten to the other interviews when I was like, look, I'm out. This community's great. The excuses I heard last night from one of her panel guests in regards to dating underage was gross. Wow. But that's not her fault. I'm not putting that on her. I'm not. Others might. Debunking misinformation surrounding cases. I like doing that. Hey, Belly Ray. Belly Ray's out there, man. He's putting out some stuff on the Oregon serial killer that we covered a year ago, who was just indicted finally. He's putting out some really good stuff on that. Anyway, I did see WSU Kim over in Brittney's in this chat when I was looking at that timestamp. She was there. As if she hasn't spread the most harmful disinformation surrounding the Idaho case. Oh, wow. This isn't a case right now. It's a story of a missing child, too. They've made it into a horrifying case, and we don't know what even remotely has happened. It is a case. It's a missing case, in my opinion. It is not a criminal case. I've heard some people claim that it is a criminal case. It is not a criminal case. We don't know if a crime has been committed. The only thing that we know from law enforcement is that Sebastian is missing. That's what we know. We know what the TBI newsroom states. We know what they have said in their 2 press conferences and a couple of articles where they have talked to the reporters. That's all we know. How would you feel to know that your daughter is... I would be heartbroken. I would be like, what? I don't even know what I would think. There is no new news, right, Zen? There's nothing new. Well, there was one tiny little bit of new information, but it wasn't like anything earth-shattering. Giggling, idolizing, savage, and trying to join them. What? What did I miss? Let me find Johnson. I missed out on a whole conversation because this doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. Hello, Soup. Deets is live in the morning. Yes, we are. She's had issue with you prior. Her issue was after. Yes, her issue was she did take issue with me when Queen and I had a falling out. But that has nothing at all to do with me addressing 2 bits of misinformation that she had about Sebastian during the case. And that was well over, oh my gosh, we're coming up on almost 2 months that happened. At the time, they were true. At the time, there was no essay put on Sebastian. And so to do that was wrong. And I did hear recently you're saying that, like, I never said that. Don't make me pull out the clip, ma'am. You said what you said. It is what it is. She hasn't even done what she asked people to do. Call private land. Right, Petra? Yeah, I could have sent her proof if she would have just messaged. But that's personal stuff. That's not even creator stuff. That's not even like case stuff. That's just personal stuff. But you're absolutely correct. Many have moved past the tragedy pimp thing, except a few. We still address the poor coverage and misinformation, though. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there's still misinformation to be talked about today. Like, if we get to it, I want to talk about I had ran some errands this morning and I listened to Michelle After Dark on my drive home, and she was like spitting facts she was agreeing with some of what Jennifer Coffendorfer had to say, but she was spitting like a lot of facts and then correcting so much from her chat. Like, the chat was just throwing up so much misinformation, and she was doing her best to correct it. And I thought, oh, this is a really good stream. Right. I did hear her say that she did not agree with the age gap. Mm-hmm. And then she said there was no proof, but there is proof. I'm trying to get better at it. I need to get 2 monitors is what it is. I think if I had a monitor scrolling and then the main one, I would, like, especially when I switch back and forth through the screens, I would do a lot better. She should be apologizing today for lying about what I said regarding the names, not playing the clips and claiming Trevor's timing on my panel wasn't what it was. Yeah. That was another thing I did hear her say, was to talk about, like, everybody hates everybody. They just hate on this person, and they hate Trevor. They're using Trevor. Like, how dare he, I don't even remember how it was, like how'd they convince him to go up on Granny's panel or something. This might shock you, but some of us get along. Some of us get along with ones that others call out. Some of us don't take issue with those that others deem tragedy pimps. It does happen. Get along perfectly fine. This whole like notion that people think they know everything and like put together these weird connections. And that's where I agree with Brittney Jay. So Brittney was saying there seems to be a lot of hypocrisy. Should we get into that? Should we get into it? What do you guys think? Yes or no? Am I going too far by saying I agree with Brittney Jay? Should we talk about the elephant in the room or no? Just ignore it. Michelle is the queen. I agree, CR. I love her. Her chat is worse. I'm guessing you're talking about Michelle. I agree. Michelle's chat gets a little crazy sometimes. But she has full of common sense. And finally today I heard Michelle admit for the first time ever, because it's the one thing I've majorly disagreed with Michelle on, was she finally said today that the Vaughn parents weren't cleared, that law enforcement is just working with them because they won't ever clear the parents of missing children. And that was my big issue with her, because she was very adamant that they were cleared for like the longest time. And I was like, that's misinformation, because they're not technically, but the reason they're not is that law enforcement do not clear parents of missing children. And so when she was trying to be very adamant towards them, and I appreciate why she was very adamant towards them, it harms other cases like the Wells case or now the Rogers case, because now people have in their mind that like, oh, well, if these parents were cleared, they can come out and clear these parents. No, they just don't do that. They don't clear parents. They're not going to clear anyone in missing children's cases until they find someone. And who knows if there even needs to be a someone in this case. What did Bible say? That was so funny. I missed it. This is another thing. I like try to go back and find something and then I'm way off. She said, that's what I was thinking about. Yes, she did. That is exactly what she said, Tia. Thank you. That's what I was thinking too. That is exactly her words. Hey, morning, Willow. I need a couple of monitors. Good to see you, love. I'm only 2 minutes behind. I do value everyone's comments. I really, truly do. But it's hard when there gets to be a lot. That's why I'm trying to get better at skimming. I'm a fast reader, actually, but you guys talk a lot. Not that that's a bad thing. Last night at like 12, talking about all of this and speculating about a voice recording. Okay. But then she said in this one that she doesn't, she never says anything bad about the Proudfoots. Ma'am, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're out of here. Okay, you guys said do it. Talk about the hypocrisy in the room. There's always going to be hypocrisy. The elephant in the room, not the hypocrisy in the room. Imagine calling out misinformation while giving misinformation. It happens. It happens. My teeth look white and sparkly. This one is because like people keep mentioning that one. It's a temporary, because I broke my tooth and it's a temporary crown until actually Tuesday, I think. Yep, Tuesday. They're like, why does that sparkle down there? Because it's like the dentist stuff on it, whatever it is. Hey, MK. Grandpa Thorpe is attacking Forgotten Whispers right now on her channel. Ooh. I don't know. I've only heard of the Thorpes. I don't know anything about them. Get the elephant out. Okay. Brittney Jay talking about people talking about private areas while spending an entire summer engaging in conversations regarding. Oh my God. I don't know anything about that, but that sounds hypocritical. I'm a hypocrite because I'm a flawed human being. human being, and never claim to be perfect. I struggle with things around us on YouTube a lot. Hashtags and titles and videos being one. So she's calling out those that do stream after stream after stream. Let's do some, you know what? It's been a hot minute since we've done some polls. Let's do some polls. Let me just pull out my live. I'm just going to ask you guys as subscribers. So if you are, I saw Nicole B's comment as I'm over here getting ready to make a poll. We're going to do Karen Read right after this live. I'm going to zoom everybody over to it. So don't you worry. I said we're here all day. Nicole, we're here all day. Okay, so I'm asked if you are a creator in my chat. You're not right now. Right now you're a sub. You are a subscriber. Okay, so we're going to start with this one. And then I'm going to try to zoom and catch up. Yes, I've been listening to Emily D. Baker way too much. I just said zoom. I said that to crew. He's obsessed with it being in his walker and like going around the house. And I'm like, you want to zoom around the house? And let's go zoom. Hey, Titanium Built, good to see you. Thank you. My background is sponsored by Mr. Deets' office and Tracy Ann's Candles. Although it's not really sponsored by him since I bought them, but we're just going to go with that. The Thorpe clan is like the wonderful whites of West Virginia of YouTube. Ooh. You're in their Discord. Oh, see, when I laugh, you can see my wrinkles. People are like, oh, you don't have wrinkles. Yeah, right there. See you? They're there. I don't like the trash talking of either parent either, Allie. I truly don't. And there's a channel I stay away from that everyone enjoys because they're doing a lot of trash talking of Seth. It's okay to have your opinion of him, but to trash talk him, I think that's wrong. I don't even know what the elephant thing is in reference to, so I'm waiting. I want to talk about the elephant in the room of Croma land versus the true crime community. The differences. The hypocrisy. Brittney Jay is a true crime gossip channel. If there is room for that on this platform. Of course there is, Jenny. Of course there is. See, this is where people are like, oh no, cancel. I don't like cancel culture, for one, because there is absolutely room for a true crime gossip channel because it's America or it's YouTube. It's their terms of service. But then that means there's always going to be the opposite of that. That means there's absolutely space for a channel to call out the bullshit gossip that creator is talking about. It can all exist. We can sit here and say over and over and over that it's wrong and it's harmful, and it is. I believe it is. There's a lot of things that cause harm to cases. And like I said, Lawyer, and Emily D. Baker both just yesterday talked about the harm that are coming to true crime cases, and now it's coming into the courtroom, and we're seeing judges and courts pull back more and more and more of what we receive as the public. And that stems from what is trickled down here on the bottom of these YouTube streets and moves its way up and out. So absolutely, while there's space for those channels, there's also space for the ones willing to address the bullshit. She called out the stuff Clue has said that is completely inappropriate. No one has called Clue out for talking about kicking his ass, and she called... See, I don't know where Clue said that, but if she said it, it's wrong. What makes that any different than those talking shit about Chris Proudfoot? What? She's trying to make it seem like Katie jumping on the phone while Chris was talking to Clue was weird, and what Katie said must have been a recording. What? That's weird. I don't even understand that. What are all the elephants in the room, Joe Madre? This poll will be lopsided like blank screen. What about the creators who call out channels for making money off victims while they have victims' names in their title? Okay, I'm gonna heart that one. We're gonna do an old-fashioned poll live. That's what we're gonna do right this second. How about that? Because I feel like there are a lot of opinions on this topic, and there hasn't been a space to discuss these opinions. And it's okay that we have all of these opinions. And it's also okay if we don't agree with each other on these opinions. I tell you, I love how comfy this chair is. I hate that it keeps moving. I want to take the freaking wheels off of it. Hold, please. I'm going to put a rug down. Then maybe it won't move. Before anyone says I stole hold please from Brittney Jay, I absolutely did not. There used to be a lady that said it on Ziggy's panel who's in my chat all the time. That's who I stole it from. Let's see here. The more I come on, the more I realize that a lot of people who spend their time on YouTube have nothing else, and that's terribly sad. Orion, I agree. There's a lot of people, creator and subs included, that this is their life. This is what they have. But I don't think that that's incredibly sad for that person. I think it's incredibly sad for us as a society. We are so connected to one another right now in 2024. We are more connected than we have ever been connected, and we're so disconnected at the same time. I do. I got crow's feet around my eyes. Speculating on things that have not changed in 3 months does nothing for a case when they could all be discussing new cases all the time to bring awareness and only give updates. You're a creator of havoc, Liza, and I love it. I see you everywhere stirring it up. Stirring it up. I'm here for it, though. You make people think. That's a good thing. Whenever we flip to it, it'll be a completely different stream, so you'll get a notification because it'll be a completely separate stream. These slandering channels of true crime need to just change out of true crime and switch it to some other area of crime. Well, are they true crime or are they conspiracy? Like maybe they do have a different genre. I don't know. The coin has two sides. We decide how we react to both. There's that trickle-down effect. It does exist. Absolutely does. The one thing I don't get down with is going into other creators' real lives and doxing them to get a point across they are bad actors. Use their own stuff currently. All the other stuff is unnecessary. That is what I agree with. I know you were getting called out for it heavily in Brittney Jay's live stream last night about you being connected to others. I don't think that's fair to do. Just because I am all right with the creator doesn't mean that I'm okay with it. I did not hear the live that Dolly did, but Joneson did. She listened to some of it, and then she was going to review it, and then poof, it was gone. And I did ask a few people if they had recorded it. I don't think I heard back from both of them yet. Hang on, let me see. Not that one. I don't think I heard back from either of them yet. No. But she told me what he said. And then she told me, that Clue was going to be covering it. So I went and listened. She just covered the portion where she was upset that he didn't give her credit. There was a whole lot of stuff Joneson had told me that I was like, that needed addressed. The things he flat out called Katie and accused her of, That should have been addressed. That should have been called out. That was fucked up. That was wrong. But digging into people's real lives and, contacting them, calling CPS on them, all this stuff, it's wrong. I've said that all day, every day. I don't care if it's done to Nonsense, if it's done to Granny, if it's done to Brittney Jay, if it's done to me, if it's done to Cash, if it's done to AF Pennington, if it's done to Allie or Skilo, it's wrong. No matter who it's done to, it's wrong. And maybe that's me up on my moral high horse. So be it. So be it. Wrong is wrong. Okay, see, Jones, and I get what you're saying. But could the same be said? Here's my question. You're willing to give her grace, and that's great. I give a lot of people grace on this platform. Why aren't others given grace? Why are you not willing to give? I know you're willing to give Dolly. This is a general question to everyone. Dolly the grace. Are you willing to give, Savage the grace? Some people said she went real life and it was wrong. Are you willing to give her grace? Are you willing to give the Lab the grace, Chris McDonough the grace? Are you willing to give Michelle After Dark? Like, is that grace that you extend to those that you like and enjoy? Do you extend it to everyone? And that's a question for all of you, not just for Johnson. It's a fine line being an anti-channel sometimes. The anti-community is worse than the original. It happens all the time. Unsupervised maniacs. I almost made this. Does the anti-community go too far? Do we become the thing that we hate? Do we become the thing that we call out? I've had a stream about that before that got me into a lot of hot water. It was titled Tragedy Pimps, and it ended up taking me to places I didn't want to go, being cussed out by people I didn't want to be cussed out by. But it happens. Let me see. Where'd our poll end? We ended. Why does it not show up for me? 91% said, do you get sick of the same lives over and over? 91% of you said yes. Okay. I'm going to put a new poll in, but I have a question to that one. Only half of you that are here even voted. Come on, people. Okay. So, and if anyone wants to hop up, feel free to. I think the link is still posted. I know it hides behind the polls when they're up. So while you're answering the next poll question that I'm going to type up, tell me in the chat, if you're sick of the same lives over and over and over, why are you guys still supporting them? Why are we still going to them? And I'm including myself in this. Still participating in them. Still being a part of them. Still having them. What was the next question? I was going to go off of... let's do... We're going to call this the anti-tragedy pimp community. You're just going to hear me typing like Laura there for a second. Sorry. All right. Let me zoom to the bottom of these questions. Oh, I hate that, Callie Dime. I hate that. But I don't hate it when it's a tag because I don't pay attention to tags. And I'm horrible at putting tags on. I don't even think this video is tagged. Like, I always forget. Like, it might have some tags because I think YouTube has like natural tags that I don't know, but I didn't write anything. I had to stop and think about what it What if it was Molly in regards to Trev? So for Clue, what if that was Brittney? Everyone should feel the same. Yes, the same or no. That's what I'm saying, Chasing. Are we carrying the same energy? I just flipped my own hair into my face. Are we carrying the same energy across the board? And if we're not, then it's absolutely hypocritical. It is. But it would be hypocritical to say that I'm not a hypocrite, because we all are. We all are at times. And this is why I have just kind of fled from it. And I do listen to a couple creators still that are covering it. But overall, it was just like, well, one, I just told you guys at the beginning of the stream how much I'm sleeping, which is like the baby is wearing Nana out big time. So like I just don't even have the energy for it. I don't have the energy for that Croma. In fact, she's helped pay for billboards, but let me see if I can find your previous comment. Clue didn't threaten to kick his butt, but said he needs his butt kicked after him and Tony went at her. Okay. Well, see, that's a difference. There's a difference. If that's what she said was that he needed his butt kicked after they went at her, then that is different than what everybody's saying. They were so worried she's going to make a buck, but yet she never asked for donations. Where's the other one? In fact, she's helped pay for billboards, bought bracelets, sent out free passes. Not free passes. Out flyers, went on searches, and has donated. From here on, I need to apply someone I don't like to the one I do and weigh it out. Yeah. Pascal's probably the worst right now. Clickbait titles, thumbnails, and then claims it's some sort of comedy show. I would agree with that. Pascal has really shown me who he is. And he is definitely not a creator I enjoy. So I unsubbed. Because I don't want to be that person that's like, oh, I hate live after live after live, and then I'm still subbed to the guy. The real life stuff has got to stop. The behind the scenes affecting people's real life is bullshit and so harmful and frankly nuts. Absolutely. I do see things being called out for some, but then not for others. So that's a good thought. I agree. I agree with that. MJ, I see it being called out for some and not others. And then it makes me wonder, am I doing that as well? Nonsense is always on point with the information she disseminates. No fuck shit, just truth in their words. And I agree. I appreciate her research and the care that she puts into it. But is it the same? I'm just asking. She knows this isn't hate towards her. Is it the same as those who are covering the case daily, multiple times a day? She's going live multiple times a day to cover them. How's that different for you guys? I'm just curious as to what you think. Like, how is that different than those that are willing to go live to grift off of Sebastian's name multiple times a day? Is it the facts? Is it the information? Is it because you like the creator? Like, what is the what separates the two for the everyday sub? Because I genuinely like to understand. Why are some given grace and not others? And I'm guilty of this too. Mm-hmm. Hey, Indy. So are you, love. So are you. I'm somewhat new to YouTube and was honestly shocked that there are creators diving in and trying to attack people on a personal level in their real lives, calling schools and CPS. Yeah. I've had just this month alone a CPS call, and I don't even have minor children. 3 calls to my sheriff's office, multiple emails to my sheriff's office. I'm not even going to tell you the number of times that my neighbor has been called about me. My husband's job, to his desk, to his HR department. Now mine's all from one person, but still, yeah, the the way that people go real life on this platform, it's absolutely disgusting. But I think that's social media as a whole. Like, we're seeing that, not to make it about the Karen Reed trial, but you know where my head is right now. Like, people get so justified in their opinions. They get so enwrapped into what they're a part of. And I'm not saying that any of those people that covered that were a cult, because I don't like that. I think that sometimes we overuse labels, and when we overuse them, they definitely diminish them. So if we overuse the label of cult, you know, it kind of diminishes real cult. But people get so wrapped up in what they're a part of, and they start to attack people without a single shred of proof. And we're seeing that play itself out in trials right now. I give grace to people that recognize when they do something wrong, apologize, and never do it again. However, if they repeat the same actions, that grace diminishes. I agree. It's a bad train wreck. People can't walk away, and they love the drama. The anti-community prey on the good hearts around here. Who supports them thinking they are doing something righteous and good when it's all money-making schemes themselves? How so? Just because they're monetized? You think it's like that makes it a money-making scheme? I do think the anti-TP community can be just as bad. Being right doesn't make all of your actions right. I caught myself doing it. I don't watch anymore. In my opinion, I can't say anything about victims or creators being bullied if I'm in the chats cheering it on in the anti-community. Intent matters. Some become similar to what they call out. Ooh, Jasmina, that's a good one. I know I had to step back and self-evaluate for sure. Definitely. In case you were wondering, the rug didn't help. If you deny you are a hypocrite, you are one. This is the bear shit on the Pope. Oh, I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't. When Voices says your right hand, Cal, it's time to admit your tragedy. But I don't know who you're talking about. Oh. If there's no Tragedy Pimp channels to call out, then Tragedy Pimp channels wouldn't make money either, right? Right? You mean Tragedy Pimp call out channels? You mean the anti channels? That could happen. I mean, I know a lot of people said, I remember when Molly was here, she's like, when I'm gone, you guys aren't going to have any content. You guys aren't going to have any content. Some channels didn't. Some channels shriveled up and died. And some are still going just strong. There's always someone on YouTube. Yeah, I don't think he changed. I just don't think I knew what he was about. I don't at all see those trying to put restrictions on true crime channels the same. It's calling out those damaging people in cases. These cases have been affected by online strangers, and Ellie says it. Absolutely. Law enforcement says it. They say it in almost every case. Stop believing the bullshit you hear on social media, the rumor and speculation you hear on social media, because it is so prevalent on social media. So I think it's good that there are channels that debunk it and call it out. Absolutely think it's good. I knew you wouldn't mind if I knew. Like, there's some people have pretty thin skin and will be like, not gonna lie, they'd be like, no, I know. Can you believe Deets was talking about me? But I knew you'd be all right with it. You've got pretty thick skin over there. Facts with less BS. What did Allie say? For me, her coverage is different, though. It's correcting misinformation. Also, she's not begging for money. Okay, but they're both monetized. So let's take out. Can you guys think of a channel that is the opposite of nonsenses or the opposite of grannies, because they're both kind of calling out the bullshit, that doesn't beg for money? Like, I'm struggling to think of one. Is there a channel that, let me come down here to the bottom, see what you guys are commenting. Is there a bad actor channel that doesn't, no, chasing doesn't beg for money. But I mean, like, is there a bad actor channel that doesn't beg for money? You have the Jeopardy music playing in your head. A channel that does what, but doesn't, a bad actor channel that, you know, some might call a tragedy pimp channel, but they don't beg for money. I'm struggling to think of one. Does Smiley ask for money? I don't think she asks for money, does she? Okay, JLR. He doesn't beg for money. Thank you. Thank you. I switched over there to watch it scroll, so I'm still going to go through all the comments. But what is the difference between nonsense, she's not begging for money, and JLR, he's not begging for money? I mean, I know what the difference is for me. I want to know what the difference is for you guys. I know of creators who call neighbors, family, landlords, jobs. Yeah, it's crazy. They get crazy. The cult of Odin. I've actually did a little bit of research on Odin. I can't believe how like prevalent it is in an area that I'm just, it's actually, there's a group closer to me than I thought. I'd never heard about it till Delphi. I'll be honest, anything I don't like. Bad first experience with an anti-community. I don't want people canceled. I want respect for victims and families. And that's how I feel. Like, I don't take issue with a creator. Like, if you guys call them a tragedy pimp and go hard on them for whatever, you know, various reasons, and I don't see them spitting out lies or disinformation or misinformation, then they're probably just not someone I'm paying attention to, because like, oh, I just don't mesh with their personality. But if they're spreading all this horrible stuff about a case, then that's what outrages me. Like, wait, no, wait. Why are you saying this about the mom? Why are you saying this about the dad? That's not true. Here's the truth. I can show it to you in an interview. That's where I get frustrated. It is a combo that needed to happen. It needs, and we've had this combo before in a different level. It's just that people do get very butt hurt. We're going to be talking a lot about butts later when we talk about the McAlberts, but people get butt hurt when you talk about it. I feel the intentions are meaningless if the impact is counter to the goal. Interesting. That's so true. People just always want to be right. And if you don't agree with them, then you're a bully. I need some lotion. The fake dog handler absolutely needed debunking. And some took that personal, Shaggy. Like, why did some take that personal? Like, look, I'm not calling you out. I'm calling out the fact that this woman pulled one over on your eyes. Made you look like a damn fool because you didn't do your research. Sucks to suck, but it is what it is. They're monetized. They just don't ask for money. That's what I say. I don't care if anybody's monetized. Exactly. I'm monetized, and I'm talking about, I don't know that I'm talking about tragedy pimps, because I don't, I'm talking about people that I don't necessarily see eye to eye with, for sure. But sure, if you want to say that like I'm monetized and I'm talking about tragedy pimps, what's the difference? One, I've never called out anyone for making money on this platform. Not once. Not one single time have I said people shouldn't be monetized, because I think they should. Go ahead and get your dough, because if you're not going to, YouTube's going to. There's so many. That's the thing. Like, I don't even know who the bad actors are anymore. Everybody has their different viewpoint on who the bad actor is. If we're going to be completely frank, let's be completely frank. Those who are calling out supposedly anti-tragedy pimp channels are often invested in not having their own enjoyment of fuckery challenged. That's true. That's true. Right. Tess Hills was not monetized. She did share her cash out there at the end, but it wasn't like she was every day boom with it. But yeah, she wasn't monetized. There's not a lot of channels that, donate stuff or do things on this platform, and that's fine. I'm not saying like, oh my God, you have to do these things either. I'm just saying, let's just be honest about it. Like, people are making their cheddar. It is what it is. No, I don't beg for money though. Does he beg for his trips? See, I don't even watch him enough to know if he begs for his trips. I know Dolly does beg. Yeah, that's not what. Yeah. She's not making it. So for Lacey Ann, it's the speculation. That's the difference. She doesn't like the speculation. She keeps her booty at home. But see, Nicole B, keeping your butt at home isn't always a bad thing. I think people can go out and do good in the world. I think we should go out and do good in the world. We should be about what we're talking about. He doesn't do creator drama, but he doesn't stick to facts. So speculation, disinformation, clickbait. You don't like the clickbait, the lies. I had issues with Quentin's case. People were calling out those who went real life as wrong, but was streaming their full content and making tons calling out the same. Then sending clowns and shit in there. Yeah. The harassment of parents. I didn't know you donated that. It's hard to not lead or guide a chat through watching these interviews. I'm seeing how people overshoot easily and encourage people to build narratives very much. That's where Gavel and I we were doing that, and I was trying to remain. Cash just said we're all cunts. It was hard to remain very neutral watching them, because it gets to the point where you were wanting, where I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Even just like correcting that, like, even correcting Seth started to feel like I was calling him out. And that's not what I'm about. So we got to like, what, interview 20, 25 or something. And I was like, it's just too much, because it does feel like people are starting to believe what you believe just because you're talking about it. And I could see where channels, some of these bad actor channels, get this narrative push from. It's from themselves. It's from their chats. Yeah. Why the exposed channel streams are necessary is twofold. One, without them, viewers wouldn't know that not every channel is providing accuracy. Good point, Wendy. And those channels are being held to an account, in my opinion. But then who holds us to account? Who holds the call out channel to? Who calls out the call out channel? That's what I'm asking. No, I haven't heard him beg for money either. I don't bring up money either. Which I do need to make my donation stream for the month. Monetization is not begging. The begging people don't get down with. Yes, there is a difference between just being monetized and just coming on begging. And I've always been of the mindset, and I still feel this way. If you're honest with what you're asking for money for, then it's not, I don't think that's scamming. No, there's a lot of people who still call you a scammer or a grifter. I think if you're being honest, you're just being honest. Saying cheddar ticket. I'm over the term tragedy pimps. Same, but don't say that too loudly. You might get cussed out. Maybe instead of putting people in boxes, we look at individual actions and discuss those. In other words, give room to grow and improve without labels and shunning. Debunk the misinformation. Leave the personal beef with that creator out of the content. It becomes hard too. I've watched a lot of creators who say that they're not, not for the personal attacks, this or that, and they've gone personal. I've seen it. It is hard to leave the personal stuff out. Definitely. I will not donate to any creator who has their Cash App on screen. It's pretty much holding a begging sign. I gotcha. That's the beauty of YouTube, rather, is true crime, Croma, anti-tragedy pimp. Everyone can find a channel or a community they share similar viewpoints with. We don't all think alike, and that's a good thing. It is a good thing that we don't all think alike. What? Nicole B's in the hospital? I thought she was just in here a minute ago. Nicole B. Find out later. I hope she's good. I won't donate to anyone who asks for donation every 5 minutes. It's definitely but still correct. That's a thing. I got yelled at by a woman once when I was over on Claire's just because I repeated the word cut like here in this, I'm reading off Pearl's comment. She was so mad at me. Just for saying it, just repeating the word. I wasn't calling anyone. Okay, I was just repeating it, and she got really mad. Hey, Be Real. Okay, if I'm being really honest, the line is extremely blurred for me on a lot of creators. I can support the attempt to do the right thing by some, but a lot, it's an act because it's popular right now. For a lot, nonsense, I think it's been an act for a while. That's just my opinion. Okay, let's see where our poll is. I got to 4 minutes behind in the chat. Let's see where we at. And our poll. Has the anti-tragedy pimp community become the same thing they call out? 62% of you say yes. That says a lot. That says a lot to me. I do need someone to hop up here for a second. I need to be. Where's Nanya? This is why I don't do a day stream. She's working. Let's see. What should our next question be? Yeah, most didn't even vote. You're right, maybe. I mean, we could do better on this one. We did almost 300 votes. People just become so defensive that they miss the entire point that you don't have an issue with the creator. You just have an issue with what they are saying because it's fault, and then they dig in. And they take it personal. And I get that, Demon Chihuahua. I get that people take it to this level where they're if you call out their misinformation, just correcting those two things. And, Brittney went very personal very quickly. I understand why, because it feels like a personal attack. When I've had people call me out for some true crime coverage that I've done. I don't do true crime too often, just occasionally. I've had someone call me out for it. And it does feel a little personal. You got to step back from it for a second and be like, oh, okay. Yeah, I just need to correct that behavior. There's nothing wrong with that. Hey, you can turn your camera off if you want, Jenny. Welcome. Thank you for hopping up here and saving my bladder. Oh, and Pearl is as well. Let me see if that's actually Pearl.
It is actually.
I'm starting
Sorry,
to
I didn't
authenticate
got
them.
someone here. In the time
That's
it took
perfectly
me,
fine. I am going to run to the bathroom real quick. Thank you, ladies.
that's what I was coming for. The saving grace. I thought I can't leave that woman up there with the straining bladder and no Nunya. But I was beaten to the bit as often beaten to the punch by gavel geeks. There's no shame in that.
No,
We've all
it's
been
better to
there.
have both of us here. So while she's gone, we can talk about Kendrick. Okay.
I
Pearl
sorry,
loves
I
Kendrick
seriously,
too.
I've always adored Kendrick Lamar, and
Mm-hmm.
everything, every step that he has made in this beef has just been amazing.
Extraordinary.
I mean, I must
Mm-hmm.
admit, when I heard Meet the Grahams, it was like horror film music. You know, the unfolding thing he said, and that
I cried.
piano.
I
Wow.
cried.
But
It was
also
a
the
lot.
sweetness in all that horror, the sweetness of carry
Mm-hmm.
yourself like a king, you know, and listen to this when
Mm-hmm.
you're 18, and then the baby girl one, you know, sort of you all the things that you've got in your future, all the things that you can claim as your own, all the things that you can be proud of. It doesn't matter, you know, just don't fall into that thing of looking for daddy in other men, you know. He covered so much. It was amazing.
Deets.
I had to be so bad. I was like, I don't know
You're
why
like, oh
people are
crap, they're
just
talking
doing.
about Kendrick. I gotta get back.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't even care. It was like
Brief
felt like
rap
a man.
takeover.
Yeah, I
I
gotta
was
talk
like
to Pearl
a bunch of
about it, but we
racehorse
keep going
there.
back and forth.
Ooh.
Yeah. No, but did you understand what I'm saying about like the term? And it's not just that term, but just putting labels on people. It's hard to get out from under that, right? So like if
It is hard.
say JLR wanted to change the way he does things tomorrow, right? Or
Yeah.
Betty did. That is extra difficult because of the labels. I'm not saying they would want to change or that, whatever,
But
but
shouldn't we be? How do we? I don't want to keep saying give grace because I feel like people are taking that wrong. But like, if someone wants to change their behavior, that would be awesome. If they want to go from being a bad actor to just like genuinely covering cases with integrity and trying to stay as close to the fact, like we're all going to mess up and get things wrong from
Mhm.
time to time. That's
And
not the
have.
issue. It's the repeated, it's the repeated behavior of it, right? But if
Right.
someone genuinely wants to change from that, I got like a straight piece of hair, wants to genuinely change from that, how do we give them the room to do so? Because I see oftentimes a lot of people get drugged back in and their past behaviors held to their face, and it's like they can't escape that stigma that's attached to them.
Yeah. I mean, I have, there is specifically a couple of creators that like to just randomly go into chats and say things about me or you or Tracy that actually don't apply to us, but there was a time that people thought that it did, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And
Mhm.
like, so why does
Yeah,
that
I
why
do.
does that keep
I
happening?
do.
Yeah, like why do I have to keep explaining? Yeah, I had no part in any of that. Like I
Yeah.
don't do you know what I mean? But I find that I have to keep explaining that, but just because of my vicinity and the narrative that's told, it seems like I do. So that's what I mean by like putting people in categories like that. It makes it an us versus them thing,
But I think that's
right?
something that's actually become embedded in the whole of society. We've seen it in
Mhm.
politics over the last 20 years, where you
Yeah.
are either completely one thing or the other, and you are anti the other side. There is no compromise.
Mhm.
You don't give them an inch. You don't acknowledge that
Mhm.
anything that they say or do is of any worth, because that is to somehow betray your side. We see it in everything
Yeah.
now. I mean, we were just talking about rap beef, but the knitting community apparently is as cutthroat as it gets about arguments and a little gang sort of groups arguing with each other. I've heard that the
Mhm.
lawn care community has been throwing down.
Y'all need to
It is
stay out of my
everywhere.
lawn care community. Stay away from my lawn care community. Actually, no, they did have like I talked about it a couple months ago. They had like their first bit of real drama. It's quieted back down since then. But I think that's mainly because the lawn care community is comprised of 95% middle-aged men. So there's just
Well,
not a whole
listen,
lot of
I'm just
peace
gonna
going
tell
on
y'all.
over there.
since y'all don't know, and it's not just here
Suburban
on
men at
YouTube.
that. Sorry.
Well, it's not just here on YouTube, but the development community, meaning coding development, um, it, y'all got nothing on it. This place or Twitter or anywhere that you want to go. Reddit. Oh, did I fall out? I don't hear anybody.
No, you didn't fall out. It was me. I had to go and get my lotion. I needed some lotion.
Oh, oh,
I was listening.
nice.
The development community is out of control.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely,
I
absolutely.
feel like it's everywhere. There's just a lot of, for me personally, I've been taking a lot of break. Well, also, I've been so engrossed in my own life and the things that I'm doing in real life. When I take on something, I like to go all in. So, you know, we've
Nuh-uh.
got this. Yeah.
No,
So we're purchasing
I'm
this
doing
house,
diamond
and I'm gonna
punching.
remodel. So now I'm like becoming a general contractor in my free time or something. You
There
know,
you
like
go.
I'm
But that's
learning
good.
CAD and how to do design and stuff like that, so that because I'm a bit of a perfectionist. So
Yeah.
when I do that and I go all into stuff, like I pull back from other things, and so it's given me a nice break from content and from social media, and I feel like I listen to a lot of the things that are going on, not just in this community on YouTube, but also across social media in general. And hang on a second, we got Granny back here. And
Granny, yay.
I see that there's just a lot of hate
Granny.
in the world. There just seems to be a lot of hate going on right now.
Yeah.
Is that you,
there
Granny?
is.
It's me.
Okay, just
Yay.
making sure, because I get a lot of peen bombers apparently.
Hey,
Am I
Granny, good
crackling?
to see you.
It's naked Granny, yay.
She's naked.
Am I naked?
No,
I'm
you're
just
not naked.
kidding. I'm
Oh,
totally kidding.
okay.
I'm so sorry.
Please play nonsense.
Am I crackling or anything? Sometimes
No, you
headphones won't
sound great.
connect.
You sound great.
We were
Oh,
talking
okay,
very
cool.
briefly over the jerks last night of how we discovered Granny, which bizarrely came as a result of Cher and Mr. Cher
Calling you out.
and their bizarre Oreo fetish. And that is how we discovered Granny's watching, and we've been into you ever since.
I'm tied to the Oreo and a butt crack.
Unfortunately, yes, that is how
Why is
we
it always
discovered you.
butts? Everything is butts. We're going to be talking about butts a lot today. We're going to be talking about butt dials, butt grabbing. Apparently
I have
now
been
during
trying
this, we're going
now
to be
for nearly a
talking
month,
about Oreos
and I
and
still
butts.
cannot answer the phone with my butt. I want
You
somebody to show me how they did that.
The bathroom's right outside the office. That's why I was fast. I just
that's
feel
not-
like
I'm
there's
always
a
fast
lot
too.
of anger and hate going on in the world for sure.
In general, yeah.
But and I say this all too often. My friends probably get sick of hearing me say it. Like, we just live in a broken world, but it's so true. We live in a broken world, but that doesn't mean that we have to be broken or that we have to participate in the brokenness. It just means we have to learn how to navigate it.
Well, the thing is, it's gotten easier. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it's gotten easier to spread the hate because we are connected to literally everybody and anybody at any given time, where, you know, it used to not be like that. And I know, like, with myself, it's hard not to be biased, right? Like, it is, especially when, like, you're seeing things, you're covering things, it's hard not to cross that line. And I'm crossing the line. I know I've crossed the line where you get, like, personally, like, but here's my question, right? Like, so obviously I dislike Seth. I mainly dislike Tony for, you know, whatever. But I'm seeing a lot of, like, you know, I had a lot of people email me like, you know, did you know Trevor? And I'm like, no, I didn't know. I don't know what people do in their personal lives, you know, whatever. And they're like, well, he was close to Seth, blah, blah, blah. But there are people that are close to the Proudfoots as well, right? So, like, is it because we dislike Seth, or, you know, I'm speaking on my channel,
that it's
Mm-hmm.
okay to be close with the Proud Boys? Is there a difference in the two? Is wrong wrong? Should nobody get, like Pascal, for example? I think Pascal put himself in a very hard place to be because he has befriended Seth. So now it's hard for Pascal to call out the disinformation coming from Tony without feeling like he's personally calling out Seth Rogers, right? So, like, does that become a problem when you decide early on which, side you'll be on? Or, we all talked about, what's her face? Don't say her name anyway, coming out and reaching out to families, right? And we all collectively said that was wrong. So I guess my question is like,
I was like, wait, who?
yeah,
I gotcha.
I honestly can't think of her name. If I'm being honest, I can't think of her name.
I know who
right
you're
now.
talking about. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, right. So you know what I'm saying? Like, is there, I don't know, should it just be wrong in general to get close to a family member? If you did get close to a family member, does that get held against you forever? Is it okay to admit that you were wrong about the family or the side you chose in the beginning? Like all those things. Is there grace to be given?
I think there is.
I
And
don't
that's
know if I'm saying
what
it
my
correctly.
question is. My question though is, and this is something I struggled for a long time, because if you remember back when Joneson was trying to give Dolly some grace, and people went hard at Joneson for trying to do that, for her trying to bridge a gap, see both sides. That made me realize, like, ooh, I need to not be so transparent with the fact that I try to give lots of people this grace, or try to bridge lots of gaps, or try to make connections with all kinds of people, because I like hearing different opinions. I like hearing different sides. We can disagree on cases. Like I enjoy going into channels where the creator has a different opinion on a case than I do. But it's when they're spreading lies and misinformation and things like that I'm like, ooh, wait, your opinion is built around those things. But when I saw Joneson trying to do, bridge that and make a connection, and at the time he wasn't doing any, he's doing some crazy shit right now, deserves to be called out. But at the time he wasn't. People took a big issue with that. It made me realize this question of, if we were to do something bad, if I was to do something that you all were against, say I started grifting off of this case today and started, begging for your money to go out there and search, and then ended up not going and searching. And then I apologized and changed from that behavior. Would you guys give me that grace, or would it just be something that's continually thrown back up in your face over and over and over again? Because that's what I see for those that do try to change their behaviors, is sometimes the bad behaviors get thrown up continually, and it makes me wonder, well, then what is the incentive to change if they're always going to be labeled this bad thing?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying about Betty, when she had all those people coming at her, and at that time she wasn't doing anything, and I was kind of like, well, wait a minute. If she's chilled out in the past year and she's trying to do differently, do we still hold her to what she did a year ago, right? But then she's like kind of right back at it. But like even today for myself, I did a pure speculation. I'm so personally, and that's what it comes down to, like personal involvement, right? I feel personally against Seth at this point, so I am going to take a step back so I don't become the speculation that I'm normally against. But I think it's easy to do that without being fully aware that you're doing it, right? Like I actually went back and listened. I'm like, wow, that was like, yeah, you know what I mean? I'm like, it's not cool of myself. I'm going to take a step back. And I think that's what a lot of people, I think we've reached a point in Sebastian's case where I think everybody would benefit from stepping back a little bit, because the tensions are so high and the sides are chosen, and it's, you know what I mean? It's gotten personal for a lot of people, I feel like.
Is that you, Burden?
Not just myself.
Yeah. Oh, someone's trying to come up here as Nunya, but guess what? I've gotten really good at looking at the authentication, and you're not my Nunya.
Oh,
nice try.
Nice try, fraud.
Yeah. I'm like, I always forget that, oh, you can check and see. Like Burden's, even though, like, I knew it was her, but I just wanted to be sure. It says, like, when you click on it, it says burden of proof authenticated with YouTube. Which is also a reminder for subs. Don't, like, when you hop on a StreamYard and it asks you to authenticate, try to authenticate it with your YouTube channel, not your real name, because creators
Oh.
can see that if you do authenticate it with your real name. But like that one that just hopped up here, which I got a weird email saying that I didn't allow someone on my panel. There's only one person I didn't allow on my panel in the last stream, and that was the person who porn bombed me because I did that same thing and checked the authentication thing. So that's the only person that wasn't allowed up
Oh,
here. So
wait,
if
though.
you're out there hang on, if you're out there claiming I didn't let you up on my panel, so you porn bombed me? Thanks. Now I know who porn bombed me.
Yeah, because I did
Mm.
hear somebody say you wouldn't let them on your panel, and I was like,
Mhm.
what? When?
Yeah.
I did not see that. Yeah. Oh,
I have
wow.
not tried the dupes, Lacey Ann, but Allie is obsessed with the dupe sprays at Bath and Body Works, and I need to get those.
What are dupes? Like dupes of what?
The dupes of the Sol de Janeiro lotions and sprays. I live for
Oh.
this lotion.
There's
And
a,
if you,
a dupe for the bum bum cream by a maker called Nautilus, which apparently is exceptional. Soup has been
Ooh.
raving about it for weeks.
That's what this candle from Tracy smells like. It's a
That's
dupe.
what I was gonna
Her
say, yeah.
candle is a dupe for the number 68. Like literally, this candle smells exactly like this lotion. So freaking good.
That's the one my brother
You know
smelled
what?
it. My brother, a guy, and he was
He
like, I
liked
want
it?
one of those. Oh, God,
Well,
yeah.
it's not like it's not
Got it
overpowering.
right here. It smells
It's like
good.
perfect. Yeah, it's just perfect.
But 68 is the one that's a dupe for Baccarat 540, isn't it? Baccarat
Yeah, and
Rouge.
that's I think what that is supposed to be a dupe of is the Baccarat 540, whatever it is. The
I had a
ruby
proper bottle of
540,
that and
yeah.
I smashed it.
Oh, that would break my heart. That
Yeah,
would break
not
my
only did I nearly cry, but my husband certainly did.
I bet. I think there's a difference when people are reached out to by a family member also to cover the. Oh, that was another thing. Okay, that was another thing I'm going to do a poll on real quick. Is it okay to be a little hypocritical? We're kind of half and half on that. It's like 55 to 45%.
But we all are.
We're all a bit hypocritical.
Everybody is, for sure. If it's wrong.
Somebody made a. Oh.
What? Go ahead. I was
Oh
just
no,
talking
you
to
can.
myself.
Are you reading the poll out loud? Go ahead. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say somebody made a good point. They said about self-awareness, right? Do you think that it gets to a point where some of these creators are intentionally not like it's not even about self-awareness? It's just that they're like intentionally trying to get a rise, like they know what they're doing is wrong, or
Well,
do you know what I'm saying? Or I've heard people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can finish. You've heard people. I think
I
I'm
was gonna say
delayed.
I've heard people say like, "No, you're not. It's me. I'm a
She's
fast
always a
talker and
little
carried
delayed.
on."
Give her a second.
I've heard people say like, "Oh, since you people have labeled me this, you know what I mean?" And I've been guilty of saying the same, like, "Oh, you labeled me this, I'm going to do it." But I do believe that there is some portion of people that use I think Brittney Jay uses the fact that people call her out. I think she uses that as content. I think she relies on it at this point.
To play the victim.
You know what I'm saying? Like to play the
I think
victim. Like
that's
she
true.
intentionally does stuff to be called out, and then she can play the victim card. Brittney has
See,
been
I
poking at
can't
me for
say
months
that.
now.
I don't know if she's intentionally doing it. I see that happening a lot in this in all communities of people making connections that they have no verification of, or talking about. That's speculating, like you know. And I'm not saying your opinion's wrong because you've made that opinion, you've speculated on that based on a bunch of stuff you see. For me personally, though, I'm not going to say she does it intentionally to play the victim, because I wouldn't want someone doing that to me. I wouldn't want them to come and say, "Oh, well, you do this so that you can get this." And it's like, you don't know what I'm thinking or feeling.
Right. Well, I know
I wouldn't.
in the case. Oh, go ahead, Burden.
No, go ahead.
Everybody's so nice.
It's a standoff now. Go, Burden.
I'll
You tried to
forget
go earlier.
if I try to hold it out. I'm gonna forget, and I know it. Even
Go,
though that's
Burden.
my main
Go,
point.
Burden.
Okay, thank you so much, Jenny. And hi, ladies. Hello, chat. Hi, hello,
Hi.
Dee. And Nicole, if you're still here, I hope that you get hydrated and feel better. Reach out and update us. Okay, so my thought is, I kind of think it falls into tiers, like our ethics conversation, because but this is just me. I feel like ethics don't change or integrity doesn't change. So your ethics, you can work on those, better those. But so we'll go with integrity. I feel like your integrity doesn't change. And I feel like there's tiers. There's the tier where your integrity, your ethics are constantly screaming at you, like the tier I'll put myself in, I'll call it tier 1. And I'm just like hyper conscious of all of that. Then there's a second tier that I feel like Granny might be in, because I hear you struggle and be like, I made a mistake and I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that creator. I don't want to be that person. And you get on base and you're doing good. And then someone will kind of be picking and picking and picking at you till the point you're like, oh, I can't, like, enough. And then you put them in their place and then you say, I regret doing that. Like, I mean, I don't regret doing it, but I don't want to be that way. And so that falls in
Right.
the line of mistakes. So, like, I feel like if you make a mistake and you apologize and you truly say that you want to do better and you actually put that in action and you show that you are doing that, and then another thing happens, I feel like there's that group. And then I feel like, which I don't know, Deets, maybe you disagree with this a little bit, maybe not. I'm not calling anyone a victim or anything like that, but I do feel like there's the third tier that are, in my opinion, what they present is that they are intentionally, well, I feel like it's pretty firm. JLR and Betty, who say that you are not innocent until proven guilty. You are guilty until you prove you're innocent. It's very intentional. And so I feel like there are 3 tiers. There are the intentional, which those, how I'm not saying technically grace. I just kind of accept them for what they are, and I'm firm that I don't agree with it. I'm not bashing or attacking or running after whatever, like that they're going to do what they're going to do. I feel like someone like Dolly, to me, there was the not doing the best behavior, and then I almost feel like maybe Joneson got duped, and maybe it kind of felt like a little dupe, like a little tricked ya, and then he went back to doing it again. And I feel like that if you had an ethical line, I don't feel like if you really wanted to do better and give grace to someone like that, going back to it again kind of is revealing of the true character of someone. Am I making any sense at all?
A little bit. I
So.
mean, I get what you're saying, and you're saying like a
Did
person
she say
can
a
hold
little
their-
bit?
Well,
Yes. She said a little bit, and nobody else said anything. So
No. You're making perfect sense. I thought
Yeah,
I was
a
saying,
little.
okay, so I answered the question that was in my head, which is, do you understand? And I'm saying a little bit to that, not that you
I'm
are
making a
making
little
sense.
perfect sense.
You're saying that like people can hold this mask for so long, but eventually the mask is going to fall off. And so,
True.
Johnson's trying to bridge that gap, and Dolly's mask fell off. Like he couldn't hold it for forever.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. There are, like, in my situation, there are people that, so it started off like, and I tell people this all the time. If you get too much invested in calling out bad behaviors, you subconsciously start mimicking them, right? You don't even realize it. It creeps up on you. It's the old saying, be careful staring in the face of the monster. And that is a category I had fell into. I was so angry at the bad behaviors of particular people that I became angry and started displaying my own bad behaviors. But there are people that will intentionally poke. That happens a lot. And it's not, and the person doesn't even realize it's happening. You got to take a whole step, it's a whole thing. But there are people that will intentionally poke to get that so-called mask to slip. But at that point, sometimes it's not even a mask. It's like you're human. There's only so much you can take, right? So like an angrier side will come out of you. because they're poking to the extent of poking at your family, poking at your looks, poking at your, I mean, everything that would bring out the ugliest in anybody. Hence what we saw with Chris, hence what we saw with Seth. You can only take so much poking before you kind of snap. So is it necessarily a mask slipping, or is it, you know, a hurt, angry side coming out type of thing? You know what I mean? Like, and then with
Right, and
Dolly,
we've
I don't
talked
even think
about
he ever
that.
tries to put on a mask.
And it kind of goes with what Harlot is saying here, says that it does seem like it must be personal with like Brittney Jay when so many are going after her constantly, even for little things. Well, there are plenty of YouTubers who do worse, in my opinion. There are a lot of things that some creators will call out or address or call someone a tragedy pimp for that I'm like, but your buddy over there is doing that, so why would you address that thing when there's so many other things you could be addressing? So I get what you're saying, Harlot. Like the two minor things addressing her on, well, they weren't minor in my opinion at the time, is the point. Like, you know, putting sexual assault on a missing child when at the time we had no clue that that was there. So doing that prior to any knowledge of it is harmful to that case. And, you know, saying what she did about the parents, one set of parents, was very harmful. But there are a lot of things, I get what you're saying. There's like a lot of little things that don't necessarily need addressed because there's bigger things going on that need addressed. And there's just not enough time to continue addressing all the things. Why fixate on the little stuff? I get what you're saying, but I also see the other side of it because sometimes the little stuff just continues to grow and grow and grow until it becomes the big stuff.
Well,
So
and I think there's the difference
Right.
between actual channels that, like, for example, if people are being like, all right, Betty's a perfect example of this. Calling her out for her behavior involved with missing cases, okay, that to me, all right, okay, makes sense. When you're then going after her hair and the laugh and her all of the things, and you're making all kinds of jokes at her personally, that is where I see what Granny's saying. It's now become personal, and you're just poking, jabbing. Like something's not right there. If I end up feeling bad for her, because I don't think anybody deserves to just be personally getting attacked. No, especially if the person does enough bad behavior when it's involved with these cases, stick with that. Why go any further? So
I agree with
like
you
you
in
said.
principle, but then you've got the whole complication of what about if the person who you are criticizing actually is doing that thing to you? At the ridiculous circumstance where, I mean, I'm going to just be blunt and say it. We dislike the way that Ziggy covers the Summer Wells case, and that is layered on top of a whole lot of personal business, ranging from the ridiculousness of it being suggested that we've somehow black magicked her private parts, to her actually announcing to the world that I was dead. Now,
I
all of
remember
that
that.
is pretty personal.
I
Twice she's told
remember
the
the
world that
black
I'm dead.
I remember her
And
saying
it's
you were
not a lot of
deceased.
fun answering fairly distressed people who are emailing to try and find out if you have actually passed on. And you have to email back, no, this is me and I am definitely still alive. Sorry that upset you. So it works
that's
two
why-
ways. We have criticism of the way that she's covering the case, but then there's this whole load of bizarreness underneath it that honestly, you've got to respond to it in some way. Sometimes we just laugh at it. Other times it can be pretty hurtful. I mean, you know, the whole sort of Cindy and the credit card situation, all that. I mean, that was really upsetting to us because that is the point where we lost friendship with someone that we've been supporting because it's like a step too far, because now it's hurting someone that you love. And it's never going to be an easy situation. Nothing for some people, whatever we say in the future, will be coloured by the fact that we left the channel. And they won't take into account any of the reasons behind that. It will just be, oh, well, you flounced away from the channel and now you're just enemies for life. They're not really interested in nuance. So other people will judge you just as much for your comments as the channel that you're making comments about. You are going to be judged one way or the other by someone.
Well, I know for me personally, that's why I won't call out Brittney, because it is personal. I have such a personal level of disdain towards her that I won't call her out. I refuse to. and I do know when I tune into people and I know there is a personal history, it's a little harder to follow along. You know what I mean? Because at that point, you do start to nitpick on things that, you know, for the average viewer, we want to see as a big deal. But like you're saying, Pearl, when you know a whole backstory and there's a whole personal touch to it, it is a big deal for the person speaking on it, where the viewer may not even understand the, you know, the severity of it because they don't know the whole backstory. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I find it sort of pretty ridiculous that people get so offended by us criticizing Ziggy's cooking. But like I said, we've been accused of black magic, being dead, fraud. We've had our sort of identity stocks, not me because I didn't buy anything from her, but those people who did buy from her. You know, these two things are not the same. A bit of mockery of your bizarre cooking techniques is not the same as being the world being told that you've actually passed on. And if people can't see this, then they've got to recognize their own bias towards the creator. If you love Ziggy, that's fine. You love Ziggy, but you should acknowledge the fact that some criticisms of her are valid and that you don't want to hear them because of your own affection. It's like if somebody started slighting something about my husband, it would probably be throwdown time. It wouldn't matter if you'd actually got something factual to say. My emotions are too deep in this, and I acknowledge that. And some people need to acknowledge that their involvement with channels is too emotional, and they're not seeing any criticism clearly because they love that creator, you know, to the extent of a parasocial relationship.
Ooh, you bring up a great point. Let me okay, so there's been a couple of questions about that. I've been starring a couple of questions, and Pearl, you just brought us straight to one. Let me go here. Where'd it go?
I do want to say really quick, there is a difference between Ziggy's cooking and BHB's cooking.
Oh, for sure.
Because she wasn't going
no
after.
idea about BHB cooking.
And I don't really know about
never-
Ziggy, but
I've
yeah,
never
if
had
it's
the joy of that.
yeah, if it's personal, I totally get it. I was actually in the comments. I said and or
Talking
cooking,
about
and yeah,
BHB.
just because BHB doesn't talk about anybody personally, she really just sticks to true crime all the way. So for anyone to have a personal issue with her, it takes her to be backed in the corner, like what Granny was explaining. Before the human part of you just kind of snaps, you just lash out.
I think
So.
this goes back to the point that Gavel made that we need to stop with the boxes and actually make it about behaviours. You know, don't just be sort of calling people tragedy pimps and anti-tragedy pimps because it's too big a box. It's too general. We need to be talking about specific.
Well, and does anybody even know what it means?
Well,
Like,
no.
I suspect it has a different
meaning.
meaning for each one of us. Like it has to, because what I consider someone a bad actor, Pearl might not, Gavel might not. Everybody has a different definition that they put on that. And Ashley's comment is what Pearl made me think of there. That the thing I've noticed a lot more lately is if you're watching a creator, and actually this wasn't the one, but it's a good one, and nicely explain your opinion that it's different, then they call you out in the chat and then subs attack you. I've seen that too. I've seen it here in my own chat, and I hate that. Like if a creator comes in here that we don't agree with, the chat just goes ham on them for all sorts of stuff. It's like, how the hell are we going to bridge any gaps? How the hell are we going to learn to grow as a society and get along and see others' opinions and points of views if we can't even not attack someone in the chat room on YouTube? Like, it's something that blows my mind continually seeing that, and I see it on all sides. Ashley, I see it.
I will acknowledge actually that
this
you're
side of
one
the
of.
street, the other side of the street, everywhere.
I will acknowledge you're one of the creators who will actually call that out. I mean, when we were in the midst of the constant appearance of crime sleuthing, the chat would get a bit stir crazy. I mean, I know Claire and I had a bit of a double act going, but we were mostly sort of alluding to films and stuff. It wasn't direct attacks on her, but there's some people got pretty personal. And you called it out, and you called out names that sort of joked on her nicknames. And I do respect that. I mean, I must admit, I didn't have any sympathy for her because I felt like every time she appeared, she was digging her hole even bigger. But you had a concept of how you wanted things to be, and you stuck with that. Even though I don't know how you kept your patience with her.
But you at Glare get an exception to that rule when you two are bouncing off of each other, because I would have to stop my cam to like die from laughing in the background, because sometimes when you two get like, especially Pearls, but you guys, your comments just kill me sometimes. But I mean that there are a lot of people that just Laura's a perfect example. I don't think she'll mind me. It doesn't happen so much now, but in the beginning, like the very first time she ever came on my panel, the chat went nuts and they all were like going ham on her. And I get it, because there's some animosity out there towards her, and people have personal beefs and personal issues and connections and stuff. But like, wait, at that time we were talking about a case. So if that person has enough balls to come into a room knowing darn good and well that most of the people there don't care for her and still want to have a conversation, should we not at least try to give that space? You know? And I'm not saying don't have a different opinion, have a different opinion, but like sometimes it's like, y'all are wild. Do you do that in real life is what I wonder. Some of the comments, I'm always wondering like, oh, does that person talk that way in real life?
But I've also been in here on an occasion when you've had Clara and Laura up there, and they were actually sort of getting along quite well. And then, of course, Tiffany turned up in the chat, and everybody decided that Tiffany had got to leave. So it was like there was a moment of peace up on the panel. Tiffany
When
arrived
everybody
and
agrees
left.
on something, huh? Yeah, that's so true. But there is definitely, it is social media, it's not television, but there's definitely a lot of parasocial relationships going on. That was the question I thought I had starred, but I guess I didn't star it. But it was about this the creator subscriber relationships, and are you less likely to call out or to go against a creator that you are extremely fond of? Like, say, you know, this is your home base, that's where you go, that's where you get all the information, and you love their channel, and then they do something wrong and you aren't going to address that. Is that because of the creator subscriber
Absolutely.
relationship?
Absolutely. I speak
See,
from
I
personal
just
experience. I did that. There were things that Ziggy did while I was in her chat, and that I just sort of shrugged off until it came to the point where it was somebody that you care for who was directly being hurt. And that reflects on me, that it took that sort of close personal hurt for me to acknowledge the fact that this was not the first time that had happened. And I'd quite happily shrugged off things that had happened while I was there. And there's no getting away from that. I have to acknowledge that and wear it. And I'm not going to sort of lie about it. And even more than that, as things have developed now, I firmly believe that things that I accepted as having some basis of truth, which is that she spoke to somebody who had connections with CPS, or that she spoke to somebody who was associated with the foster families where the boys were now being looked after, that all of that was bullshit as well. And it has totally changed my perception of what I take at face value from any creator. Because I was there and I did accept these things, and it's terrible. This narrative will never be altered. There will always be people who believe even worse of Don and Candace than the issues that they already have.
Because of that narrative that she
Because of
pushed out
that,
there.
because of that.
Mhm. Absolutely. So I get why you're always going to have that issue with her. Does that stop you? Let me ask you this, since you brought that situation up specifically. If she were to bring say she was covering Sebastian and she gave a platform to Chris Proudfoot and had a great interview with him, would you give her the praise for that great interview?
I would, because even a broken clock can be right twice a day.
That's so true.
If the quality of that interview was worthwhile, of course, yeah, I would. I don't have a problem if she was. I don't believe she'd be capable of it, first of all. So there's that aspect of it. There's part of me that knows I'm never going to be in that situation. But if it did happen, yeah, if it was a worthwhile thing, I would. Because people are capable of doing good things, even if you don't see them as good people. It won't change
Absolutely.
a single thing that has happened in the past. And I really do seriously think that when you get to the stage of having a romantic relationship with somebody that you've met who is involved, even on the periphery of the crime that you're covering, that is a whole level of complicated that I don't know where the future goes with that. I mean, I'm just wondering if, like, in 18 months' time, we're going to see somebody with Seth. This is just like a whole new step that it's
Yeah.
beyond being close to one of the people involved in the crime,
Well,
involved around the crime.
It's funny you brought that up. My next question was my next poll I did is, if it's wrong to be connected to families, should it be wrong for everyone? Because I see this a lot. I've had guests on my panel call out those contacting families and parents and stuff. And then there's some of us who are okay with others doing it. Should it not be wrong across the board? And that would kind of go into that spot where it's like, ooh, we can definitely all be hypocritical.
For me,
By the way, real quick before Bergen goes, I did get the new Dr. Pepper Creamy. I'm going to try this for the first time. So Dr. Pepper, not Pib. We'll see how it goes.
On the topic of parasocial relationships, here's my problem with it. People are quick to call other people's chats parasocial, right? While also building a parasocial environment themselves. Let's face it, that's what our subscriber base is based on. Like, I've been fortunate enough that I've had people with me since the moment I've started my channel, through all the different trials with me and everything, and they get labeled simps or parasocial or in denial. Maybe they're not in denial. Maybe they're not parasocial. Maybe they're not simps. Maybe they're just people that know my heart. You know what I mean? So, like, why are we quick to, like, say our people that support us are our friends, or, you know, they're our crew, but then when it comes to other people and their crew, they're either labeled parasocial or simps. I mean, let's face it, the platform's built on parasocial relationships. It just is.
I think that there's a difference between people who have like-minded views and then find themselves in a chat, and then they're friendly with other chat members, and it becomes a community that way. And people who, as individuals, seem to have an over-invested sense of relationship with an individual creator. You know, you quite often will go into a channel and there's like the special ones, you know, the ones that the creators seem to be particularly close to, or even worse, actually, the ones that where the people in the chat, sometimes moderators, feel that they are bizarrely close to the creator. And I don't know.
But maybe they are. That's what I'm saying. Parasocial is another word that's being watered down from its actual meaning. Because moderators, sometimes they are that close to the creator, right?
Yes,
like,
no,
I know
agree.
my mods are my people.
Yeah, no, I agree
know what I
with you,
mean?
and I feel very much the same. We were very friendly with the people who mod in our community, but I'm trying to find a way to put it. You know how sometimes you see a couple of them and it's almost like they're love struck. I don't find it. It's not sexual. I'm not saying it's sexual, but it's almost like they see
Like,
them as a child
overly,
or a grandchild or a sister. It
right.
just seems over
A
emotional.
deeper relationship
That
than
would be
what should be.
Yeah, like that would be parasocial, right? Like when, yeah, okay. I'm just saying for like the everyday, like we all have our crew, we all have our
And
members,
it
you know,
doesn't
our
seem to be
people that are
two
there no
ways.
matter the topic.
I
Well, I
think the
just
parasocial thing comes in where I don't see that reflected back from the creator. Like if I see a person who is like 100% team whatever creator, and he was always talking about how wonderful they are and how kind they are and how lovely they are, and you never see that reciprocated from the creator, like they barely even seem to interact with this person,
That's
then I
true
start to think
parasocial.
that is properly parasocial.
Yeah. I
You know
actually
what? The
just looked it
perfect
up.
example would be Paper Katina. Paper Katina built an extremely parasocial relationship with Dolly.
Bingo.
Yes.
Yeah. That
Very,
would be an
very.
excellent
That would be an
example.
example.
So let me see. A couple other questions I wanted to ask here.
Wait, can I answer on whatever your poll was? I don't even remember anymore.
Yeah, the poll is it wrong? If it's wrong to be connected to family, should it be wrong for everyone?
I personally feel, but again, it's different for me, but that I don't think it's wrong for me. It is depending upon who the person is that's doing the contacting, because if your intention isn't with intention of helping, if you don't have resources to be taking to the family, if you aren't providing some type of assistance in their time of need, or a quick reach out, for example, I put out the information on somebody that's missing, but there isn't really information, like it's missing the height, it's missing the eye color. So I have reached out just in a message on Facebook and said, hi, I'm putting out your missing loved one's case. Do you by chance know their height, their eye color, whatever that two details were? So I have done that, and they answer back. I say thank you, and then if they continue to talk with me, okay, I'm not going to turn them away, not at all. And it's so if it's a quick, like you have a question because it's something you're trying to put out to the public with the factual information, I don't see an issue with that. I do feel if it's somebody here that isn't, and you know what else? The other thing that's being watered down is advocate. Like there's different types of advocates, but in this,
that's being watered down as well. I agree.
yes, and that's why I said, I don't know, a couple times ago that I don't consider myself an advocate. I said that out of respect for legitimate advocates that actually have the credentials to be called that. I don't. Do I have a heart of advocacy? Yes. But am I an actual advocate? No. So I say I'm not out of respect. And that's why I say I then put out awareness. What am I able to do? Well, I'm able to put out awareness. That is what is in my realm. But so I think that's something too. And I think that the people that are legitimate advocates, I applaud them. And I do think that they deserve a level of respect more than, for example, some people on here calling themselves an advocate when they have no idea what that really even means. And they're actually harming. Yeah.
I think that
that's true.
When it becomes content, like your advocacy should not become content. I think that kind of is what crosses into the icky territory for sure. But Tess, yes, in the real true crime community, like Bailey and others, do they have contact with the families? Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do.
Yeah.
And
yeah, like that one channel that puts out. Sorry, Deets.
No, you're fine. I know that you have a delay, so you're fine. Don't worry
about it. Okay, I'm sorry. Nonsense asked a good question. She said, do creators tell their family and friends about their channels? And I'll be honest, at one point when people were asking me my channel name, I was embarrassed to tell them. And that's why I stopped and tried to do differently. So that's a good question. As for me, my kids are minors, so no, they're not in my chat. I wouldn't even be comfortable with some of my family in my chat because people on here are so gross, and my family's like innocent to YouTube, but I do understand what she's saying there. Like, basically, are you proud of your content?
So yeah, my family knows of my channel. I know my husband listens to the streams on his drives, and my kids.
That's cute.
My daughter listens occasionally. Marshall, you guys know, he already pops in from time to time. I don't know if my son-in-law listens or not, but he's obviously aware of it because they were aware of it before I had to warn them of the idiots on YouTube. But yeah, they know what I do and what I'm about. Like, they were watching my streams when I was just a clip channel, clipping videos. They would, go and watch them, and they have no clue what I'm talking about. My best friend, she'll listen from time to time. She's like, I don't know what you're discussing, but you look great today. Like, she'll do things like that. But
yeah, sometimes my sister will actually say to me, like,
explain what Croma land is to people.
Can I answer a question? Sorry. Just real quick. Harlot had asked, was the asking for height or whatever an in, though? No, absolutely not. I am not trying to benefit in any way, shape, or form. And I know plenty of people could say that, but I feel like actions show that I've never brought anyone on for an interview. In fact, I discourage it, especially live, because I do see that they can be picked apart, every detail dug into their lives and even their neighbors' lives and their distant relatives. And so no, I no, not at all. Does seem that parents are, yeah, and just keep talking. I see what you're saying there as well. Also, no, they had talked about, for the kid, the one I'm talking about, they had continued to talk and said that they had seen, I had shared it, and how many people had seen it, and that they really appreciated it. They were happy about that. And then they asked me to share something more specific about the individual. I did. And then they told me that the person had been found. And I haven't followed up since. I said that I will continue to keep them and their loved one in my thoughts and prayers. And I hope the best for them moving forward, whatnot. And they said, thank you so much. And I've not heard from them since. I did say, if they ever end up in that situation again, and I pray they never do, please don't hesitate to reach out and I will put the information out for them. But yeah, and then I wished them luck, and they've been on their way. I've not seen, it's not like I friended them on Facebook or follow them. So I actually don't know the status on that individual. I do hope he's doing well. But so yeah, I just want to answer that for you.
Well, in the context of parasocial relationships, do you think in a way creators build a parasocial, some that are in contact with family members, they do build a parasocial relationship?
Oh, I
Like
think
it's
they
not
do.
just like professional
Mhm.
interviews, it's like full-blown relationships, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they do. I think that they, and I think that it's easy, even in the Croma community. And there's two types, there's two streets to the Croma community, right? There's the ones that we would consider Croma because they're doing dramatic things in their true crime, or some might call them tragedy pimps, some might call them bad actors. I consider that a part of the Croma community. And then there's the other side of the street that addresses the misinformation, debunks things, stuff like that. So maybe it's, what does the Croma community mean to you? What does that encompass? I think it's probably different for multiple people, but I do think
Yeah.
that for some on both sides of the street, they get too close, and we see that in their content where they're venomously taking up for them and saying, oh, well, I have this piece of information and you're just going to have to trust me on it. Well, why the hell should I trust you when the day before you were saying don't trust Dolly because he says he has a source? Like, I mean, it has to
Yeah.
work both ways. It has to be across the board.
So I'm curious because I think everybody flocks to hear these interviews. So you can't say it's bad or wrong, right? If we really thought it was wrong, why are we watching it? Right?
Sure.
That. But again, why not have standards instead of saying nobody should contact anybody or have anything to do with anybody in the family? There's different reasons that these things occur. And I just think we should be talking about standards because it's not going to go away. Right. And it just is more fighting and more this person's wrong and I'm right. And it was okay when this person did it, but it's not okay when this person does it. Those kind of things. That's just my opinion.
Well, that's
I
part
think
of
we
the
have to
part of the
acknowledge.
problem, right?
I think we have to acknowledge
Sorry.
that people sometimes are reading these things because they want to be appalled. They know that what is being said is untrue and shocking, and they actually just want to see the appallingness go down. It's rubbernecking at the car crash as you go by. It's going, it's the Romans going to watch the gladiator versus the lion. There's part of us that wants to be appalled and disgusted, and then turn it off and go and have a normal, happy life. There's almost a venting aspect to it, but unfortunately, it's being provided at the expense of some poor family. Ultimately, there is a victim at the heart of all this, and that is what makes it complicated. If this was just like reality TV, people who had signed up for this and had committed all in to being on public display, that's one thing. But I mean, even like the Proudfoots, they came on here, that first interview, I'm sure they thought they were just raising awareness. Before you know it, they're sucked into the whole machine of how YouTube true crime works. And then people start the whole pick their fighter routine, you know,
Yeah.
and you're team Seth or you're team
Be
Chris,
team the
when you should
let's
be
get
team
gross.
Sebastian.
And I agree, Pearl. You should that's what it should be. That should be the focus. But Tess says that take a hard look at the YouTube creators who get deeply involved. None are professional or only here for the money. I disagree. I think Lauren over at Hidden True Crime is a very professional woman, and she's deeply, deeply involved with the people on the Daybell Vallow case. Like, and there's another case that she's deeply involved in. Sometimes good creators can get deeply involved. I think that it is what they do with that becomes the issue. I think that that's where the problem is what
I
they do
agree.
with it.
Yeah.
Nunya says supporting, encouraging, and praying for a family privately, I have no issues with. Exchanging information or advertising your contact or financially supporting is not okay with me for families. That's her line. It's important in true crime to keep an open mind. If you get too attached to one side and are showing something different, some hang on for dear life because they don't want to be wrong, and it makes no sense. I agree with you, Maniacs, because in Sebastian's case, it's a missing case, so it's a little different than if it were, say, like the Karen Reed case, where that's like a murder and has led to a murder trial happening now. People take these weird sides and they're like venomous on their facts, like this is it, this is what it is. I know this was photoshopped and that was done and blah blah blah, and then we get to trial and they find out they're wrong, and you're like, they'll still stick with that. Like you'll still see people supporting Chris Watts to this day because people are so gung-ho on their sides. And that's what blows my mind, is that when, the facts are presented to them, they're still not willing to budge. And I don't see that so much in a missing case, because I think, unfortunately, with missing cases, there's too much of a vacuum there. There's too much space left of mystery that allows people to just fill it with so much misinformation.
I've got something that sort of goes
Speaking of Chris
alongside
Watts,
that, but it's not the same. Those people who still believe that Chris Watts is innocent in some way, I mean, I've got nothing for them. I don't understand how their brain works at all. But I would say you also have situations where we had like Benny Keys and Doug Hutton and the whole Cal City Boys thing, and they were deep in that. And they had their own storylines of how the birth family was somehow responsible, and there was a gang element and all of that. And then it turns out it was, in fact, the adoptive parents. And all comment
Yeah.
on that case disappeared. They never covered the trial. They never acknowledged anything about it. It was just like they disappeared into the shadows. Oh no, it had nothing to do with us. And that is just like the most yellow behavior. They can't acknowledge that they were part of the drama around that they made an unhappy situation for that family even more unhappy. And nothing, not even when the guilty verdicts came down, just nothing. And that just disgusted me.
right?
It's like,
Because they were on
you can't acknowledge
they
your
were on
own
to the
part
next
in
case
this
by then.
bullshit.
Yeah, you're right, Granny. They were on to the next case by then. That was the problem, wasn't it? Like they're already moved on to the next
And we're
latest and
seeing that
greatest.
now with Quentin Simon. Quentin Simon's, we're having sort of pre-trial hearings, and all these people who desperately wanted justice for Quentin and, sort of heart and soul into it, screaming on the street outside the house, or equally screaming at the people who were screaming outside the house. None of it is being covered. It's like, once the drama is dissipated, all your pleas of wanting justice for this baby, gone. You're not even covering the pre-trial. Are you even going to cover the trial? Who knows? But you were all so invested in this case, and now nothing.
And I agree with you, Pearl. On the last poll, it said if it's wrong to be connected to family, should it be wrong for everyone? 78% said yes, and 21% said no. And so I threw up a new poll, and I want to know, should law enforcement start warning these families about social media connections? Not just social media, because, oh my gosh, there's so much. Because I really like Ms. Robbins' comment here. Can we discuss the psychology of family members of missing people getting very involved with social media?
I almost feel there's an excuse there because, I don't know what I would do. if one of
Exactly.
mine
That's
was
the
missing.
thing. Like, I give them so much, like, way more grace than anyone else when it comes to that, because if my child was missing and, some of these families don't turn to social media until weeks or months later, but if my child was missing and law enforcement had exhausted all resources, I would probably go to social media for multiple reasons. One, just to hear about my child, just to hear someone talking about my baby. I'd want to hear that.
Yeah.
And two, then I'd start hearing the misinformation, and then I'd get hot under the collar and be wanting to correct that.
And so the cycle goes.
Yeah. And
I
so
mean,
the
it's
cycle
really
goes.
unfair on the families that have already been through this mill. But I genuinely believe that one of the ways eventually that there'll be some pathway around all this bullshit will be when families who have been through this situation with YouTube and social media become a group that of activists. They contact YouTube and they contact families that are now currently in that situation and say, these are our experiences. And it's awful that it's going to become a burden on them when they've already been burdened. But I feel like it was only their real life experiences that will make any difference. And I both hate that for them, but I also hope that they do it. And I really feel so sort of mixed up in my feelings about that, but I feel that the only help for future families is going to be the experience of past families. I don't know
Well,
any other way around
for
it.
two things. For one, there are pamphlets or there are outlines that do warn the families. Wendy Blank actually showed us on my panel the other day. So there is a whole line out that does, alerts the families to watch out for psychics, watch out for people with bad intentions, all those things. Doesn't necessarily say social media, I don't think, but it does warn them. But speaking of WATS, the Rusheks have done that. The Rusheks have warned families. They've taken AD to court. Sorry.
Yes. No. I just want, I want to hear what you have to say about that, but I want to clarify here. I'm not saying that necessarily law enforcement. So law enforcement will connect a family with an advocate and they can either turn that down or accept it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, and they're not a babysitter. However, they are the peacekeepers of our community and protectors of our community. And so connecting them with the person that will encourage them not to get so invested in content creators should have been like a more clarifying answer to what I was asking, or clarifying to the question. But please go ahead and tell us about the Rucheks. Is that what you said?
So
I can never say his last name.
Right. Yeah, the Rusheks, yes. They have used their platform. They have reached out to YouTube, and they've made a big deal out of the fact of how their family was treated, how the case was treated, the speculation, the harm it has caused them, and they are pursuing a creator in court for it. So there are like some families that are speaking out, but I think it's also crucial to remember that at the time, I could only fathom, so I've never been in it. But at the time that your loved one's missing, I don't think it matters how many pamphlets are thrown on your lap. I think you're going to look for any source of comfort that you can find. And unfortunately, there are always, it seems to be, the same select few Croma creators that are willing to pretend to be that shoulder to lean on. And that's what I find harmful. I mean, look at how many people befriended the Wells and then drop them on their asses. Look how many people befriended Seth and they're now dropping them on his ass. We're going to see that time and time again. And it always seems to be the same few people doing it. Scary.
I've seen a lot of people say this, Leandra, that like even the drama keeps that missing person's name or face out there, but at what cost? Like it's a genuine question. Y'all are definitely entitled to feel differently than me, but like, what is the cost? Like, I think they think that in the moment for sure, but then they, see the ramifications of that statement later on down the road when all the lies and speculation and the conspiracies and all the things have ramped up and ramped out, and everybody and their dog has been named a suspect by social media. And is that the cost that they want to keep their loved ones' information out there?
I think the
has to be a better
temptation
way.
to
And
say that.
I'm not saying that there needs to be laws, by the way. I just want to add that in there before Pearl goes on. Like, I'm not saying there needs to be laws. Let me add that little disclaimer in there.
No, I was just going to
I
say, I
think it should
wonder if
be
the
more.
temptation, though, is to say that the drama is worth it to keep your child's face out there, because you have to hold on to something. Because
Yeah.
otherwise, it would be, well, I tried and now it's even more disastrous. And then how do you live with that? So I think that it's almost self-soothing to say it is all worth it for my child's face to be out there. Child's face should be out there anyway. And if people were really true crime, if that's what they were doing, I think that it is trying to find some comfort in a war zone.
I heard AF Pennington. I heard Michelle talking about that this morning, actually, and I agree. And Jenny, we absolutely can apply some of this nuance to the Karen Reed case too. Absolutely, a whole lot of it. The Nikolai, is it Nick? You said Nikki, probably to make it easier, but Nikolai, right?
Nicola Bully.
Nicola Bully, yeah.
Nicola Bully. Thank you. See, I'm horrible with names. I don't mean any disrespect when I get a name wrong. I'm just horrible with them.
Me neither. I got yelled at for saying her name wrong on us.
I know
covering
you
it.
did. Nicola Bully.
And I was like, or Cupcake. I'm like, I'm sorry, Cupcake. My goodness, I didn't mean
This had never happened in the UK, and police were just clearing the debris after tent and body was ruined. Never. The difference, I think, between the UK and the US, and Pearl's up here, so she can correct me if I'm wrong on that, is simply the biggest difference, in my opinion, is the size. So the UK is the size of one of our like middle of the road states, and
we're
the
a
amount of
tiny
people,
country.
yeah, and the people in your country is comparable to one of our states, and there's 50 of our, we are hundreds of times bigger. So it's that, I think, is the difference. It's a
purely
lot
on
easier to put those
percentages.
rules on a state than it would be
Purely
on
on-
the entire country here.
Purely on percentages, there are going to be more people covering a case in America than there are covering a case in the UK. And therefore, there are going to be proportionately more bad actors covering that case on a case in the US than a case in the UK. It's purely a numbers game. There are some things that we do different. We don't bring out, it is very hard to get any details on a case before it actually goes to trial because of the way privacy laws are set up here. That is a big difference. And that is why you'll see UK creators covering US cases because they're actually able to get more information, both good and bad, and they exploit, UK creators exploit US cases. I'm not going to mince words on that. It is a fact. I see it in a way that we would not tolerate the other way around. I'm not sure that UK people would tolerate US creators covering UK cases. I mean, I know people will say, well, what about Maddie McCann? But realistically, nobody from the US has covered that in any more exploitative a way than UK discussion groups have. It's just a matter of how much information they can get.
I don't know if the UK is like this. I know Canada, they're not even allowed to put the names on some of their missing flyers. I don't remember the law. I know that there was like someone was trying to share this missing loved one's information, and the flyers that the family put out obviously have his name on it, but the flyer that the government puts out, well, like the person's name was not on there for privacy laws. And it's like, wait, we have a privacy law on the missing person. How are we going to find them?
No, that's not the case in the UK. We've stopped before that line was crossed. I mean, I just think that is ludicrous.
I don't know if it's
really.
still that way. That was just one
got
case
to
I
have
dug into.
some element of information. Otherwise, how on earth
right
do you make a flyer?
Well, because that man that Curtis Arnold that went after Nicola Bully's, like that guy, he's an exploiter, bad, and he reminded me sort of like kind of like a JLR because he actually was going and filming there, and he's the man that with the filming that went past the police, and I mean he ended up being charged, and like he's not. Yeah, I actually found a whole bunch of stuff on him when they put out that he got arrested and charged. Then they were talking about like his past history that's also not well and good. And I only found him because he literally struck me for one of my mods at the time sent me over him walking right by the water, and they're like, please show it. It's good. It's good. He's right there. He's on the ground. Like, so I showed it. And anyway, the guy struck me, and that's how I recognized him and looked at his stuff. And I'm like, what is this guy doing? Oh my goodness. And then I typed his name in, and yeah, there's all kinds of stuff on him. And I was even concerned, like, would he ever come to the US? Like, he seems like that kind of person that if the case was big enough here in
Was good
America,
enough for him.
yeah, yeah.
So Nanya brings up a great question, and I'm seeing some really great responses in the chat, which just tells me that Nanya is working, but she's still tuned in. Look at her. Anyway, she said, is there any responsibility on the families to do some research before speaking to a creator on any platform? What do you guys up here think about that? About the
can I say
putting the
something?
responsibility on the family? Yes, Granny, go.
Okay, all right. So here's my example, because there was a woman whose daughter was missing. She got in contact with somebody who claims to be an advocate, and that person caused more controversy and headache for the family, and then came out here and was bashing her and her child and all these things, right? So that mother reached out to me. She thanked me for pointing out there that she had publicly asked that this person stop so-called covering her missing child, that she was more harmful than not. Now with that person, you can't find their dirty deeds on their channel, right? So there are a lot of these creators that hide their dirty deeds over on other channels. BJ, JLR, Voices. You won't find most of their crap, behaviors on their panels.
Right.
On their own channels. So when you go and seek it, unless there are people that are hashtagging and bringing awareness to the bad behaviors, hence, the tragic, Savage, QB, myself at times, nonsense. That's the only way these families would see it. But when they're in the middle of a crisis like that, are they thinking that these cruel people are reaching out when they're presenting themselves as advocates and parents? You know what I
some
mean?
of us don't even like I don't hashtag everything. So if I tried to when I was making
Right.
videos for that very reason, because I wanted people, I know people call out people like, oh, if you're talking Croma about a case, you don't hashtag that person's name. Well, some of the content you do want those who are searching for that case to find. And, when I was doing clips
That's
and
why
stuff,
I
like,
tagged.
we're down in Georgia, I did hashtag like Quentin Simon, because I wanted those who are coming there for information to see how these creators truly were and what they were truly about. So I absolutely did hashtag the missing person in that instance. But now I've gotten so lazy with hashtags. It's like they might not even find the coverage if something were to be discussed here. So that it's a double-edged sword for sure.
Well, my videos calling out, Nina Glass and then Tony's misinformation, I did tag Sebastian's name because I felt like it was crucial information, not because it was drama, because anybody who's, looking for Sebastian, they may fall into the prey that is taking place right now. They may fall right into it. So I did tag him in those instances, those two streams. He was absolutely tagged for that same reason, to help the awareness get further.
So Georgia, I feel like Georgia and Lisa have a love-hate relationship with you ladies, but it's there. The love's still there. It's still stronger. Says the problem is most creators that do true crime have zero credentials and therefore lack any professionalism and really have no clue what they're doing. Families need to do their research, it seems at times. That goes to Nanya's question. Do you think they should? I think they should, but then they're also in a very traumatic time. They're going through a very traumatic thing. And sometimes you just don't have the time to be able to do that. And your first impression could be like, I thought this creator was for the good, was going to help me. And so I kind of understand how some families fall into that category. But then most creators, to the first part, saying that most creators that do true crime have zero credentials and therefore lack any professionalism. I see what you're saying, but I also don't think that you need to have credentials to have a true crime platform, because that's the beauty of all of this. Even if I agree with the other side of the street still deserves to have the other side of the street. Like, which is what really pissed me off when there was a woman screaming my name saying that I was trying to, put laws on things and take away their true crime. Like, no, everybody's allowed to have their different opinions. It's the reason I'm allowed to call out your misinformation.
And I do think I personally I don't expect professionalism unless for channels that present themselves as professional, right? Like in my personal opinion, it was unprofessional of the PIs to do what they did on the one panel, like in those situations. But when it comes to like a true crime creator, I'm not even looking for. But then again, it also depends. Are you looking at true crime or are you looking at Croma? Because there is a difference. Like I'm Croma. I'm not professional. I'm going to curse. I'm going to say things inappropriately. I'm going to mispronounce words. I'm not professional by any means.
By the
Should
way,
you
Dr.
have to
Pepper
be
Coconut
professional to have a true crime channel?
sucks. I just want to let people know that this is disgusting. It tastes like you're literally drinking a whole coconut. I thought it was going to taste like a splash of coconut. No, it is like a whole freaking coconut in your mouth. I give it 2 thumbs down. Anyway, moving back to what you're saying. You were talking earlier about people hiding their content or their not content, but their bad behavior on other channels. And I agree with that. When I started doing live streams, I had kind of tossed around the idea of a second channel to, okay, maybe I should separate true crime from Croma entirely and create 2 channels.
Right.
And I thought honestly, it was just too much. It's too exhausting. And I understand why some people have these backup channels to go and do, like true crime creators have these backup channels to go and do their Croma on. And so when I was on my break, that's when I came up with the idea of just making sure I separate the streams. Like later, we're going to talk about a case. We're going to talk about, Karen Reed's case. So I'm going to flip us to a completely different live. So being able to separate them and still have all the content on one channel just makes it easier, because then it does kind of get to a point where it feels like, oh, well, they're just always on their backup to do drama. Is that what they're really about? I just want you to know up front what I'm about from jump, which is everything, discussing true crime, discussing the I'm not a flat out drama channel, like, because I don't like the whole like drama wars, and I've watched a couple of drama creators, and that's obviously not the space for me. No shade to them, it's just not the space for me because I'm not built for that arena. But like Croma is different to me. To me, it is about the drama that happens surrounding a true crime case, so it still has a true crime element to it, and you're still discussing, being able to discuss what is happening, whether it be the social media noise surrounding a case, or the family noise surrounding a case, or this online community that we have built. To me, that is what Croma is, and it's all encompassing there.
I've noticed so many people that are drama categorizing themselves as Croma. And it's like, no, you're drama. You're not Croma. It actually drives me crazy because, like you said, that is the subject line under Croma is everything you just named. That's not what drama is. And also hiding bad behavior. So I hid a lot of my old videos. I did. I was embarrassed by them, and I've set out to do differently, right? I'm not just hiding them. Now I did hear, to bring it back, because I haven't spoken about her and she drives me nuts. I did hear Brittney trying to call out nonsense for her Marvon coverage. I am going to suggest Brittney unhide her videos. Yes, unhide your videos, Brittney. Let's see what your behavior was like.
She was trying. I did hear that clip. That was one of the clips sent to me where Brittney was trying to address. Sorry, I got so sidetracked this morning, but where she was trying to address Nonsense's coverage of Marvon. Now, I'll admit, outside of the one clip I did it was a commentary clip of Molly and Justin, and I think maybe Veda, but it might have been that other chick that was always with them. But outside of that one clip where I commentated on that, I steered clear away from Marvon McRae because it fell into that category of like custody cases. It fell into that thing where that's not a case. That wasn't a fucking case. And it shouldn't have been exploited in the manner in which it was exploited on YouTube, on social media across the board. It was a very traumatic situation that family went through, especially when you have 2 police reports telling us this isn't a case, and people were still going in hard on it. So to hear Brittney Jay saying that, and I was like, girl, I know what you were doing back then. How are you going to sit here and point a finger at Nonsense over that? Like, I'm with you, Granny. If you're going to talk about it, you need to unhide
it.
Your streams on it, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, okay. Burden's got a great question for us. Let me see where our poll is. So, should law enforcement start warning these families? 93% say yes. That's. I think it'd be great. I think it would be really great if like there was something like advocates could put that stuff together. Like I know some law enforcement organizations are working on building better bridges between social media for themselves. Maybe advocates that work with law enforcement can as well. Let me see if I can. It won't look there. Maybe
Nonsense has a good Nonsense has a good comment regarding that. She said, in situations where the family says that like speculation is okay, should we then back off from calling out the speculation? Her example is both Chris and Seth have said it is okay for people to speculate and say crazy things because it keeps Sebastian's name out there. Still calling out those things, is that good then or no? Like if the family's cool with it, who are we to say we're not cool with it? Is kind of what she's saying.
Oh my God, I got 10 minutes behind. I'm so sorry. I was doing so good. So Whiskey Girl, she says the way Brandy Neal conducts herself out here for her son's case should set an example. She corrects the wrong info put out. Plus, she tells them not to speak on her son if they can't keep it real. I agree. However, if you were around at the beginning of her son's case, you will learn that that is not something she just naturally knew. That was something she learned from what this platform did to her and her family. And she does carry it with grace now. And I admire that about her. I know a lot of people have had strong opinions of her and the case and her husband in the case, and that's completely fine. But it wasn't something that she just instantly knew how to do. And so right now we're watching, she would have been farther along in Michael's case than we are now currently in Sebastian's case. So I do think that there are times where these families, they start to learn and then they can adjust. And that's not a bad thing. That's not like a mask falling off thing. It's just like, ooh, shit, social media is not quite what we expected it to be. We need to pivot to this. And I've seen her and her family do that. And I think they've done a very eloquent job of doing so. And missing families and loved ones could learn a lot from that. And so hopefully it's something that they work on getting out there to those individuals. What's his name's dad? David Robinson's dad. He does a phenomenal job as well. And I honestly am ashamed to say I don't know if he came out of the gate knowing how to interact that way or not, but there are some families who do a great job. I'm starring your next question, Nanya, for later. Dang, I know.
There are some
she always
families
has
that
the
are.
best. Go ahead, Granny.
There are some families that are also more equipped at handling these things, right? They're more worldly.
Yes.
They're more, I don't know how to say it without being rude, but like look at the Wells, and then many people try to compare them to Brandy and O'Neill, but look at the stark difference in the two, right? So like, I don't know.
compare
I don't even know
them.
what I'm saying, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't.
I get what you're saying though, but I think Jenny's right. You can't compare them, and that's the point. I
Unfortunately,
think
people
we
do.
should take. They do, but I think that's the point that we should take away from all of this is to stop putting people in boxes, all of us, and to stop putting labels on people. And so that's, unfortunately, we all do that. Again, hypocrisy, guilty of this, of putting them all into this missing family box. And that's just not realistic.
Yeah, like people comparing Sebastian to Summer now. That drives me crazy. But because the similarities are so eerie in the way the coverage has gone, not the cases.
Oh,
even
Allie,
the cases too.
this makes me think of a good question. I've got another one starred for Nanya's next question, but says her backups for clothes, makeup, celebrity drama, conspiracies. My next question I'm going to put on the poll is, are conspiracies, aliens, psychic, things like that, if it's clearly stated as such? I wonder what people's opinions are on that. But see where we are on Burden's poll. We're only at 100 votes. I've only had it up 3 minutes. So what do you guys think about like Her question was, during Croma discussions / call out streams, is it appropriate to display the missing person's picture? What do you guys think of that?
And I don't, and yeah, I like to display it before you start. Like, hey, this is this is the person at the center of the discussion that we're about to talk about. Displaying it. That's not. I don't mean that, and I don't mean after. If you're wrapping up the stream and you say, now let's get back to the point and the focus of what this is really about, and showing the picture. Those two,
Well,
I would,
we recently did that on the jokes. We recently talked about the whole Smiley Seth live thing that happened last week, and we made the decision that although we weren't talking about the actual case, we were talking about the way that Smiley responded to what happened on the panel. That we couldn't talk about it without starting from the point that all this arises from a missing child, and this is the missing child. This is the missing child's details. Please, bear that in mind. And if you have anything of any actual value, any real information, please contact TBI. And then we did that again at the end, because I didn't feel that we could even talk about the periphery of the drama surrounding him being missing without acknowledging that it all fundamentally comes from him being missing. I didn't find it comfortable, but I also couldn't, not doing it was even more uncomfortable. And so you go with the lesser of two discomforts.
For me, I feel like it almost really could be a two-part question, because for me, I think that it is, for me, it's more appropriate, because what you just said, I agree, that let's talk about what this is. It all stems from here. This is what it's all about. And to do that at the beginning and the end, I think is really respectful to that individual that's missing. But this, and then the second question would be, at the time of the discussion. So say that you're calling out people and you're going at them, and maybe it gets personal, or maybe someone comes on panel and you're arguing back and forth. Right during the actual discussion of calling out other channels, maybe even subs, maybe even the parents, like but during that Croma discussion, is it appropriate to have the missing person's photo showing during it?
I don't feel that it
I
is,
say
and
no.
that's the decision that we made, was to treat it as two separate sections, like an introduction and an ending, and the middle was the discussion about drama, and his face and his details were not included in that. And I don't think we even actually mentioned his name. We talked very much about Smiley's response to what was going on, and her response to Seth, demanding that Seth come up, and then saying that she'd never asked Seth to come up, all that sort of thing. It was very much the personalities interacting with each other. I would not have been comfortable at all with even in the corner, having his details. We did have the details pinned at the top of the chat, but I feel like that is a separate thing. Individuals who came in could look at that, but to have it on screen while all that drama and shouting was going on, I couldn't do it.
I appreciate that. From my stance, I thank you for that. I feel like that is, if I were, I don't do the calling out or any of that, but if I were, I feel I would be the same. So I agree. But I was just kind of curious on others, what they think with that stance.
What flavor? The one I'm not drinking is the Dr. Pepper creamy coconut. This I am drinking is my tried and true Pib.
Oh, really? It's not good.
I did not like it. It tasted like the last time when we were in Maui, Luke decided he was going to bust open a coconut so we could try a fresh coconut. Oh, that was interesting. That's what this tastes like. I mean, so if you are a huge, I like coconut, but I'm not like, ooh, give me all the coconut things. So if you are a huge lover of coconut, you'll probably like it. I should give it a second try. I only tried one sip of it. Yep, still not a fan. Still not a fan.
What
That's
if you
gonna
were
be a no for me.
What if you were really thirsty? Would it be good?
I would probably.
What if you had none in the house and you're waiting
I
for
would
hubby
drink
to
the
come back?
dog bowl water over that. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Yeah, I would.
that's
I would
bad.
drink water. I would drink water over this.
Ooh.
Oh, I love water.
That's like how gross ugh, that's just not for me. Not for me. But I do like a lot of Dr. Peppers, like the cherry and the cream. I like the Dr. Pepper cream soda, but that creamy coconut, that's a no for Deets. Janice, thank you for the super chat, by the way. She says, in my opinion, it's important for social media companies to be more accountable for the content that they allow on their platforms. I agree. And I think that this goes back to, I know a lot of people felt like me and Burden specifically were trying to enforce laws on true crime and we're not. But I think what we see and what others see is that more and more terms of service, more and more rules, more and more things are being prohibited and then on platform. And it's also extending to courts. And we're seeing that more and more where it's being prohibited in the trials that we love to cover, or the information that we can receive pre-trial. It's starting to be more and more prohibited with gag orders and such, specifically because of the online noise surrounding cases. And so when we talk about our concern, it's twofold. It's because we do care about victims and their families, care deeply about victims and their families and them not being harmed. But we also want to continue to have conversations about true crime. And if the online noise is getting so out of control that it's restricting what we're able to find out, the information that we receive from courts or from law enforcement, etc., then we're well aware that it needs to start down here in the basement. We're on the basement level here, y'all. I make no bones about it. I'm a tiny, mediocre channel on YouTube. So we're on the basement floor, but this is where the crap starts and then it flows uphill. It truly does. It's the bad actors down here. And I remember the first time I saw a big channel with credentials. It wasn't Duty Ron, but it was a Duty Ron like channel, using information that they had gathered from someone who was a bad actor. And I was like, wait, whoa, what are they doing? And that's when I realized that it absolutely starts down here in the basement. And if we can do something to police our own streets somehow, and maybe it's the only thing we can do, is draw attention to it.
I think so, because people have to make their own decisions about what they will and won't watch. Why is it so quiet? Are y'all still here?
It's kind of like when
Sorry,
Deets told me. It's when
the
Deets
door.
said,
Hang on, I got a package. I'll be right back.
Okay. No, I literally just sat in a meeting, 2 meetings, for about an hour, and nobody even noticed that I didn't speak. And then I say something, it is dead quiet. I'm like, what? What is going on? What happened?
Well, I noticed you didn't speak, but I figured you were in a meeting. I assumed you were in a meeting, but I thought you were going to talk for a minute longer, and I heard the doorbell, and I was like, oh, let me run and grab that. So sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It was just
It was
funny because I was like, what? Really?
it was like Deets' moment of did that make sense? Oh, a little sense. I was like, oh, you know, said anything. I'm like, okay.
It
That
made
was funny.
sense. It made sense, Bird. I answered the
I know what you
question in
meant.
my own. No, we haven't. When I start talking about Karen Reed, it'll be under a Karen Reed thumbnail and title. You'll know that it's going to be about the trial.
Oh my goodness. I messaged Deets yesterday and I was like, are you watching?
Yeah, it was
I
good.
was like, oh
They
my
did take a
God.
break today. There was no trial today.
Right.
The trial
That
today
trial,
that's going on is the Turtle Boy thing, isn't it?
I don't know. I
yes.
wasn't
That's
in
what
it.
I heard. Yeah, that it was going to be half day, but because Turtle Boy was going to be there and using that same, like they said, the whole thing's
Mhm.
canceled. Probably
Yeah.
to avoid
Yeah.
any possible interaction,
Mhm.
bypassing of anybody. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
this
for
trial
later.
absolutely owns my life.
I know. A lot of it.
Oh, it's
Let
been
me
nice.
just. Oh, go ahead, Ned, or Bird. Sorry.
I was just gonna say it's
Oh.
just been nice to watch the trial, like that there's an actual option because literally everybody is Sebastian, and I don't agree with a lot. No, like for my mental health, it's not good for me to keep hearing about it. And so the trial has been such a good escape.
I
And
know.
it's interesting and
I
yeah.
love it. It's a good trial. I don't mean it like that. Someone's gonna clip that and twist it. it's very interesting trial. And
Yeah.
even, like LawTube will let you know that like this is, sometimes there are just cases and trials that pique multiple people's interest, and this is definitely one of them, and it's very intriguing. And typically by now, the things like 14 days into a trial. Well, one, most trials are over, and two, which way you're going to feel. I don't feel that with this trial, but I know some do.
I personally feel like I could not rule guilty because there's just too much reasonable doubt at this moment. But I do agree, like this many days in, and we're like the medical exam, there's just a lot that normally would happen by now that hasn't.
Well, we also I don't know if she's guilty or not because I can't tell because the Commonwealth is so messy.
They haven't presented a case. They have, but okay, let's save that
That's
for later.
for later. Yeah. Sorry.
So we had Burden's question on the poll during Croma discussions, call out streams. Is it appropriate to display the missing person's picture? 59% say no, 41% say yes. I think that it is important to display. This is just my opinion. I think it's important to display their picture whenever you're discussing them. I don't think, like today, we've brought up Sebastian. I think it is appropriate to bring up his information. Like, even though he's not in the title, he's not hashtagged or anything like that. We've talked a lot about him, and I think it is appropriate to show who we're talking about. So if someone just wanders in here because of the algorithm and hears this, then it gives them a starting place to go and find that information. I think it's very important for that to happen. But again, seeing the poll and the results, a lot of people feel differently on that. And that's interesting. It's very interesting to me. I want to go to hang on, I want to go to a question here that I starred. It was from Nanya. Okay, here it is.
Good one by Kelly too. After.
Okay, I'll heart that in a second. She says, my next question, when the family themselves say they have no problem with the negative content, should that stop the calling out of the channels doing it? I'm not going to make that one a poll question, but I do want to know everyone's opinion on that one. And I think I'm going to make this one a poll question. So Callie Dime says, I have a sincere question. If a creator is doing some sneaky snake BS in a missing person's case and you question them about it, how do you avoid the situation from turning into drama? Do you guys have thoughts on that?
I do.
Yeah.
How do you avoid that situation? Well, one, if you're looking just to acknowledge that they're doing sneaky snake bullshit, then acknowledge it. Don't continue it, right? Because once you do it back and forth, it's drama at that point. Now, if you're talking from like a sales perspective, how do you prevent that situation turning into drama? I would say a personal email. I think a lot of things can be solved with a personal email because sometimes, like even with this Trevor thing, I think a lot of people thought that I was aware when I wasn't. And if people would have asked if I was aware, I could have answered that. It could have solved the drama that came from it, right? So it depends. I don't know. It depends which way you're going. But drama usually begins when there's the back and forth aspect to it. If you make a stream and they respond, then you respond to the response, and then you're just in the drama. Does that make sense?
It does. What do you think? Anybody else up here?
I know we found that when we do correction of misinformation, and Deets, I know you can back me up on this, it often turns into the creator that put out the misinformation claiming that they're being bullied. Right?
Yeah,
and
we
all we've
touched on that a
done,
little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, people
so
can't make a distinction between the information and the informer. And there should be. You should be able to put something right without it being made into a personal war.
yeah, it's often not like that. And so that kind of, to me, goes with that question about the, sneaky behind the thing, like do you keep the drama going? That's the thing, right? Because, with a certain person, Deets, before you even had your channel, we were calling out things that that person was putting out in Summer's case. And that turned into, oh, they're bullying and and it just from then on for 2 years now.
Okay, by the way, she said we. She doesn't mean me and her. Like because I know people take
Sorry.
this stuff and turn it
When
into
I
a
say
conspiracy.
when I say we, and I'm talking about Summer's case, I'm talking about me and Adrian. Sorry.
No, I knew
But
what you meant, but I'm like, oh, let me clarify this. I've gotten good at like trying to stop off the conspiracies
Get it
The
ahead of
real
time.
frustration, though, is I know particularly where both of you have debunked things, is where you actually show real, I mean, not just receipts, but receipts in the person's voice that you're talking about. Right? These are the words from the person's mouth, and it's inconsistent with something else that has been said, and you compare
Right.
those two things, and yet it's still denied. Well, there is no way you can rationalize with people who will
You
deny
can't. You
words
can't.
coming out of the person's mouth, that everybody knows that interview happened and that it was definitely him speaking, you know. And somebody will say, no, they've never told a lie to me. Well, you can't deal with that. If somebody is that blinded, no, there's not a possible receipt. If that person were to turn round to them and say, yeah, actually I did say that and that was a lie, I don't even think they'd accept it then.
Right.
Well, and there's the other side of that too, right? There's the side that says they have proof or that a creator did say something, but they never present the receipts, and we're supposed to take it at face value. You know, like what
Yeah, I
Brittney did
can't
last
do
night.
that.
Brainy said this.
No, I
She
can't deal
made
with
it
that.
up. We should, whether we like somebody or not, we should always request the receipts. Show me where you're getting that from, and it shouldn't be taken as an insult to ask for it.
No,
Yeah, and
I
I have a
agree.
hard time with it because a lot of times I've seen creators that I really like that are like, I can't show you proof, but I'm telling you that this is the case. It's just hard to, because I'm like, okay, what do I do? Because it's almost impossible for me to do that. And it's not that I don't trust them, but I also don't know. I don't know everything. I don't, a lot of times don't know people personally. So it's very difficult to do.
Right.
I mean, we even, Deets could tell you, we do that ourselves with each other.
Oh,
And
for sure. Yep.
and I trust Deets completely. And she trusts me, but like if I just throw something out there, she's gonna be like, "Where did you hear that? Can you show me
And
where
then
that
I
is?"
have.
Mhm.
I will, like,
We've
I'm
both
gonna
done
need
it.
a little more proof than just your source, like to co-sign it. Yeah, I think we
Oh
should all
no, I
do
don't mean to
that,
co-sign it. Yeah, I don't mean to
or
co-sign. I
just to
just mean
even
in general, just in
understand it.
discussion.
Yeah.
Hey, Deets, new PP, new PP.
Okay. Thank you. I was getting ready to ask that. I didn't mean to cut you off, Jenny. I just wanted to make
I
sure
was
we
trying to
had
wait.
our we up here.
I was trying to wait
Hey,
and then at
we.
the same time get it over and done with so that you could take the screen down. I was like, I don't know what to do. I'm so conflicted. Welcome to my life.
Okay,
Can you hear
I
the
did
wind
start.
when my mic's on mic?
A little bit, but earlier you had some really pretty birds we could hear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
was
I'm
nice.
trying to get back. I'm waiting for my car to be finished. I feel like a wanderer. I'm just like walking about trying to find somewhere to be. So I keep ending up in different locations, but I'm trying to avoid the noise of the road and the rain, and this is
If you're
horrible.
asking if you sound like Terry Lynn's, you do not sound anything like that.
I think as long as you don't get to judge in the Karen Reid case levels of heavy breathing like Darth Vader down the mic, we'll all be fine.
That's a good question.
I reduced your mic background noise. I don't know if that helps any or not, but I tried.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Somebody earlier
I'll try to
was
find a
doing
better location.
a little bit of heavy breathing, and look, I'm just grateful for the entertainment. It did wonders for me. I'm happy for it. Thank you. I'll
Oh
take it.
Lord,
I
was it
apologize
me?
if
I
it was
do
me.
have
I
my
was eating
moments.
pretzels.
I couldn't
Me
figure out
wasn't
who
it?
it was, but I was like,
Oh,
whoever
God.
it is, I'm into it.
It was
MK
definitely me
says,
then. It was
I think
definitely
all
me.
the true crime tubers should have a battle royale.
That's
I
what
think
this
that would be
place feels
hilarious.
like.
It
Battle
does feel like
Royale.
that. It does. Oh
But you
my
know what? That's what
God.
drama used to be. When you hear people saying the OG drama used to be you go up on each other's panels and confront each other. Now it's the stream game, right? So you stream, I stream, you stream. And where we should all be adult enough to drop a panel link and let me come up and defend myself. I'm speaking for me. Drop the damn panel link, BJ. You know what I mean? Like, let me up. She just won't. But you should be given the opportunity. Or, you know, well, I guess some people are afraid of it or whatever, but it would be better if we could just have like an adult stream where everybody kind of came together and spoke their sides. But then the content stops, right? Then there's no
I
longer
agree,
that back
but
and
I
forth
also
drama
don't
that
agree.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
I agree with the concept. I would love that. I was once, in fact, that actually happened twice on different panels where people have dropped the link for me to go up and discuss something, and then they mute you or they kick you.
Yeah.
And then they give the impression that either you don't have anything to say because they've got you muted, so it appears that you've got no answers to whatever they're saying, and then they drop you,
That's
and it
really
appears like you've
frustrating.
read quit or flanced. I'm not having that. If it's
Yeah.
a situation where you're going to let somebody up and actually have a conversation, I'm all for it. You know, give me that link. I'm
Well,
there.
listen, I offer my services. If anybody has somebody they'd like to have a dispute with, I'll play the unbiased middleman. I'll host this.
Yeah.
Try to do it
Well,
fairly,
and I
like
like
a debate.
no, and I like doing that because I do think that there is space for conversation if both sides are willing to have it. Oftentimes you find though that one side is not willing to have a conversation. They just want to have a
Right.
screaming match. And that tells me that most people aren't interested in compromise or resolution. They're interested in something else. And that's cool. If that's what you're about, that's what you're about. Like we have a joke in our family. I don't even know who came up with it, but we say like, I know what I'm about, son. And so like if that's what you're about, be about it. So
Yeah, and speaking
I
of, I don't know if
appreciate
you
it.
mind, but I did see Terry was in a chat last night saying she has evidence in her truck and that she spoke to the detective till 1 a.m. Any thoughts on that? I don't watch her, so I don't know what she's really
I
referencing.
think
by
if you
having
have evidence in a true crime case, then that's probably best to keep that to yourself until it's vetted through law enforcement, until you have permission to talk about it. I think if you have
Agree.
actual evidence, I would not put that information out there on social media until it's gone through the proper channels. Otherwise, you're a huge ass.
Well, what about
Ass.
leaving it in your
Like I
truck
have no good
overnight?
word for you.
Don't you think the evidence should be driven directly to the police station, or
Well, if it's something that's going to be used later, like in a trial or something, well, I mean, we've already seen like what's going to happen to the chain of custody there. It's going to be a nightmare. But if it's something that could help in locating a missing person, it absolutely should have been driven straight to law enforcement.
I'd go a step further than that. I say if they've got evidence in their truck, they should get out of the truck, phone the police, not step back in the truck until the police have come and looked it all over. That would be my personal inclination. I wouldn't even risk driving it to the police. If I seriously thought I had something that was going to help and it was in my truck, I would want them to come out and get it.
Well, and the question is, was it put there by somebody else? And then yes, do what you just said. But if not, you shouldn't be putting any evidence into your vehicle because you don't touch it, don't move it. You just should not. You should call the police and have them come to you, which she did once. So I don't know how something ended up in her truck, but that would be my first question.
I say, didn't she already have the police come to her for evidence one time?
Yeah. Yep. And she like stayed in the water or crossed the water and then stayed there the whole time until they came out, and I don't know.
Right,
I mean,
that's
excuse my sarcasm
Sexy wild
kicking
thing,
in.
McLovin, freaking baby face claws. Sorry,
I know, I
say your
love
name
her,
one
but
time.
typing out her name in chat really upsets me because I have to type on my phone. I'm like 4 days later, I'm trying to make sure I get it all right, and I'm like,
You
oh,
could
so
just
it just
type claws. She's
Just
good
write
with using
claws.
claws.
Yeah.
I always tell her like
Claws
I'll
and cap
say your
locks.
full name once and then I say claws the rest of the time. For
I've
sure.
just been corrected and told actually the official procedure is to put the evidence in a solo cup inside a Stop and Shop brown paper
True.
bag
True.
and then throw it in the back of
And
your truck.
she probably doesn't have a Stop and Shop in her area, so I'll be okay with a priceless. If she wants to use a priceless bag, that would be an appropriate receptacle to put the solo cup in the priceless bag. Yep.
Where did you get the leaf blower is the question. That's all I want to know. Everything else after that is moot.
I
Let's
believe
see
they're now standard
where
police issue within the Canton area. Every
our poll
officer has a leaf
is.
blower.
I think
Should
that's
creators
part of
be open? Oh, here, I want to finish this. This poll said, should creators be open to criticism from their subs about missing persons cases? That's kind of like how I interpreted Callie Dimes. And she said 96%, or she didn't say, 96% of you said yes, they should be open to it.
Yeah, I think as long as
Constructive
it's
criticism's
yeah.
hard though, isn't it? Because sometimes you feel like, oh, that's just criticism, not constructive. So I get it.
Yeah, people can be real picky and kind of tacky sometimes about stuff, but I think as long as you're respectful and because I've had people tell me stuff before, and if they're respectful, I'm like, okay, I see what you're saying. I get it. I appreciate that because may not recognize it otherwise.
Yeah, it's all in the tone.
Exactly.
If you're like condescending about it, you're going to get a condescending response back. It's all in the tone.
That honestly, Aaron, that's what should have happened initially. It should have been left where it was found and not touched and called law enforcement from there. But like if it's already in her truck, yeah, she should have went straight to law enforcement with it. But absolutely, the first thing ever would have been like, oh, look, I have this. Send someone down to look at it. Let me see. Where are we on? Oh, AMAC gifted member. I must have missed that. It just popped up in here, even though it said she did it at like 9:53. I'm sorry, AMAC. Thank you, love. Where was I on these questions? Here we go. This isn't a question, but I agree with Demon Chihuahua. They said it seems like a lot of creators treat the true crime community, the TCC, as if it's a real life game of Sims or Clue where they're just throwing things out all the time and building their own universe. I
100%
agree with that. I do agree with that. And it's a little sickening as well. The Runaway Truth said, but there are also people on here that have literally decades of experience and no degree, and their point of view is just as valuable. We all bring something to the table from all kinds of fields, in my opinion. And I agree with that, Runaway Truth. That's why I said, like, it takes all kinds of kinds in this world, and it absolutely does. And sometimes, when there's a case, I don't know, if Western soccer moms were heavily involved in the case, I'd be like, I'm there. I got you guys. I'm an expert on that topic. So like, but it does, because we all have different life experiences. And that's why I think it's fair for people to have a platform. However, I place the victims and their families above us as creators, and they should absolutely be respected to the utmost, in my opinion. And that's why, like, when I see misinformation, disinformation, all the words attached to cases, it's like you are intentionally trying to harm an active case by putting that out there.
Right.
If it's unintentional, because
Or harm
sometimes
a
things
family.
do get out there unintentionally, then it's a lot easier to apologize. Be like, whoop, 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 I put out the wrong info. That's not what it was. It's truly this over here. It feels like you're a lot easier to apologize for those things when it's unintentional. And my last starred question here is from Miss Robin. What exactly is Croma? And I know we touched on that a little bit earlier.
How far back are you, Deets?
No, I had these starred. To go through
okay.
and address later. Yeah. What exactly is Croma to you guys in the chat? I want to know what Croma is to you, because it is something different to all of us. Make sure you use your
I think it's simple. I think it's true crime with drama, right? So my example would be covering like the panels that the Wells were on and the conversations of, you know, pertaining to it, calling out the bad actors. Anytime the discussion is based around a true crime case with drama in it is what Croma is, in my opinion.
But
Literally the
what
mixture
kind
of the
of
name, right? True
drama? I
crime and
think
drama.
that's the difference, is what is the
Oh, okay.
drama portion of the Croma, you know?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it seems easy in my head to answer, but I guess it's a little bit more difficult to answer than I think. Like,
I,
yeah, I don't know.
it's weird
Yeah,
because,
somebody
like,
else.
by default, crime has drama around it.
Right.
So I don't, it's kind of hard to distinguish. I know Adrian's old channel name, she chose that as tongue in cheek kind of thing, right? But you can't talk about a case without, at least not more than once, to just, go over whatever law enforcement had put out. You can't have a discussion without some drama in there, I don't think.
Right. Even people individually, no matter how that person is, no matter how, if you take one solitary person and they're the most Lego type stereotypical little figure with plain simple factual opinions, someone will have an opinion about that. That's how life is. We all form our own different opinions, and it
We do.
becomes, what is your objective at trying to engage with it? Are you just trying to be nasty, or what one person perceives as nasty is maybe your perception of trying to correct misinformation? There's so many different layers that it makes this whole place a colossal onion of misery sometimes.
Right, but when
And see, like,
correcting misinformation, that would fall into Croma, right? Because the misinformation is usually pertaining. I don't know. Is there a true definition on Croma, like an actual?
I don't
I
think
don't
there
think so.
is.
I don't
I
think
think it's
so.
a
But
made
like,
up word that we facilitated around here, but I do see that it means different things to different people, because I've heard people use it as like a negative adjective, like crime, like I've seen that quite a bit. Where I don't think it's necessarily like this negative thing. In my mind, it's not anyway. Now, sometimes it is. Absolutely.
well, I think the only way to get around that is only discussing facts. And who wants to do that?
Not
Right?
many
Once
people
you've heard
do.
the facts once, do you need to keep hearing multiple people tell you facts? No, you want a discussion. You want to know about, like, the whole Turtle Boy thing that's going on with Karen Reed, right? That means you never discuss that. You don't even discuss where any of that information came from,
Yeah.
right? Because all of a sudden it happened to us. And when I say us this time, it is Deets and Tracy. That happened to us because we were discussing information, factual documents that he provided. And it turned into that we all supported Turtle Boy. I was like, what? I barely even know who he is.
I don't
And
know
that's
anything
been
about
kind
the
of a big
dude.
deal. I mean, that's been a big deal. I don't know what other reporters or bloggers, I don't know their lives. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know everything that they're doing. Do I need to do that in order to say, hey, this is where I got the information from? It's sourcing. So it's just weird to me the way
Right.
people do
Well,
things.
and that goes into, like, if you slightly agree with somebody, if you associate it with somebody, if you're on a panel with somebody, people automatically think that you were like the close friends with somebody, right? Like they form their own opinion on what your relationship bond is with that person. And sometimes it's nothing further more than a panel guest. It's nothing for, you know what I mean? Like there's not always a deeper relationship there.
Yeah, and another thing too is a creator being held responsible for every single thing that's said in their chat. When you can prevent certain things in chat, like say, hey, I don't want any of this going on here. Most people will respect that. And if they don't, your mods know to not allow that kind of stuff. But every opinion or thought that everybody has in a chat is not the responsibility of the creator.
So,
And
like
I've seen a
Crispy
lot of
Treat
that too.
says, I have to, Jenny. But she says there shouldn't be drama surrounding a case. What Jenny's talking about is these cases are dramatic. Like there are things in these cases that are dramatic, that are like the
Yeah.
real versions of the case. I don't know how to describe this, you know? Like I always say
Without
when it comes to
creators.
yeah, take the platform away from it, but the cases themselves have drama in them. And so like I always say about the Wells that you don't need to add lies and BS to their
Mm-hmm.
situation because it's already bad enough.
Mm-hmm.
The factual stuff that is there is bad and it's rough and it's hard to hear. That's dramatic.
Yeah. And
It's
nearly
like
every
people
person
hear
around it.
drama and they instantly think that it's this negative thing, and it's not necessarily
Yeah.
that.
Drama's not just fighting and arguing.
No.
That's not
By
at all.
by nature, how a crime has come to be is often dramatic. That's why the people make
Mm-hmm.
movies about it, write books about it. The
Mhm.
story
Uh-huh.
itself, how it came to be, the component parts, the characters, because they are characters, the things that made them who they are. It all becomes enmeshed in each other.
Mm-hmm.
The YouTube
It's
part is almost entirely separate. It's an extra layer to that.
yeah.
But how the case came to be is often dramatic.
Yeah. I mean,
Mm.
I think that it's interesting that to a lot of people because of the humanity of true crime. It's real. It's really happening to somebody. And that respect needs to be there for the victims. But there are also conversations around it that have nothing to do with victims. That's why I feel like it should be separated. Like I get the idea, that you should have their information up there if it's a missing child or something that the public needs to know. I don't disagree with that. But to involve, say, Sebastian in a discussion about his parents is irritating to me,
Mhm.
extremely irritating. And to put his name on it, I don't think that's right. But that's just my opinion.
And let me clarify
I'm
something.
open
When
to
I
others.
said characters, I meant like we all have characters as people. We all have personalities, we all have interests, we all have our own motivations, our own unique set of circumstances that makes us us compared to someone else. So that's what I meant. It's not like a Lego set, not the pushing around people kind of a thing. It's who we are. We're all different.
Yeah, I think like what unsupervised maniacs is saying. I think that trauma and exploitation are different things in my mind. But
I
I'm
do as well.
open to
And
hearing
I also,
about.
I also,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I also think, speculating in cases and all that. I think that's human nature to an extent, right? That's why we have the movies we do, the shows we do. People have a genuine interest, when it comes to the trials and all those things. Like people,
Mhm.
they feel one way or another. But when you start making up things to add to your
Right.
speculation, I think that's where it becomes, harmful things. I don't think speculating in a case has to be a bad thing. I think it's all in how
No,
you
it
just say
doesn't.
and do it, in my opinion.
But like, have y'all not heard your mother, grandmother, aunts, people around you when you were before the internet, talk about this stuff
Oh, for
just
Oh
sure.
like
yeah.
it's
For
talked about
sure.
here? I mean, that's it. It's always been there. It's just now
Someone
it
have
can
like a
reach more
train
people.
whistle going off in the background.
I can't I can't win. I'm telling you. I keep trying to
Oh.
get away from all the noise and I just can't win. I
I
just
was
want my
like, dang,
car
we're at the
back.
train station. Okay. I'm gonna put this new poll
I
up
feel
and
so
it
lost.
says I need to read it to you because one of the sentences doesn't fit. It says, what is the drama portion of Croma to you? Is it personal creator beef, like these Croma wars, drama wars? Is it the real life drama in cases? Is it those creating unnecessary drama? Or is it those calling out the creators who are drama? And what I mean by that, like I can't fit that whole thing in there. So the last one is it the basically is it the call out channels? Maybe I'll just put it out that call out channels. And the specifically the call out channels who call out the bad actors. So we'll make it like that. I'm just kind of curious as to what
I've
it means the
always-
most. You might think it means multiple things encompassed in there, but what does it mean the most to you is my question.
I always felt like there's a very thin line between drama and trauma, right? Like you
Yeah.
can do drama without traumatizing. You don't have to traumatize, especially in cases when you're speaking about parents or the child themselves or whatever. There's a way to do so that you're not causing more harm than good.
Hey, Deets.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Just making sure. No ping bombs today, doggone it. It's gonna be a long day.
Oh, Ed. Then I'm like, now I'll just give her my voice.
No,
What's going on?
not much. Just chit chat.
All right,
What's Croma to you, Laura?
Hypocrisy. The
Croma is
hypocrisy is
hypocrisy.
unbelievable. No,
Yeah, we
this
talked
panel
about
is
that a little
hypocrisy.
earlier.
I
This
just
can
got
be a
here.
hypocrite sometimes. I'm okay with that.
And let
I
me
try
just
not to be.
say this from an outsider perspective, as someone who hasn't done a panel, who hasn't been live, just watching everything from an outsider. I'm not trying to cause any fights or anything like that. But the feedback that I see often is this. Who, and I'm putting it in my own words, who the fuck are all these people calling everybody else out with monetization on while they're making money, exploiting the same fucking case of the people that they're calling other people out for? It's true. So
well, we kind of touched on that a little bit earlier. That I think it was even one of our polls that is it hypocritical to be calling to be doing the same lives over and over and over and over, and then calling out those that are doing it as well. And we came to, or the chat came to the conclusion that the difference for them is the type of content that is being done over and over and over.
But
well, and also, like, I think we also clarified, if you have your monetization on, you have memberships and all that, I don't think anybody finds that to be harmful. I don't think that's what people are calling out, more so than having your Cash App, Venmo, all that scrolling the screen,
begging for
mentioning
money.
personal bills or personal, right, begging for money, or asking for memberships and Cash Apps and tip your host. I think that's more so what people are calling out than the actual money aspect to it, because let's face it, we're all monetized.
But let me go back to the example that I use all the time. How come nobody calls out Popcorn Planet for that? They do that. I use them as an example all day, every day. They even state that they will not read your comment for under, $24.99 during the Johnny Depp trial. If
I don't
you
watch Popcorn
read
Planet.
your comment, then you'll pay them $24.99. There's many big creators, way big creators, like over 500,000 subs, that will tell you that, and I don't hear anybody calling them out. I also don't hear anybody ever calling out very small creators. Who they call out are ones they can make money off of. Who they can call out is ones they can get views off of. This is the general consensus of chats. And I really have been watching and keeping an eye on it and going undercover. And that seems to be the general consensus.
Have you been sleuthing the true crime report?
All about who you like,
All right,
who
Pearl. Bye,
you
love.
don't like, and that's what gets weighed upon. On a personal note, Granny, this is not your fault. I'm not mad at you for this. What happened on your panel the other day with Trev was the most vile fucking thing I ever heard in my entire life. And not one motherfucker has called it out. And I don't know why.
Okay, wait. Okay, pause. Because you just, I want to say objection, compound. So you just threw a whole lot of shit at us at one time. So first of all, I don't watch Popcorn Planet. But second of all, if Popcorn Planet has it, this is just my opinion based on what you just said here. If they have it labeled that, and going into it, they're only going to answer questions for specific super chat amounts, then going into it what you're going to get. So I don't have an issue with that because they're upfront and honest about it. And that's just where I stand. Others might take it differently.
People don't have
I
to
always
pay for
feel like
things they don't want to.
right, you don't have to do that. So I don't feel like that's scamming or tragedy pimping or anything, because they're being honest with you going into it that like you're gonna have to pay for us to answer this question.
Okay, but so
But I do see that so many feel differently about it. And that's just kind of where I stand. I can't remember what your second question was, but oh, small channels. I do see some creators calling out small channels, not a lot, and I think it just kind of goes about like what gets in our own algorithms, or what gets what we notice, or what people send to us, or things like that. And it might also just be that like you don't see the create, because I'm sure if we Google it, are we going to find an anti Popcorn Planet channel? I bet there is one out there. I bet there's an anti,
There are
for
several.
everything out there. But I know you're kind of talking about this community as a whole. Now, the third question, what the hell are you talking about?
Okay. Trev went on Granny's panel, and
I
they
hope
were
that
talking
answered everything.
for hours and hours and hours. I didn't watch the whole thing. But Trev told Granny, and again, not Granny's fault at all. Trev told Granny something that Seth may or may not have said to him in private, that Katie, I don't even want to repeat it, but it's Katie's personal.
Oh, we talked about it already.
Okay.
We talked about it
we
earlier.
talked
It
about that.
should be blasted on every single channel that calls out the do-writers. But instead, because it's Trev who's well liked, it's kind of moseyed over. It's kind of not made forefront. That
So here's
was
where I think you're
absolutely
not.
disgusting.
I
He
think
had
a lot
no
of people.
business telling anybody
Oh, cool, perfect,
anything about
awesome. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so I
Oh, I'm
think
sorry,
here it
wasn't
goes
muted.
to
I
where like maybe you don't see it. Like there's a lot of times I don't see the action, therefore I don't see the reaction to it. But with this one I have. So you're like, because he's so well loved and blah blah blah. Girl, I don't think he is right now. Like I feel like a lot of people are, holding his feet to the fire right now, and rightfully so on a lot of
Did she freeze or
situations.
the me?
And so they
mean,
kind of have on that one as well. So I don't.
He shut
Are
down
you
his
saying like,
channel because he
are
was
you
getting
wanting
so.
like, are you wanting like specific channels to be calling this stuff out?
No,
Like, I
what
feel
I'm
like that's kind of where you're having an issue, maybe that the
What I'm-
channels you watch aren't calling it out.
No, what I'm saying is, if I said something like that or aired someone's business, you
Yeah.
can go on YouTube and you can find 35 channels with the title Laura is vile, Laura is disgusting, Laura this, perplex that. Granny, same thing. Brittney Jay, same thing. There would be 35 channels all highlighted with that title in it. But because it's Trev, it's mullied over. It's thrown into someone's live. It's not made the forefront that it should be. It's not put out there the way it should be. It should have been called out right on Granny's panel. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, why would you do that to somebody? Why would you do that to Katie? And we don't even know if it's true. The whole thing could be
Well,
total.
wait. Well, here's what you're missing, Laura. Was Seth already who told us that Katie had done that Katie did not follow through with those. So Seth put that information out there. So I think you're missing that part. Trevor didn't put that information out there. Seth did.
Okay.
And I think the reason it wasn't,
Put it like
I don't know
this.
if
Let
that
me
changes
put it
your
like this.
opinion a bit.
No, let me put it like this. We all know that Seth aired out Sebastian's personal info. Okay. So how would it
And
look?
Katie's.
And Katie, but how would you feel if I went on your panel and I said, Sebastian, I was told in private that Sebastian did X, Y, and Z, that this happened to Sebastian X, Y, and Z. A, how does that help anything? It doesn't. B, how does, when you're going to call something out and say, like, how does what they say help find Sebastian? Well, him doing that doesn't help find Sebastian either, but nobody seemed to have a problem with it because it was drama
Well,
from
and also, but
someone liked.
But you're comparing it to speaking on Sebastian himself. He wasn't speaking on Sebastian. He was speaking on Seth.
No, I'm talking about
And he was, and there was a lot. Oh yeah, hypocrisy is true without a doubt. But there was also more information to that. It wasn't just like he said, "Oh, and by the way, this is
It
the
doesn't
name of
matter.
it." It actually like wrote out conversation.
It's not his business to tell on a panel with almost 1,000 people. That was fucking disgusting. And Katie did not deserve that at all. I don't care what Seth said. Katie did not deserve that. Katie is still an innocent fucking person, an innocent victim who technically lost a child. He's missing without a trace. And she did not deserve
See, I didn't even think about it.
to be aired out like that. It's fucking
Right.
gross.
I didn't even think about it affecting Katie. If I'm being honest, I didn't even think about it having that impact on Katie. So that's fair enough. I didn't consider it from that perspective.
How could you not?
What?
How could
Because
you
that
not?
information has been out there. The information of not carrying through with pregnancies before has been out there. It's already been part of conversations. Seth has openly said it. So it's not like it was newly revealed information.
About the name.
It was just
Yeah,
well,
they were
the name
discussing
portion,
what
yeah,
Seth
the
put out
name
there.
portion of it was new. The abortion portion of it, unfortunately, was not, because, like Granny said, Seth has put that out multiple times, and that
Right.
is
And I didn't. You're right. I
wrong
didn't
and
think about it.
horrible.
And Laura, I
See,
think you
Seth
have to
said so. It was
consider.
claimed that Seth chose the names, not Katie.
I know. It's just that what bothered me about it was the fact that Trev had no business repeating private stuff that Seth told him. And because it's drama and Trev is liked, nobody thought about poor Katie. And again, I don't blame you, Granny, but I just get really frustrated when I see people that want to call someone out or do the right thing because Katie and
It kind of feels like people are picking a team, right? Because that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Like, oh, that was acceptable because Seth, is doing all this horrible stuff. So let's let something horrible slide about him, and not realizing the ramification of how it also could hurt Katie. I get what you're saying, because that's a lot of
I
what
didn't
we've been
think of
talking
it
about all
hurting
day.
Katie.
I wasn't here earlier, so
Yeah.
And Laura too.
I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't think
sadly,
of it hurting Katie. Sorry.
Yeah.
How can you not? And then how can you say?
Because I don't think it's a negative towards Katie. I think the negative
Yeah, it's
came
a
in with
negative
Seth and him already putting the negative tone was already out there, right? He already put it out there. I think it was said and stated more to show the possession and how gross Seth is, because there was a whole conversation aside from that. There was a conversation of him telling Trevor how Katie hopped all over his bones, and and how he put these negative tones of Katie in Trevor's head the moment he spoke to him. So I think it was speaking more to Seth's character than it was Katie's. So until you said it, I did not look at it through harming Katie. I can see now that you've mentioned it, I can see how it would, but I didn't in that moment at all.
Okay, and I understand that. That's where the hypocrisy comes from, though, because you can't say overall in general, you can't say that, you have to treat people who aren't arrested that they're innocent. You have to treat them like that and not think for 1 second that airing this shit out and Trev talking about private personal info doesn't affect Katie. I don't get it. Like,
So let me clear this up real quick before you guys continue. Seth put out the
private
the ending of the
pregnancies. The ending of pregnancies.
Sorry,
Let's
I had a
just,
brain fart. Yes,
be
put
adults about
out
It's
the ending of
unfortunate,
the
but
pregnancies, not the name thing. That is what was told privately, was the name portion of it. But Seth has talked about the ending of the pregnancies. Sorry, go ahead.
But
I think Jenny was getting ready to talk.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like with Laura, unfortunately, like you were comparing it to what people do to you. I've never seen people go after a person like they do Laura. I was going to say, there are dedicated freaking channels.
I agree.
To going after her, and it doesn't matter what she does.
I agree.
Yeah, you're probably going to have clips of that.
But that's
well, I mean, it's the truth.
Differently, but that's why I see things. I see things, and I know Granny's had people go after her. That's why I used her as well as Brittney Jay. But you can't call you can't be the person that calls somebody out or calls people out or tries to be a do-gooder. And I don't mean you, Granny, I'm saying in general, and be a do-gooder.
Yeah, because I'm not calling anybody out.
And not think of how this looks. And again, I really don't mean Granny in this. I'll give you another example.
Well, who do you mean, Laura? Who do
Brittney
you
Jay
mean?
played it last night. And she's
What?
right. Brittney Jay
You keep
played
breaking up.
last night.
I hear.
This Cluminati or whatever.
Hang on, let me.
And
Yeah, she brought up Illuminati.
I didn't fucking believe what I was hearing. You don't speak like that in a true crime case. This is not fucking entertainment. This is real life, people's real fucking lives and real heartaches and real tragedies. So don't act like you care about a fucking case when you're talking to Dolly and PJ and everybody else the way it was said. And then you have these do-gooders that say, oh, we respect you. We support you. No, bullshit. You don't fucking, true crime is not a joke. That's where this whole Croma and true crime lines need to stop, because true crime is messy, true crime is ugly, true crime is dirty, and it's vile. And it's not for the weak at heart. It's not for your bored housewife. Real true crime is autopsies. Real true crime is nasty. Real true crime is just vile. But it's not drama, and it's not something to be made fun of. And what I heard on Brittany's channel was fucking vile with what she played from Cluminati.
I don't know what she played, but that's, that is your opinion of true crime. For somebody else, it might be something completely different.
I know. That I'm glad you said it, because that's what I was hoping for. It's my opinion. Just like everybody calling out Dolly and T-Rev and everybody else,
yes,
that's their opinion. That doesn't make it right. That's
right.
my point. But
that's what we've been saying all day, Laura. I feel like you're coming in here raging at us for the shit we've been saying all day.
Welcome.
Saying how this is wrong and that's wrong and that's wrong, when is it wrong, or is it just your opinion?
That's what we've been literally saying all day.
Here earlier. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, don't come in raging on a panel and be like, you're outraged and you want us to be like outraged with you. Like, girl, we were outraged 2.5 hours ago. Like,
Yeah, I've been on a phone call this entire time, but I've had my headset on, and it was all good and great. And then all of a sudden, I hear, and I was like, "Whoa, something's joined." I don't know who's here now, but it's loud. And I was like, turned it down a little bit, and then you got louder, Laura. And I was like, "Oh man, I don't know, something's happening. Should I just exit the panel? I'll just keep muted and turn the volume down." But so I don't actually know what you guys have been talking about. But yes, what you said at the end there, yeah, we just kind of keep asking everybody where their opinion is and where they stand on things, and what we think in our individual opinions is appropriate, too far, not necessary, things like that. But I didn't get to hear what you said.
I'm just
I don't
so,
know.
my main point is I'm so disgusted at what Trev did. And you're right, Seth should not have done that, but Trev is 10 times worse for repeating it. Because one, it was done in private. There was no reason to go on Granny's panel and air that information for no reason. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Disgusting.
But it wasn't just for no reason. It came up in conversation. Like it's not like he came up and said, "I'm going to come up with the intention on giving out this one bit of information." No, it came out of conversation. And I think, I know for me personally, Trevor's not usually into drama. Like, he's not one that I see out here like participating and intentionally causing issues.
He's all about the
Wait,
drama.
what?
He's all about the drama.
Oh, that's never what I've ever seen. Okay.
He's not in drama. He's every single place drama is. And I don't believe that he was subpoenaed to go to court. I don't. Because,
he wasn't.
Well, he never said he was subpoenaed.
Oh, I heard he said he was subpoenaed.
No, he was requested.
No, he said he was requested.
All right, I was listening. I don't remember who, but I was listening to somebody, and they were saying he was subpoenaed. I was like, bullshit. They're not going to subpoena someone because they did an interview.
Yeah, he wasn't.
I
More
agree.
sense if he wasn't subpoenaed. Okay, that makes sense.
Thank you, Snazzy. And I agree. She said, never been so happy my kids are grown. I would never want YouTube helping by my child after the way I've seen creators behave and slander parents.
I agree.
Absolutely. And they
So
turn things
sad.
into a witch hunt. But I'm concerned about that, even though my children are grown. I see it happen on missing persons cases. I see it happen in so many true crime cases. It's not just children's missing cases,
I mean, God
unfortunately.
forbid your spouse, something happens to your spouse, and it might be
Mhm.
considered, even if it was an accidental thing. I mean, you'll get hammered immediately.
Mhm. I agree with Nanya, but those who support their friends or acquaintances doing the exact things they call out,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, but I just shake my head. I don't even know if people hear themselves anymore.
Thank you,
I
Nanya.
agree.
Right?
I
That's a
agree.
two-way street, though, for all
It is.
all of us. All of us, though.
Mhm.
It's weird. I think it seems to me too that a lot of people are going harder at people who like Trevor than they have gone at Trevor. I've never seen anything like that. I don't understand.
Well, I can explain that. There's
Okay.
something about being a man in this arena that people don't call out as much, that people have more respect for. Now, people say that Trevor's done
I've seen the glare be called out plenty.
Overall, there's rules to there's exceptions to every rule, but overall, men do not get half the shit that women do in this community. And part of that could be because it's
But there's
more
not many men in this community. Statistically, there's such an outbalance that, of course, women are going to be called out more because there's very few men.
That's what
Well,
I
I'll
just
say
said.
I have seen this. I've seen this outside of men
It's hard to
with
hear you, Laura.
I've seen it with heels. For me, I absolutely saw the pressure come towards people that supported her, were friends with her, had paneled with her, being questioned by those that had been the target of being called out, and then they were saying, "Okay, and how about all? Were you going to say it? You're gonna say something about this? You're gonna discuss it? You got an opinion on it?" And there was a lot of pressure put on them. And so that's, to me, this feels similar in the fact of there has been pressure applied to people that associate or support him to say, like, if wrong is wrong, wrong is wrong. You need to keep the same energy consistent. And I do agree with that personally. I absolutely think it should stay the same. It doesn't mean that you have to stop supporting them or not like them or be nasty to them. But if it's
But
wrong,
Bob, where are people saying it's okay? That's what
I
I
don't
don't
think any
understand.
I
I keep
haven't seen
hearing
that.
that people are.
Yeah, I
I keep
haven't seen
hearing
it.
people are defending it, and I haven't seen that.
I think that what
Well, and
maybe
also
people are wanting to
when we
see
do,
is they
sorry.
might want to see like the same kind of coverage, the actual stream where you're playing the words and showing this and saying I disagree. I'm not really sure what that's kind of the question. Like, what response
Well,
are they
ridiculous.
wanting? Because I do agree. I don't
Yeah, that's
really
the
see
better
the
question.
defense.
What should
Yeah,
it be that it's not?
right.
Oh no,
Well,
no,
I
no!
know that
I
I've spoken
disagree.
out,
Just real quick,
and
Granny, and then I'm gonna let you speak, Granny. But first,
I'm gonna let you
just
speak.
another troll. I disagree. She's not shaking her head at us. She's looking down at me, taunting me, saying, "I know the outcome of this trial.
Yep.
You don't." I'm just
See, I
kidding.
think
Just a
she's
little
thinking
funny
we
moment
were
about heels.
wrong about Karen Reed all along. Deets and Laura and Nunya, they were all right, and I was wrong.
I don't know if she's doing that. I just think she's like, I know the answer. But
here's
please
what
go
I
ahead,
think
Granny.
people are expecting. I think people are expecting the same amount of energy to be met when
Yep.
it comes to Trevor by people who like Trevor. But I'm not asking any of you to take that energy with people you like. Like, I haven't asked you, Laura, where are you at to call out Brittney and all her misinformation? Where's your stream? You know what I mean? I'm not asking you all to call out people that you like. So I think it's
That's
unfair
a
to
fair
put that
point.
pressure. I publicly stated I disagree with the Nina interview. I publicly stated I
Yeah.
disagree with him being a witness or whatever he was for. But to expect more from me, you're just not going to get it. So I guess keep expecting it is where I'm at with it. If you all dislike him that strongly, fine.
I don't
know?
expect anything from you. And I said that. I'm not asking you to call him out. What I'm saying is,
Oh, well, thank you. I didn't hear you too well.
you can't sit there and call out, I was going to call him Pablo. whatever his fucking name, Pascal,
Pascal.
for stating something and making a
Mhm.
poll. I mean, that's straight drama. But then you turn a
Right.
blind
I called out Pascal for lying.
How do you
I
not?
don't feel like this is quite the same situation as being called a racist. It's not quite as strong of a call out,
Is that me?
but I
My
do
phone's
feel
dying.
like
I tried.
people should have
Oh,
Is
I'm gonna
it?
mute you, Granny. I think
that
she's talking to
I
someone,
would
wherever
hope
she is.
I would hope that people learned a little bit of something from the heel situation, that everyone was allowed to have an opinion. However, it turned into a dog pile, in my opinion, and she's still a real person at the end of the day, and it did affect her and hurt her. Somebody everyone had everyone had respected for so long, and then it was just a nightmare for her. And so I don't personally want to see a repeat of that, but I do feel like that's kind of the disconnect, is possibly people wanting the same energy, as in the same, do a live stream, make a panel, call them out as you're reviewing, as opposed to making the statement of, no, I do not agree with that behavior. I think that it was wrong. I don't support that, but I still am friendly with him and I support what he's done outside of that. I do think that maybe that's the part and why there's pressure. But I would just ask people to maybe not be as hard on it, because I mean, it really can affect an individual. I
Well,
don't
and
know
I
what
think
more he's going to learn getting.
I think that Danny C brings a great point. She said, Laura, you said it yourself. You don't call out people you're friends with. So what are you talking about? I
Please tell
get
me
what
that
the
I ever
thing is,
said
though.
that.
It's
Hold on.
really hard. No,
I
let
never
me
said
finish first. Let me finish first. It's really hard to call out, people that you like and that you are close to. We can all agree to that. And that's why it is important for there to be multiple channels who cover multiple things, because there are some situations that Granny's not going to want to address that you do. There's going to be some situations that we isn't going to want to address that Jenny does. That's just how it goes on this platform.
I get it, but I never said that I wouldn't call. I've called out my friends many of times.
Well, my point still stands regardless of that. I'm just saying, like, we all are aware that it is harder to address those that you're close to publicly than it is, someone that you're not.
If wrong
Thank
is
you,
wrong,
Lawnerd.
right is right.
A creator with a good personality is a plus. A creator does their homework is a star. Oh, I pinned the wrong. Oh, well, she probably would have enjoyed a John McCabe interview too. But yeah, John O'Keefe. Sorry about that,
Yeah,
Nicole.
and that's even more too. That with heels, hers was from 10 years ago of making an opinion on today based off of then, rather than just judging what we have seen of her and her behavior, her viewpoint and stance on cases, and as opposed to this being current day happening. So there is a differences in it for sure. But I recognize it because I was friends with the same people that were being pressured to speak up about heels, and to some extent, they weren't mean, but they gave up an area to speak up, and ultimately, other people's words were very hurtful to heels. And when no one even at that point looked into it, the people in the chat, I'm not saying the creators that actually took the time to get to read up on it and have an opinion, or start to develop one, but at that time, people in the chat hadn't read it, and it was wild. I was modding it and just asking everyone, please, like, don't, you can have an opinion, but please stop attacking. And then Laura actually was around, and they were all getting it. It just was a mess. And I don't know if perhaps people are wanting to kind of see a second of that. And I hope that it doesn't happen, but
I definitely, someone said that they learned a lot from that situation. I did too. The biggest thing that I learned from that is that it's almost impossible for us to hold a conversation without losing our shit on this platform. Like, thinking that people can come together and have a discussion was very naive of me. Thinking that people could people and adults could adult. Who would have thunk it? But it's almost impossible.
Well, you were literally put in that same position again. Did you learn from it the first time and not repeat it with Trevor?
Well, I didn't feel like I was repeating that situation here because it wasn't the main focus of my
I don't
life
think you did
today,
either.
but
Yeah.
you know,
That's kind of what I'm
Yeah.
getting at, is that I do think people can learn from things, and what I've seen so far, I feel like you have attempted to not have a repeat of it. But
Yeah.
that's why I say that this situation has happened before, because I've watched that same set of people be put on the spot to speak up and speak loudly, and it does put them in as we said, it's uncomfortable.
Burden, you're confusing two different things. I'm not sitting here saying that everybody needs to call them out. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna call out other things, then you need to call that out. You can't pick and choose what's right, what's wrong, or you can't pick and choose, that, oh, well, Katie is innocent, but we're gonna trash her anyway. That's my point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying everyone should dogpile him, but if you're gonna be a do-good channel and you're gonna call out all the hypocrisies in the true crime, then why aren't you calling out simple things like that? That's my point.
No, I
feel like
agree.
being respectful. I mean, I'm not
Sorry,
a
go ahead.
do-goer channel. I'm not calling out all that's wrong in a true crime. Me personally, I'm not.
I didn't say
Like,
you
I'm not
were.
calling out. I called out Pascal for. I know you're not speaking. I'm just speaking for me. That's why, like I said, you won't catch me defending Trevor on what happened, but you also won't hear me personally going further than I did, which is, yes, fucked up. I disagree with it. That's all. Like, I'm not going to defend him on it. He was wrong.
And I agree with Chasing's like the fact that there is a difference between calling out a mistake as opposed to calling out actual purposeful incident, or people that are intent or specifically making a point to do a stream, and it's has malicious, that they are harming, they know that they're putting out something that's not true, or that they're putting out personal info that really shouldn't, or whatever the case is. I do feel like that should be handled differently than you would handle a mistake from somebody, friend or not. I do feel like there should be, it's kind of like and I'm not even a parent, but a child that is putting their hands in their mouth and you've told them not to. You would calmly say to your child, wait, what are you doing? No, take your hands out. Remember what we talked about. Versus your child is running across the road and there's a vehicle coming. That response would be yelling for them to realize, pay attention right now, serious, mom's something. There's a different way to handle the situations based off of the incident that has occurred. So I agree in that, but I don't know how everyone else. But I feel like a lot of things on the platform happen that way. Very strong when maybe somebody doesn't deserve quite that much heat. So I don't know. I kind of see what Laura's saying. I get the same energy, but I also feel like there's a little bit too much energy sometimes on this platform. It's not necessary.
Oh, for sure. And it leads to like canceling. But I am questioning, like, who are these do good channels? Like, what what is a do good channel?
Any channel, and this includes yours. Any channel.
This is a do good channel?
Hold on.
Okay.
Any channel.
Take notes.
That is going live all the time about a case and saying how other people are exploiting it and pointing out all the things wrong with all these other channels, and still making money, still making super chats, monetization is on, but every single day they go live talking about how bad these other channels are, exploiting a case. But here they are exploiting the exact same motherfucking case. And I don't need a channel in that. But I'm saying,
I know, but you kind of put me in that, and I'm like, Laura, I think you're on a break right now from YouTube, but I still think in the past month you've been live probably like double the amount that I have. Like, I'm definitely not, like, by your definition, this is definitely not a do good channel right now.
No, not right now, but I'm just saying in general. You don't go live about the same thing every day, but a lot of people do. And they're saying out this one's exploiting and this one's exploiting and this one's exploiting, but yet they're exploiting. They're doing the exact same thing. And they're making money from it. So how is it okay for you, but not okay for Dolly, Pascal? And I don't watch any of them because I don't like them. But
so we did a poll on this about 3 hours ago, and 98% of people said that they think that's disgusting. They think it's wrong. They think it's wrong.
What is wrong?
Going live day after day after day about the same thing, regardless of what
with no new information.
What side it's for, it's wrong.
With no new information. You can't forget that factor. There has been no new information in Sebastian's case in months. In what, 2 months? And yet,
but there's been spreading
creators go live
information.
About it. But you've been live about it every day for.
Well, there's misinformation and disinformation put out every day.
That's important.
Every day.
Right.
Some people.
Right. You're right, Laura. I've been live about it every day this week because Tony's been out here putting out misinformation pertaining to his disappearance that I feel is important to call out. But I haven't been calling out other channels. I called out Pascal because he lied and made me out to be a liar. So I proved that he lied. Other than that, I'm not calling out like this one's explaining, this one's explaining. So I seen you come in during my Nina coverage and you started talking about what's wrong with people making money when you're making money. Well, I wasn't talking about anybody making money. I was talking about Nina asking for money as a so-called professional to come aid and give her, her services to Sebastian. She shouldn't request money from the public. They shouldn't need that money from people to have her come on the case. You know what I mean?
Who?
So
I never said anything about that Nina. I never
that was the topic of. No, that was the topic of my live that you came in talking about people calling out people making money. And I'm saying the only person being called out for making money was Nina Glass requesting money from the public to aid in the search for Sebastian. Like I haven't actually called out creators for making money because we're all making money.
Okay. But you can't.
But that was your comment.
Can't say that it's okay to, that you're going to exploit JLR or Dolly. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm saying in general. You can't say that you're going to, that you're going to be the righteous one and call this one out and call that one out when you're doing the exact same thing, exploiting the exact same child, exploiting the exact same case and making money while you're doing it. Just because you stand on the side of, well, it's wrong and they're tragedy pimps, what makes that person calling it out any different? It's not. It's not any different.
I actually agree with you.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what
It's a very thin line and it gets crossed often. That was the whole topic here today.
Deets, have you done a poll yet asking that question about is there a difference between calling out the channels that are exploiting victims versus the channels that are exploiting off the channels?
Yes, we did like, is there a difference between the bad actors and the anti-community? But I can word it differently and we could do it again for those just showing up. So let's see, we did, what is the drama portion of Croma to you? 27% think that it's personal creator beef. 13% think that it's the real life drama in cases. 51% think it's those creating unnecessary drama, meaning the bad actors or the tragedy pimps. And 10% think it is calling out channels, or like the call out channels. So let me kind of do, say it again, Burden.
I forgot how I said it. I think I would ask, is there a difference between exploiting victims versus exploiting the creators.
I'll give you a good example. Perfect example. Burnt toast. You're going to tell me that Burnt Toast cares this much about that lawsuit? No, she doesn't. But what she does is make a shitload of money off Betty's name. And that's why she calls it out. There's your example.
But is that really true crime though?
Well, Betty is true crime.
Hang on a second. I'm typing. I can't think of type. Okay. I'm using the word exploiting a lot in this. Okay, so is there a difference between exploiting victims and exploiting creators who are exploiting victims? That's how we're going with.
That's a good way to put it.
Okay, so say that again. Sorry. I just don't think like Burnt Toast, I don't think of her as like true crime. So I'm lost on what you were saying.
And if Burnt Toast wasn't making money on Betty, she wouldn't be calling it out. She wouldn't be so invested if she wasn't making $1.
Yeah, but I don't think that Burnt Toast she specifically said she is not true crime. I forget what she calls what she classifies herself.
All she does is true crime because Betty is true crime. So she's calling out a true crime creator, just like Savage and all the other phonies that want to call out true crime creators, and then they hide by saying we're not true crime.
Oh Lord.
Me.
Then why are you calling out true crime creators? Stay in your own community.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick? I'm on break.
Please. Welcome to the
I
panel.
get what Laura's saying. Laura's saying like just as much as they are exploiting the family. Yeah, it's basically us exploiting the exploiters, right? So
which
by
is still
proxy,
the family.
Yeah, by proxy, it's doing it to the family as well. But on the flip side of that, Laura, if we weren't correcting misinformation, who the fuck would?
But do you really need 20 channels calling the exact fucking same thing out?
No,
Everybody's doing it
I
for
agree
them.
with that. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that.
Oh, I like what Jim Jules had to say here. YouTube has entangled criminology with true crime. Criminology, you need to compartmentalize facts versus emotions. True crime is the reiteration of cases. Croma is the place for facts and emotion in the cases. I love that. I do love that. Sorry.
Oh, that's Nick's beautiful girlfriend, right?
I think so.
I think it is.
She is beautiful. Okay, so this brings about a really good question though. So she says that Burnt Toast is the lolcow community. She's not true crime and she's never been true crime, which I have heard her say that multiple times. I've heard nonsense say I'm not hang on. I've heard nonsense say she's not true crime, but they're covering creators who are true crime. So and this is like no shade towards either one of them, but where does that put them in the realm of things if they're continually covering? And they have to know the facts though. They have to know the facts of the case and they have to understand the case to be able to, or at least to do it well. And I would say they both do it well. And so they have to know the details and the facts of the case to be able to call out what they have deemed lol's cows. So where does that like collide in the true crime / Croma community? It's actually a really good question.
Maybe they're part-time true crimers. I mean, like
true crime. She came here true crime. She is true crime. She's
well,
good.
She says she's not. Yeah.
Who? Nonsense.
Nonsense
does a hell of a lot of research. She's very good at what she does.
I would consider nonsense like 50-50. I don't know.
But I enjoy listening to her, but don't hide under mirage. Well, I'm not true crime. Yes, you are. Because like Deets said, you have to do research and you have to
to be effective at it. They do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And she is very good. I enjoy listening to her. She knows her stuff. She does her research. I even joined a membership, even though she doesn't acknowledge me. I still joined the membership, but I appreciate someone who does that kind of research before you're going to go live and call stuff out. I do. Just like why I like you. I can appreciate that. But don't say you're not true crime when you're no better than the people you're calling out as far as exploiting the family. You're doing the exact same thing that they're doing.
by
As far
proxy.
as
Like,
the
I
family.
don't think that's the intentions, though.
But see, I don't have a bias towards you or towards God, I can't speak today. Towards you or towards why can't I get that out? Towards you or burnt toast. So I think the question is interesting though, like because you guys do have to know the case to address the quote unquote lulz cows. So you have to be willing to put in the time and energy to get the facts and the information of that to be able to address it. So that does put you guys within the true crime realm to a certain extent. I'm not for sure which, but it does, because you have to, I mean, you're investing the research hours and the energy to be able to call out the lulz cow, so to speak, and to hold their feet to the fire on things and to do it adequately. You have to know what you're talking about.
But the whole
So
LOL's cows is an opinion too. Many people think nonsense is an LOL's cow. Many people think that burnt toast is an LOL's cow. It's personal opinion. And that doesn't make it right. A lot
I'll
of
be
Betty
right.
supporters believe in Betty. They believe that she's a good-hearted true crime creator, just like JLR. So
Okay,
that
I'll be right back. I gotta dump out this nasty coconut crap and get me a real pib. So I'll be right back.
Remove the offending article.
that doesn't make them an LOL's cow because someone deems them an LOL's cow. Just because burnt toast says Betty is doesn't make it true. Just because nonsense says that somebody's wrong doesn't make it true, because their supporters will tell you differently. I think JLR is the biggest piece of shit on this platform, but that's my opinion. 200,000 subscribers disagree with me. Just because Betty doesn't have 200,000 subscribers doesn't make her less credible. And that's what you see over and over and over around here. Just because someone
now you're kind of getting into a different territory of like, how do you determine if someone's a lulz cow or if someone's a tragedy pimp? And that's like a completely different discussion.
You're right.
Hang on,
Someone just made a comment though that said she's the LOL's cows community and it's stating about burnt toast. That's why I made the comment.
Well, I enjoyed.
Yeah.
Sorry. Side note: Blue came in and said, what the f is burnt toast?" What the f is burnt toast?
What is a burnt toast?
Sorry,
a burnt piece of toast.
Example. It just I'm just using her as an example because she was the first one I thought of.
Oh, it's just funny. It takes us back to like when you try to tell normal people out in everyday life about like, oh yeah, so nonsense, blah 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 blah. And they're like,
when you
what
talk
about
about
nonsense?
people. Yeah.
What nonsense? And I'm like, not nonsense. It's a person online, and it's just those weird conversations. So anyway, Clue just came in and said, what is a what is a burnt toast? Oh, good stuff.
Well, so this kind of goes back to, hang on, let me see. Where was the question?
It was a comment. It was only a couple behind.
Oh, I'm way behind, but okay, so Ashley said that, Laura's just stirring everything up. Can we go back to having a good life? I do think that while it's quite aggressive, and you could probably bring the aggression down a bit, it does foster good conversation. And just because Laura feels that way doesn't mean that anybody else on the rest of the panel feels that way, but they are good questions to foster a discussion on.
I love conversations
And
like this.
I do too, and I wish people could take like it's at least it's not for me, like the personal thing of asking, like what's the difference between nonsense and burnt toast who claim they're not true crime versus, a channel like mine or Jones's who, we say we dabble in true crime, cover Croma, and call out people. So I think it's great conversations to be had, even if the questions are presented a little different. We can definitely learn things from this.
And I'm not stirring
That's my
anything.
opinion.
I'm just a very passionate person. So sometimes I sound like I'm heated when I'm not.
The word exploitation is just as bad as narcissist. Yeah, well, that's because I agree. A lot of people overuse the word narcissist for sure, and they have no clue what an actual narcissist is.
Betty, JLR, I can think of a few.
I don't know.
God.
I really don't know if they are. I think people put labels on a lot of things. A lot of things.
Well,
Unnecessarily.
Is it much different than when Dolly claimed to be true crime and we pretty much forced it that no, you're absolutely not true crime. You've got too much drama involved. You are absolutely Croma. It's kind of the exact opposite what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point he had to accept he was Croma.
Oh, I'm like 5 minutes behind. What the hell?
There's really nothing wrong with being a Croma channel. Just own it. Just like
I'm definitely Croma. I love
so
Croma.
nice.
Totally love.
And I'm not
the-
even true crime.
the
I'm a
good
case
parts of it.
discussion channel, which is a big difference. I don't consider myself true crime. True
You're a
crime is
what,
like,
Laura?
I'm a case discussion channel. I discuss cases. True crime to me is like Stephanie Harlow, Christine Randall. That's Gray Use. That's true crime. I do true crime.
I don't think I'd put
case
Stephanie
discussion.
Harlow or Bailey Sarian or any of them in true crime, in my opinion. Like they talk about cases. I would say they're more case discussion. They're storytellers. They're telling a story
Right.
about the case. So I wouldn't even put them in the true crime.
Yeah, but they don't
sector.
Yeah, see that again, that's just personal opinion.
Yeah, it's
but
just
I'm not true crime. I am a case discussion channel. I discuss cases. That's it. And I've always said that. I've said that for years.
I'm sorry. I'm just skimming through all the comments. So basically, no one knows what the difference between any of this. I don't know as no one knows. It's just everyone's opinion is completely different on what true crime is to them. And then you have people who are so passionate and think that everyone should believe that their opinion of what it is a fact. The only one I don't know. If we're going after exploiters, are we going after Nancy? Yeah, a lot of people definitely call out Nancy Grace. A lot of people do. And I'm trying to. What did our poll end up saying? How did we get there? So we've got that. Is there a difference between exploiting victims and exploiting creators who are exploiting victims? 68% say yes. What's the difference? What's the difference? What is the difference? It's cherry season and I got the delicious bag.
See, hold on. This right, Cluminati's comment is exactly what I'm talking about. She nailed it. She's not realizing how she nailed my entire point, but she did. And that is, she writes nonsense. If I fall into the genre of Croma, I'm good with that. Motherfuckers show up to watch, so I do something right. Who the fuck cares if other channels label you? Go mow your own lawn, stay the fuck off my grass. That is exactly what I'm trying to say about all these people that are calling out other people. She just nailed it. Worry about your own channel. Stop worrying about everybody else. But the hypocrisy is they don't see that for themselves as they call out all these other channels.
Right, but you do that too, Laura, though, right? You have discussions in the most gentle form, back and forth with other creators. You do that.
What are you talking about?
Well, any number of creators that you have a constant back and forth with. I mean, I
What
could go to your
creators
channel
do I
now
have
and pick
constant
out
back and
100
forth with?
videos that would cover just that. So you can't say you're just a case discussion channel. You're not.
Exactly, Chasing. Stay in your own lane. That's my point. I don't go back and forth with creators. I haven't gone back and forth with creators in years. In years. Like literally years. So I don't know what planet you're living on, but I don't go back and forth with anybody in a long ass time.
Okay.
Give me an example. Who do I go back and forth with? Name one. Just name one. Just name one.
Really?
Name one person
Can-
that I
Makeup
go back and
mobsters.
forth.
I could think of
Makeup mobsters.
Queen
You go
Bee,
back
but
and
I don't
forth
know
with
how
her.
long ago that was.
Name one.
I just did.
Who?
Oh.
Makeup mobsters.
I don't go back and forth with MM.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't. The bitch goes live about me every fucking day for 3 years. There's a
Oh,
big
dear.
difference. Big difference.
What
And
about
now that I've been quiet, she hasn't said fucking shit. And it's been wonderful. She's gone live like 2 times since I stopped. Because she has no content. That's not going back and forth. Sticking up for yourself is not going back and forth.
Right. Do you maybe see that other people do that too then, Laura?
What are you talking about?
Just what you just said. That's what I'm talking about. That you're not seeing
I said
the
that
point that has
someone is
brought
calling
other
someone
people.
out every single day. And that stay in your own lane. Stop worrying about what everybody else is doing all the time. That's my point.
Okay, so maybe we need to define what stay in your own lane means, because if stay in your own lane means never discuss what others are doing, you were okay with coming in here and discussing what others were doing. So like it's okay. Like, what does stay in your own lane mean to you? Like, define it for me.
Stay in your own lane means that, all right, I'll give you an example. I don't like JLR. I don't like the way he does things. I don't like how he fools so many people. And I think he's the biggest piece of shit on this platform. But I don't watch him. I don't talk about him. Why? Because I don't watch him. I couldn't even find the desire to watch him to talk about him, if you know what I mean. And that's what I mean by stay in your own lane. He wants to do his own thing. He wants to be the troll piece of shit and start problems in every single true crime case he touches. So be it. Not my problem. I will stay in my own lane and deal with my own issues. I don't need to call out his every single fucking day. And every day you can call something out with him. That to me is what stay in your own lane is. You don't like them, you think they're so bad causing trouble, just don't watch them. Be the change you want to see. Don't add to the problem.
Well, I think everybody's different too. Like everybody's perspective is different about how they handle things. I don't see anything wrong with people calling out bad acts or bad behavior. I don't like to see a channel call out the same channel over and over, like that's all it is. But then I just don't watch. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't
And so
bother.
I agree with Jenny. And then like what Chasing's saying here, your channel isn't about correcting misinformation, but there are channels that are about that. So how does that apply, the whole staying in your own lane if your channel is about calling out the misinformation?
But how
It's
many
me.
different channels do you need for calling out misinformation?
Well, how many channels do you
As
need to
many who
discuss
wants-
crime?
That's a great point. Or case discussion.
I think it's totally different, but that's
And I think just like people can't control like
But
the
how?
channels.
Sorry, Burden, but how is it different?
How is
like
it
what is different about it?
who are you asking?
You say that you think it's entirely different, like saying that if a channel decides they want to be correct the misinformation channel, and there's multiples of those, and Jenny's saying, but there's multiples discussing true. How many do we need? 50 bajillion channels discussing true crime? Do we need 50 billion misinformation channels? What's the difference?
That's kind of what I was going to ask.
The difference is that everybody can have an opinion. I'll use Karen Reed case because a lot of us have discussed it. Whether you agree that she's innocent or guilty, doesn't matter which side you're on. You bring it to your channel and you discuss it. What you don't do is play every other person's live to discuss it on your channel. You just discuss the facts on your channel. And, kind
But
of like...
that wasn't the question.
Hold on, I'm getting there.
Okay.
When you're constantly... All right. Someone can straighten out the misinformation on their channel without playing other people's stuff. You can just go on your channel, and I've done it. You could just go on your channel and discuss the real facts of the case. You don't need to constantly call out or play other people's misinformation. You don't need to do that. You just go on your channel and you say, look, there's a lot of misinformation going around. This is what we need to do. Now, Revival brings up a really good point. Subs decide how many of any channel we need. Well, there's a lot bigger channels. When I say bigger, I mean bringing in more views that want the misinformation. So as I've said in the past, that's what subs want. So the misinformation is pointless because everybody wants that misinformation, or these channels wouldn't have 3,000 people in their live compared to 400 people sharing the correcting the misinformation. So if you want to go by the theory about subs decide how many channels, okay, fine. Then subs want the misinformation because they have the biggest channels. The ones that promote the phoniness and the misinformation, they have the most people in their life. So on that theory, then that's what subs want. They want misinformation.
But so the question was, which was not answered at all. The question was, you said, how many channels do you need that correct misinformation? And the question to you was, how many channels do you need that talk about crime channel? Yeah, what's the
She
difference
asked me what
between
the
the two? Because you
difference
said,
was, and I told her the difference. That when you have a true crime channel, Winston, that when you have a true crime channel, everybody is discussing the information on their channel. They're discussing that information. When you have this correcting misinformation, they're constantly playing everybody else's streams instead of just bringing the facts to their channel. That's the difference.
Can I ask you a question, Laura?
Yeah, and then I'm getting off. I got radiation. What's up?
I just have a quick question. Why it feels like this is very personal for you? Is there a reason it gets you like so? Like, why are you so bothered by it?
Because I can't stand YouTube anymore. I can't stand turning on YouTube and all you see is fucking misinformation.
Okay,
Or the
so that
correct
makes sense. You're very
Here's the
frustrated at YouTube in
But
a
it's
whole,
not
so
just
you're
me.
looking
It's
at things
everybody.
through a certain
People-
lens.
There's a lot of people that feel like this. It's not just
Yeah.
me. You can't
I
turn
got
on
that.
YouTube
I got that.
anymore without hearing misinformation, whether it be misinformation stated or misinformation from other people playing misinformation. It's like, what happened to this fucking community? It's horrible. Absolutely fucking horrible. That's why I took a bow out. Like, just let me regroup. Maybe I'm just frustrated. But even taking a bow out, stop. Even taking a bow out and looking at it, I see it. And it's just nonstop bashing, whether you're bashing parents, whether you're bashing victims, whether you're bashing each other. It's like nobody just goes on their channel and speaks facts anymore. It's constantly berating other people. And that's pure drama. That's what drama people do. So
I think it's your algorithm.
No,
Yeah.
I watch 48 hours
'Cause
now all the time.
there's
But
plenty of channels that aren't like that aren't
in this
constantly
community,
talking about other. Yes.
Who?
Mine. Have you ever watched my channel?
No.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Nobody
Mine
watches.
also, yeah. That's why
Yeah.
I haven't been live for
They
months
want to
now.
see that. They want to see
Because they want to see the stuff that now people are saying they're so sick of seeing it everywhere.
Exactly.
Well, that's what everyone watches though, because ain't nobody watching just the facts.
Everybody wants some misinformation. That's my whole point. And so why are all these misinformation channels continuing to regurgitate all the misinformation? When you look at subs want the misinformation. That's why the biggest channels, JLR, has over 200,000 subs, because people want misinformation. That's my whole
So if
point.
there's so many of these misinformation channels, wouldn't it make sense that there's also going to be a lot of anti-channels to that?
No, because the anti-channels are doing it for money. But I have radiation.
The anti-channels are
I'll
doing it
talk to you
for
guys
money.
later. Peace.
Bye, Laura.
Good luck, Laura.
Man, I'm not
Oh,
monetized, and that's a lot of what I do is correct misinformation, not like call out channels or
yeah.
whatever, but I correct misinformation. And I'm not even monetized. I don't understand at all. I don't.
Listen, if it was about the money, I'd have ad revenue on all the time. I feel like that is often a projection. I feel like if people that feel like it's always about money is because maybe that's how they feel. I know I personally rather tune in and see all these streams calling out misinformation than Lars Mod doxing me. So, just saying, it's what I prefer.
I think it's starting also. I'm recognizing that this whole like make money, don't make money. I don't care if people make money, and you don't care if people make money, but then they're gonna sit there and be like, "Oh, I'm making money," and da. It's like, what is going on? It to me reminds me a whole lot of the like I totally just forgot what I was going to say. Like what my
Well, it's funny you bring that up because there is this thing people do where they'll say like they're just mad I'm making money. They hate when I make money. They hate when you guys super chat me and send me money. And it's reverse psychology. And then they start getting all these super chats thinking the haters are getting mad when quite frankly, like I'm not talking about people making money. I don't know if and other people are. The only person
well,
I've spoken about was Nina Glass.
what I was gonna say is it seems similar to the talking about like nobody cares where anybody goes, and yet like some way or another there are people or creators or subs or whoever that whether it's care or they side eye or they question or they at differing degrees of it. But as much as that gets stated and tossed around, I feel like the same thing is now happening with the discussion about money, and I don't know. It's
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps coming into play. I don't really hear anybody talking about people making money because I think we all
Yeah,
make money.
I haven't heard that in a while either. Maybe do you think that it's when people put sorry, I'm looking for a picture to make a thumbnail for my next stream, but do you think it's when people put the connotation of grifter on things, then people just assume that it's the discussion means that you're calling them out for money, maybe?
Or I guess tragedy pimp, right? Pimps make money. Maybe that's where it's coming into play. But yeah, I think there are some creators that are grifters. I think if you're covering a missing child's case, nobody should know that you are financially strapped with your bills. It's nobody's, obligation to pay your monthly bills. So I think in that situation, but they're completely different things, right? That's not talking about having ad revenue on or super chats available and making money. Again, the other day I did bring up that these creators that went to the bike ride and everything, they've made a lot of money off Sebastian to not be wearing one of the shirts that some of them themselves are pushing. That was just a general statement. Like, listen, as much money you've made, you couldn't wear a Sebastian shirt that was a personal opinion, but it's not about like, oh, they shouldn't be making money at all. I don't care. Make your money.
I agree. I agree. I don't think there's a problem with people making money on this platform because, like I said before, YouTube's gonna make it if you don't.
I think
What's going
sometimes
on with
people.
y'all?
Welcome to the
What you doing?
panel.
What are you doing?
I think sometimes people look for reasons to have an issue too. So
Yeah, that got me super confused. Whatever was going on there.
me too, because the question was not answered at all.
No, because there's a huge difference in, for example, what Nonsense is doing. Let's just say she's seeing, because she does watch these channels, complete misinformation, false information, purposely false information, sometimes just mistakes put out. So she's correcting it. And if we were all to just stay in our lane, who's ever going to put out the correct information on any of this stuff? Sure, there are other channels who are putting out good information, but
But how do people even know that it's bad info? If
they
you,
don't. They
I
don't.
mean,
Right? I mean, that's the whole point. Like, you don't even know. And we probably all have, different crowds who come in. So is
For
it
sure.
always going to reach the right people? No.
right.
So that's why there's more than one channel. You may have Granny, she's got her people. Nonsense has her people. Deets may go live and do something correcting something. She has her people. And of course, there's an overlap. But,
Yeah.
you've got to understand that there are people now who've made channels of correcting this crap because they see it over and over and over again, and all they see are people complaining about it, so they did something. So I don't see it as wrong at all. I see it as a good thing because, I mean, so can it get carried away? Of course. Yeah, it can get personal. It can
Everything
get
can
carried
get carried
away.
away.
Of course. But I think overall, we need channels like that. Like, you need people to say, hey, wait a minute. Tony came on to TikTok, and then these people played it and repeated it. And we looked into this, this, and this, and it wasn't true. Here's the real information. What is wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with it. So,
So what I was taking from that, and sorry, I ended up deciding to come over and make a thumbnail for the next stream. But what I was taking from that is a frustration of so many channels doing it. But that kind of goes back to, like, I have been very turned off by the repetitiveness of what is going on in the case. And so I just did what anybody else should do and just
turned
don't
you off.
watch most of it.
Yeah.
There's a
Exactly.
select few channels I watch that still cover things, and because it just sucks too much energy out of you, especially when there's so many other things that you're interested in to, you know,
Yeah, and
follow at the time.
it's easy, and isn't that Laura's theory on everything? If you don't like it, don't watch it. Well, if you let's say that you're subscribed to Brittney and you're subscribed to Granny. Okay, you're subscribed to those two people. You've stayed out of everything. You're just subscribed to them both. Brittney puts out something. The next day, Granny goes over it and can prove that the information that was given was false. This happens 8 or 9 times. At some point, the subscriber will make their own decision on, I think Granny's making stuff up here and just going after Brittney, or I think Granny's telling the truth and Brittney's putting out crap. They're going to make their own decision. Whoever in the chat said it's up to the subscribers on what they want, you're going to see the people go where they want to go. If they don't have the wherewithal to fucking research and realize receipts are needed because this is a true crime case and it's important, then let them stay where they are and not choose Granny's channel and stay over there. Everybody has that choice. That doesn't mean you take the choice away from Granny and start shaming her because she's choosing to correct misinformation. No, you
Right.
just don't watch it. If you think that Cluminati's doing one thing, Deets is doing it, Granny's doing it, Nonsense is doing it, that's really like the only ones who are even doing this stuff.
Find the ones you like and watch them.
Yeah, pick the one you like or the one that seems credible, then pick the true crime channel that you fucking like. You don't have to be in a live 24 hours a day. Just find credible things and go watch them.
Yeah.
You
Can
know?
I just say as well, I feel I'm very grateful right now for Chasing's tone, her manner. I feel like all of us had become full of a bit of static energy there.
Like
I'm very
night and
grateful for it
I
right
know
now.
I did. Yeah.
Thank
It's a
you.
lot. I mean, listening to
But
it, I
I
was
I mean,
typing
I
so
get it
fast.
though. I get it
thinking,
when people get very passionate and very heated about a
course.
situation. I do understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I
Because
do
we
all
all
No,
the
get
time.
that way.
it is
But
true. It's just the whole
sorry.
first, I'm sorry, the whole first half of that part of the panel was upset about us not doing things that we had done for the past 3 hours.
And I think you should be passionate about correcting misinformation, no? If
I
you
am.
are true crime, if that's your jam
That's
and it's what
true.
you really enjoy, shouldn't you be passionate for the channels who are calling this out, saying, wait, this 15-year-old boy is not 5 feet tall. This 15-year-old boy, there was a scent for this amount of time, and here's the path. Why don't you go watch Gray Hughes's video? Here's the link for you. The dad actually was in Memphis based on such and such, such and such. If you're passionate about those things and you aren't here for the bullshit, aren't you happy that people are correcting it and putting out the real information? Or is it because a JLR will have 7,000 people in his live and he's just saying anything And we all that of course it bothers all of us because you've worked hard on your channel and then you see people like that who just say whatever they want and people follow it. I mean, they like it. Okay. I just don't subscribe, so I don't see it. It doesn't hurt my feelings because I don't watch it.
Mm.
I don't watch Pascal. I've never subscribed to the man. There's a lot of people on here. The example of Popcorn Planet. Why would anybody call them out? We don't even know who they are.
Yeah, I
Why
don't
would
know who
we be
that
in
is.
their business? Like, who are you, sir? I don't even know if it's ladies, men. I don't even know who those people are. Who the hell would we be talking about?
It's
Well,
a
this
very
is something
different
that I
channel.
have had a conversation with several people on in the past is that what your community is, because we all have different
Mhm.
communities, but then we have these conversations and thinking that everybody has the same community, and that's just not true because there are, channels that you watch that I don't watch. There
For sure.
are creators that you interact with that I don't interact with, and so
Mhm.
on and so forth. And that's just kind of how it is. And I think that sometimes we do forget that like, wait, your community might not necessarily be my community.
Right.
So if
And
you're
then, yeah, that's
seeing
a
like a
big thing
bunch of
I
stuff
say.
Yeah.
in
Go find
yours,
your people. Where are they at?
yeah,
Because they're not
yep.
here. Clearly your people aren't here. And that's to anybody who's like, why am I even listening to this live? Deets, gavel,
Right.
granny, burden chasing. I mean, I saw us in comments being called hoes. We're hoes now. Pimps and
What?
hoes.
What?
I didn't see
Dead
that.
ass. Yeah, seriously. We're the hoes
Oh,
now.
well, isn't that
We're not even the
Where
lovely?
was that?
tragedy. We're not the tragedy pimps.
I don't want to know.
We're the hoes. So because there's pimps and hoes, whatever.
Uh,
So clearly they
What?
watch, clearly they record Deets' channel, then they don't come in to have a conversation. They make a video about it, right? Okay.
oh, I
And
can imagine.
then they and their people talk about it. Okay. So I see the screenshot of it and I'm like, oh, that's cute. I didn't watch it because those aren't my people. So
Yeah,
I get the
that's why I said I don't
comments
want to know.
posted and I'm like, oh, that's cute too. And you find out, oh, all right, that person doesn't like me. This one doesn't like me. Good, great. Why would I ever go to your fucking channel? I wouldn't. I'm not going to watch you. Like,
Mhm.
and that's the difference. I don't have to go back and forth with them. Deets doesn't. None of y'all. We don't have to. And that's what Wee Frosty was saying.
Well,
But you do go back and forth with people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
I do find though that a lot of times when people call names like that, there's a lot of projection going on. So I'd be interested to
Oh,
know
for
who it is
sure.
later.
mhm.
That's why I'm kind of wondering because there's been two. I mean,
It's like, how do you
I was
call us all that? That's
well,
It's
crazy.
it's
yeah, I
somebody
was
you
told
would be
this
like,
like,
"Who?" You'd literally go, "Who? Who are you talking about?"
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Mhm.
huh.
Yeah.
Well, okay, then I guess there's
Right.
more than two. But yeah, this one that just happened, I'd call like a minor, a smaller end of like negative reaction. And then there was a larger one like a week or 2 weeks ago or something that was much larger. And both of them, I was like, whoa, where is this coming from? Like it was a big reaction for something that I don't
No,
think any of us
this
were
this
aware of.
Yeah,
person
that
isn't
happens
even
a
in
lot.
this community at all. They're really not. I don't even know what kind of community you call them, and I don't even know why they're all up in here. Like, mind your
Well,
business and
put in
bye.
the
Like,
thing.
who even are you? And nobody even cares. It's ridiculous. It's so I mean, it doesn't matter. People don't this is the irony in all of this shit, right? That channel and their commenters call people out, especially some of their commenters. It's what they do, literally what they do. But they call us hoes, then the tragedy pimps are the tragedy pimps, and they don't like none of us, but they call out other people for doing similar shit like the tragedy pimps. You know what I mean? So
Oh,
what are
so
you even
instead of
talking about?
dealing with their
Yeah,
own issues, they want to try to point fingers at other people?
I guess. I don't even know.
Okay.
Girl, bye.
Weird.
It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense, but it's speaking to what Laura was trying to say. Like Laura was saying, oh, so and so's not live because they can't talk about me or whatever. Well, what if they were? Then what would happen? If you were going live, they'd still be talking about you and you'd still be talking about them, and it would just go back and forth. You can ignore it if you want to. I mean, not every fucking word needs a response. Like Brittney doesn't need to respond to anything Granny says ever again. Granny doesn't either. But if they choose to, it's up to the subscribers if they want to watch it. It's not your business.
Right.
Why, I can't be like, oh, did you see that they had 700 people in there watching the response? The fuck? I mean, who cares? Just don't watch it if you don't want to. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, the Popcorn Planet doesn't make sense either because I don't know who them people are.
What I feel like it doesn't make sense is the fact that this right now, like what was, we're not up here calling anybody out or saying anything. It's nothing more than a discussion and hearing everybody's opinion on where they stand and how they view things.
Yeah.
And the last time we actually we had this conversation, that's actually what got that first response and reaction. So I don't know what it is about just a discussion that anybody can come, and Deets allows an open panel to have a discussion, but it isn't a discussion when the voice is raised and it's like seems
Right.
as though there's something very
Accusatory.
Well, I was
you're-
confused on who the do-gooders are and like who are they then? Is that are you talking about this channel? And kind of she was like, yeah, I am, but then she said it, Granny's the one who's live every day. Well, every day there's some more crap in Sebastian's case. Granny couldn't go live every day just to make something up. You're going to be like, bitch, what are you talking about right now?
Plus, I've
You
only
know?
been live every day for the past week. If I can be honest, I'm just going to be 100% honest. What I think it is I think Laura can't find her way on either side. I think if Laura could be the big JLR type channel, she would be, which is why she always references Popcorn Planet and all of them. And she also can't find her way on this side either. So I think for her, do you have like a YouTube channel midlife crisis type of thing where like you're kind of lost in the sauce, you don't know which way to go?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But I mean, that is
Yeah.
personally, I do feel like it was a little personal. I do know it's a little personal, despite claiming it's not. But yeah, I unlike her friend BJ, I've only been live this week every day about Sebastian, not for the past 3 months.
Yeah.
So whatevs. But it did sound like views were a problem, money was a problem. Like the argument just didn't really come full circle, in my opinion. It was just
Well,
the same.
and I feel like a lot of it was kind of hitting on things that we've already discussed. So I understand not hearing the beginning of the conversation, but yeah, we kind of already went over a lot of that. So
Yeah, there's not much you can really say. There was somebody who asked, see, this is a perfect example of what happened with Sebastian's case too, where Tony, the spokesperson who should have all the facts, he should know all the things, period. In my opinion, if you're going to be the spokesperson, you better know all the friggin' things. Anyway, he said the original Amber Alert said this, and he got audio from his team.
Yeah.
Right?
That was so wrong.
So he plays
so
it,
wrong.
and we're all a little confused at first. We're all a little like, whoa, wait, no, that was completely wrong. However, the more important part of that was once, for me personally, I started researching. It is a deputy. It is a real person. It is somebody with IT experience and a degree who created a whole system based off Haley Owens, a little 10-year-old girl who was murdered in Missouri. He took that action and he created this app initially for the police, for Amber Alerts, and for the community that he was in so that everybody could participate and see where everybody is, what's going on, and if anybody is seeing the person who's missing. Other counties around him then adopted the system as well. Now, us.watch is a completely legit, reliable website. Now, it looks weird when you go on because you're like, what the hell is this? But it is a whole real thing. And it's actually brilliant. It's a brilliant system. that involves whatever community you're in. If somebody goes missing right now and my location is set and I'm on the website, I will get a notification. I'll get a picture and the information, and then I'll be sent to go monitor an area. I do find that part a little scary because you could be sending, a sex offender or somebody to.
I have
I don't know. I'm
a s-
nervous about that, but it's a good
I
idea.
I have a slightly different opinion, but it's
Same.
very nuanced, and it would take a long time to
And
explain.
it's
I
not just
tried.
Amber Alerts. I heard your argument on it. So it's
Well, no,
missing
you only heard
people.
part of it, to be fair.
Okay.
But there is a lot to go into that, and I think that's one of the points that brings us all here. We all have different experiences that
Mm-hmm.
brings us to this point, and
Yeah.
our opinions are our opinions and what informs them. And it doesn't mean that all things are either just good or just bad. There
Sure.
can be a mishmash of all of the things. And that's we see that all the time. That gets lost on YouTube a bit.
Yes.
That
Well,
when you try to say any degree of anything, it becomes, well, is it good or bad? Is it
I just
legit or
didn't
not?
want people to think because it had that AI voice, it was some kind of weird scam and a website that's like trying to do something bad to you. Where
But you
if
do
you
know that
do
they're
a
like
little research.
that very one
Mhm.
is used by scammers on Facebook.
Yeah.
So that
But
is where
how?
I take issue with it because
How?
I was actually on Glare's channel when he came across that very scam on Facebook in the Elijah Vu case. And we were talking about it. I'm like, oh, this is a scam. We've,
Because it looks like a
they
scam, it's not.
take that. I get what you're saying, but they take that information and they put out this audio
Mhm.
and what they want in return, and it sounds very similar to that. Now that one might be legit, but it sounds very similar to that,
Mhm.
and they want your information so then they can spam you with stuff because they've seen a lot of people fall prey to that one.
Well, this one is
But I know
US
that the watch one
dot
is
watch.
connected to NCMEC. The problem with
It
that,
is.
in my opinion, though, is not having the information correct on what they're putting out.
So
Yes.
here's how I think that it works and why it's a really great idea. And I want to be so clear that this one, and I may just do a separate video on this, it is a real person, a real deputy, real law enforcement. They're not collecting your data. You can sign in with your own phone number. That's it. Just your phone number. I did it 2 or 3 days ago. I've gotten nothing from them. It'll
Hmm.
notify your phone if there is an alert or an endangered child or a silver alert in your location.
Mhm.
You then get information on where to go.
Did you put that information in through their website or through
Yep.
Facebook?
Right on their
Okay, see,
website.
that's where the problem lies and why
Yeah.
people are mimicking that organization, and they're mimicking it on Facebook,
They
and then
are.
people are putting their information in through Facebook, and that's where
Mhm.
people are getting scammed.
Which sucks
It
because,
does.
I traced it back to see, like, is this even a real thing? Like, what the hell is this? And it is. It is an actual real thing.
Mhm.
And it works. So I don't know. I mean, yes, you're right. Uh, The scam things. I even ran it through like the software to see if the website itself is legitimate. It is.
Yep.
There's, nothing attached to it to make it unsafe for you. But you're right. It does. It could, because
Mhm.
people can use these types of things and it looks fake, people go crazy. They're like, it's
I did
fake.
the same thing because there was another panelist elsewhere that had said that they had had a virus or something. So I went on the hunt to see where that would come
Mhm.
from.
That's exactly
And
what I did.
there was right, because you're like, well, let's see it then.
Yeah,
And that's where I think things can get a little bit messy,
sure.
myself included, because sometimes whenever you're trying to explain a thing, you think you've communicated the thing, but really you haven't, because you've either
Right.
got halfway through a sentence or halfway through a thought, and then you start to think something
Right.
else, and it all gets all lost in the sauce. I'm very much guilty of that.
There's a bigger company that does own it, Layla. It's like a software company. The guy who wrote the code is Mikol, Skaggs deputy. He's a deputy in Missouri. He's 100% real. I'm going to put out a video on it. That
Yeah,
way it'll be
he's in
easier.
Springfield. Have you dug into what Skaggs did in some of the cases in Springfield?
I haven't dug into him as a person except for finding out more about his background with the
Okay.
whole Haley thing. Now, there is a sex offender by the exact same name, but spelled normal.
Mhm.
And he was a
Mhm.
deputy. His name's Michael. This is
Mhm.
Mikol, different guy. There's pictures of the good Michael. There's also pictures of the bad Michael. And people
Of course.
insisted the bad Michael is the one who is connected to this. And they're also trying to connect him to Tony. And I'm like, no, stop saying that. Do you see why that's important? Because maybe
Mhm.
people aren't going to look into this. They're not going to sign up for it. They could be missing a chance to participate in these real life searches that are a really good thing, just in their little area. But because our minds are so suspicious of everybody now and we don't believe anything, we're like, oh, fuck this. This is terrible. Yeah, people are using something good, but here's another part of it. They're just saying Michael. His name's Michael. You look up Michael Skaggs and you're going to get a sex offender in Missouri. But if you're looking up Mikol, you're going to get the deputy and you're going to see a lot of the stuff that he's done, but it
Right.
looks like
Okay,
Deets thinks he
But
did something bad. And now I'm nervous because your
then there
face.
isn't just
I
the
haven't
website.
fully. Yeah, I got you. We sorry. I haven't fully investigated. I received a lot of resources to it, but I just haven't had the time to fully dig into it. But some of the
No,
articles that I've read about it have me very apprehensive to
I don't see
promote it.
anything bad. I see so many good things about him. Startland News, the Memphis Democrat. Let me see if I can, because now I'm nervous. So I'm like, okay, well, is this really bad?
I mean, you might
Just
be
not
you might be
seeing it?
right. I completely. That's why I said I just haven't done my due diligence on it yet, which is why I haven't discussed it but the articles that I have read and then my own personal experience with the scammers on Facebook, the
Of
ones that
course, yeah.
mimic this program and use it in that way.
Well, I see something
Make
from
me apprehensive. Please
2019.
don't give anything on Facebook your information. Let's just say
No,
that.
don't.
If you're going directly to the website, that's one thing, but don't give anything on Facebook your information.
Well,
Because I would
here's
really hate for
something
people to be taken advantage of.
that might give people a little more confidence. I don't know. Today, the Missouri House Committee on Crime Prevention and Public Safety will hear heartfelt testimony in support of HB 185, known as Haley's Law. The legislation was introduced by Representative Trent, a Republican in Springfield. It aims to improve Missouri's Amber Alert system and make it easier for police officers to issue alerts, requiring the Amber Alert Oversight Committee to meet annually. Haley Owen's brother and the father of her convicted killer are both expected to give testimony. While my son's tragic decisions are ultimately responsible what happened to Haley, I know that if an effective Amber Alert system had been in place, I would have recognized Craig's license plate and could have intervened to possibly save Haley's life. Since 2017, he's been a vocal proponent of this bill. Now, if you go down, it says, in addition to using his voice to support Haley's Law, Owens is working with Michael Skaggs, a deputy sheriff from Dent County, to get the word out about Haley's app, which stands for Honing Alerts issued by law enforcement for youth safety application. Skaggs developed the free web-based platform to help law enforcement officials share pictures of missing kids with the public and assign pertinent search areas when Amber Alerts are issued. So they went to Congress and they went to the House and they're trying to get all this stuff passed. That was 2019. It was passed. All of that did go through. So I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, Mel's Bells, you sent me a lot of good information on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And I
if anybody's
appreciate
A
wondering,
lot of good info.
the issue wasn't that they were putting out the incorrect information. They hooked into an API, most likely, with NECMEC to get that information pulled down. And they have a space for vehicle. So when the robotic
Yes.
audio looks there and it just says unknown because there's not a car associated with the Amber Alert.
Exactly.
In many states, they do require a vehicle to be.
Yes.
For an Amber Alert, yeah.
I love
Yeah.
Jenny's brain. That's exactly. So it pulls it. And if you don't have a car, and in Sebastian's case, we don't. So it said unknown, right?
Mhm.
So
That's all that
Tony
is.
comes and repeats it as he got into an unknown vehicle, making it seem as though somebody saw him getting into the vehicle, but we
And
don't know what the
see,
vehicle
I
looked
think
like.
this is the opportunity for the developers to see this and realize where this can cause issues. Because look
gonna
at what
write
the
to him.
spokesperson, the PR person for a
Mhm.
family went and did with this, and like was running around claiming this is the first Amber Alert. And really, all it caused was a lot more confusion and the spread of
Right.
more misinformation.
100%.
My also fear is that with it is a safety net on Facebook, because there are scammers who are
For sure.
replicating it and trying to connect people in that manner as well.
Yeah.
So
I mean, what a
I know like
brilliant
a couple people say
thing
like
that
I
he
already
did that.
get Amber Alerts on my phone without it,
But
and
a
I
lot of
agree with
people
that,
don't.
Lynn, but some don't. You're right. And so there's
And
this
you're not sent to a location. You're
space.
not given a block in your area where this child went missing from. So this
Well,
app shows you go here. And all they want you to do is keep your eyes open. Stand there, keep your eyes open. They're not asking you to go search. They're asking you and your fellow community to get out there right now and stand in your spot and wait. You're given a time frame, you're given an area, and then once you're done, you're done. But at least the police know, hey, Lynn Love and Light was standing at this place from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. and she walked this perimeter. She didn't see anything. And the premise is it gives the police time to look in the other places where the community isn't, because they know,
yeah.
okay, we've got 12 people standing in this area. We don't need to go over there right now. We need to go over here. That's the
And I
idea.
would imagine, you're looking for a vehicle in many cases too.
Yeah.
So if this block you're walking, you can see if it comes by. If they do,
100%.
you know what time, and the police know what time
Yeah.
to be able to narrow it down a little better. I mean, I think it's a great idea. I don't
Definitely.
see any issues off the
No.
top with it,
I mean, the
but
killer's dad was like, if I had that information, I would have known that was my son's license plate and I could have done something. That's why he helped push it through and get this information out there. I mean, the killer of Haley's father is like, this is a great thing. It would have been a horrible decision for me to have to make, but I would have made it. So, I mean, I think it's a good
Hey,
thing. But we feel like it's a bad thing because it's an AI
Mm.
voice, because you can't employ somebody to read every single Amber Alert. It's just not going to happen.
yeah.
So
And to get it at when you need it, which is immediately.
immediately.
That's the key. So you can't be like, oh,
Right.
well, I'm at the store right now. I'll get it, in 30
Later.
minutes when I get home.
Exactly.
Yeah. That comment that you put about revival just now,
Yeah.
Deets, where did Katie say that? I would love to have that information. Where Katie said that the child was 8, because
She said
that's a
that
big
on
difference.
she said that on
Mm,
it was when she responded to the whole
she didn't say
situation.
8. She
Was
said he wasn't a teenager. She said he wasn't. I have it right here. Hold on.
say she made a
Oh, okay.
post about it.
She did, but she never said 8, though.
She didn't say an age there.
No.
Oh, okay.
I wonder where the age came
That's why
from.
I was curious, because we want the right information. So if that was
Yeah,
out there, I
we've
definitely.
got it. It says
It was
right
on Facebook.
here.
JC does have a very calming voice when she doesn't have a Boston accent out.
Oh yeah.
So
I only have the Boston accent when I'm mad or
she's got the podcast voice going with
overwhelmed.
that. It's
She
her
does have the
podcast microphone.
podcast voice going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
when
can
you were
turn on a
talking about
dime.
that's true. When you were somebody say something bad about a child or a victim, you should just watch her turn. So, Deets, you were talking about Tony's TikTok live from the other night, right? Where he said that there was a vehicle and they didn't know that.
Yes, ma'am.
He literally has access to know what the first Amber Alert was.
Yep.
Why in the world?
Did you not hear
Would
his
you
live, or did you?
I watched, Savage had it, and I watched, like, the
Yep.
very first part of it, and then I had a meeting, and I didn't ever go back to it. But
So
I heard that
I
first part. I
was
was like, "What?"
I was glad she went live and streamed that because, you know,
Mhm.
those lives disappear right afterwards.
Yeah,
And
thank you, Savage.
so very thankful for that. And yeah, he just put out, and then finally people came in and corrected him, but it wasn't until the very end of the live that people came in and corrected him on it. And even then, he wasn't conceding. He was just saying, well, I'm going to have to look into this more. Like, sir, look into the shit more before you put it out. Like,
Well, the
that's all you
live
have to
before
do.
that was that TikTok guy saying that he had talked to an officer and had all that information, right?
Yeah, TikTok Tony
What?
does have a reckless mouth. He has a very reckless mouth. I agree.
But
And
he's supposed to be a spokesperson.
since then, the same TikTok guy has come out and said that he was being made into the fall
Oh,
guy
he
for
was
some
very
other
mad.
stuff,
He was
and
very
that's where
mad.
all the layers are just like, what? What?
Yeah,
What?
he's
What are
Well,
not
y'all
happy.
when I heard him when I heard that guy after the fact, it was the next morning, I think, because
Steven.
Tracy, I sent it to you. I was like, "Hey, what?" Um,
Yeah.
but the he was just saying he misspoke or something, and I'm like, No, you
Yeah, but there's
didn't."
something else going on now where he's saying he's like being played for Fall Guy and he's not involved in all this stuff and
Oh,
he's not Team
please.
Whatever.
Tony and what is this text message that he's receiving, but he won't say what the text message is, and it was very strange. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on in here, but
But why are
I
these
can't
people
blame
doing
them.
this?
I don't
If they're
know.
really trying to find Sebastian, why are they doing all this with the fake information? And to be fair, Seth did a lot of bad info. He put out a
Mhm.
whole bunch of bad info over this time, and I'm not bashing him. And I know he's in pain, so please don't take it that way. But he has put out a ton of misinformation, and we bit our tongues, right? We try to
Yeah,
correct
when
it,
we
but
first
it
started covering it, that's why we stopped covering it.
sure
I
is.
stopped going live because of that. I was like, this got, you know, stopped doing the interviews, not stop going live. Sorry, stop covering the
Right.
interviews because it got to the point where it was like, this is insane. Like I couldn't defend him any longer. I couldn't be
Mm-mm.
unbiased. I couldn't be neutral. So it's like I can't go over these interviews any longer
Well,
because
also,
it
they
got
had
really
him.
crazy with the misinformation.
Oh my God, yeah. But they had him on a pedestal. And I told Deets, I was like, look, all of this bad info goes right back to him and his mother. It was crazy. And I was just like, why would he be putting out bad info? And I think it's just that he believed or he wanted to, he just wanted information, right? So I'm not saying he's a bad guy for that, but that needs to stay private until you can verify something. And I just don't think he knew that or understood that. I think he just shared everything he got with people. And I think that might be why law enforcement wasn't communicating with him, right? Because everything would just go out. Every time I talk, it's hard to get to like actually say something, and then when I do talk, everybody shuts up. Like for a while, I'm like,
I'm
hello,
so
hello.
sorry. I can't ever get to
I
unmute.
was using the opportunity to pee, Gavel, because of that
Not
very
you,
reason.
not
I'm like,
you.
oh
This is
I'm
crap,
so
she's almost
sorry.
done. I'm like trying to run back to the
I'm
audience.
so sorry.
You should
I'm so
have seen me. I'm
sorry.
like mid washing my hands, and I'm like, oh, she's coming to the end. She's gonna think that we're leaving her abandoned there or something
I
like
was gonna say that's like the third time it's happened. I'm like, oh my God.
I
Everybody's like,
didn't
oh,
want it to
Jenny's
feel
talking.
like
We could
that.
just go do something else.
I was trying. No, I just wanted you to have your moment to speak.
I
And
know.
so I was
Thank
like,
you.
oh, perfect timing. And normally I let him know back here that I'm running to go to the bathroom real quick, but I did it this time because I thought I could be fast. And I wasn't.
with
But
with the
I agree with
information.
you. He was putting out so much misinformation. And I think that, like you said, all the tips coming in. He was receiving a bunch of tips at the time, and I think that him and TikTok Tony are taking those tips as fact, and I think that was a reason why law enforcement cut him off. And I'm with Gavel. I'm not trying to speak ill of the man at all. I'm just saying that that's kind of what
No, I feel
we
terrible
came to
for
the
him.
conclusions on.
Here's
Yeah,
a perspective I took with it. Do you think that Tony is aware that he's put out misinformation, but he's trying to force the hand of LE to speak? Because he did say that by the time I'm done, law enforcement is going to talk to Seth. And he also encouraged everybody push the police to hold a presser. And last time they had the misinformation with Crabtree, what happened? Seth Rogers received a phone call. Nick Barris put up an update, and then Crabtree got to speak with the lead detective. So do you think that part of them is playing a game with the police and now they're insulting the police publicly, very loudly and clearly, in attempts to get them to speak?
It's possible.
No, I don't know.
You don't think so? I think so. I think he's slimy enough to do something slimy to get police attention.
Well, what we had too with the Seth, the issue that we had
I
come
do think
into
Tony is a
is
fraud. Yes.
yeah. Well, they had put Seth was on such a pedestal, right?
Mhm.
At that time, that to even say that his information was incorrect, we would have gotten our heads chopped off.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Hey,
Everybody
that's
had him
not
up so
accurate.
high.
Yeah,
And oh my gosh, when was my last stream on it?
it's been a while.
It's been a hot minute, but people were.
Because I still keep adding to the list just in case we decide to
I
go
know,
back.
I've done that too. And it's like, I just feel and maybe we should continue them now. But I still want to try to remain neutral about it, but it was getting really hard too. Really.
Yeah,
hard.
me and Jason definitely got our heads chopped off when people were in. I even
Yeah.
hid one of the streams because I'm like, this is going on members only. I'm not ready to take more heat yet.
Yeah,
It was a
nobody
month
wants.
ago, Jenny. A month.
I'm
Yeah,
searching
people don't.
everywhere
They,
for where Katie replies. Somebody find it real quick. Because
See,
they
this
don't
is
want to
why I let
know.
Gavel speak, and she's like, "Wait, everybody was
Now
crickets."
she's
But here
struggling
we
to
are,
speak.
interrupt her.
Find it.
I do
It's okay.
that to Wee all the time because Wee's such a soft spoken, like she speaks so like slowly, and so I never know that she's not finished, and I'm like, I'm sorry, Wee, I love you, I'm sorry.
God damn it, let me speak.
Like, you damn American, shut up.
Look, we may be soft spoken, but she's got some volume, dude, and she will let
she
you know.
Oh,
God,
you'll
I
know
adore
when
her.
I'm mad. You know when I'm big mad. There's a difference between being irritated and big mad. I try not to let big mad out very often. I try.
Yeah, and you can tell when she's poking too when she laughs at somebody.
Right. Look, sometimes it's just look. I know my flaws. I could curse somebody out of their skin if I wanted to, but that will irritate people. And equally, if I laugh, that will also irritate people. I know which one is generally less offensive, so I know even the laughing irritates people. I can't win, but I find it's my only option.
If it's somebody that has a complex about being laughed at, it's not the better option.
True also. True also. See, I know that now.
You did.
I do.
I'm sure.
I do. The only thing I can promise you is I will critique myself and laugh at myself
It's
more
just how
than I
some
would
people
ever
laugh,
do to anyone
though.
else.
Your laugh is a giggle. So what? Too bad if people don't fucking like it. See now?
No, that's not it.
Georgia.
Like,
Yeah,
she'll
no, it
say
is it
something.
because people are saying in the chat too that
Yeah.
Georgia.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well,
Repeatedly,
that's okay.
many times.
Georgia,
Nice,
she's
Georgia.
entitled to her opinion, but be nice. I try to get everybody. I was about ready to say something in the chat. Everybody was losing their minds, and I'm just like, well, you're coming, huh? Oh, hang on a second. Hang
I
on a
love-
second.
So,
Okay,
Jenny
it really
laughed.
is her.
Laughed like
I
that in
think.
person.
I was like,
I
wait,
love
are
Gavel's
you not?
giggle.
Are you done with your radiation treatment already, Laura?
No, see? Why are people lying and trying to be Laura? Get out
It
of here.
says it's her.
Well, it might be, but I don't think radiation takes too long.
I don't
I wanna
know.
Deets, I gotta
Like-
switch phones.
30 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe. I could be wrong.
Okay, I found the Katie response.
Yeah, that's not her.
Oh,
Okay,
thank you.
interesting.
What is it?
It says that child was not 13, and we did not allow my son to be abused. We
Mhm.
contacted all authorities. My son received all available help he could, multiple therapists involved. His doctor did know because he went to the doctor and got checked immediately.
It says your
Seth was,
devices are not connected, Laura. Sorry, Jenny.
oh, it's okay. Seth was involved in his therapy as well. There are so many lies in this story, including him failing to mention where Seth got banned from the base for his violent tendencies, where at the time my son was seeing a psychiatrist and psychologist to help him with his trauma from Seth's abuse and the trauma from being assaulted by this child. Let me be clear. I think it is sickening that this man is airing my son's trauma online. My son deserves better than that. When we find him, and I believe in my heart we will, the truth will come out. He's doing his best to slander us as parents, but my son is loved and cared for and always will be. Public opinion based on lies, assumptions, half truths is rampant because of things like this, which has nothing to do with finding Sebastian. I will not stoop so low as to take part in back and forth argument with him. God
See?
knows the truth, and the truth always comes out. Please stop the madness and focus on finding Sebastian because that is the most important thing.
Nobody
All
ever said
she
he was
said
8.
was all she said was he was not 13
But I've seen
here.
it everywhere now. Everywhere.
But that's why I was asking,
Yep.
where did she say, what, like, did I miss it? Was she on Dutchies? Did she say something on Clues? Like, was there a different place where she said that the child was 8? That's what.
Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've only ever known her to say, he wasn't 13, but I don't know.
Is that you, Laura?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
I just want to. Is Granny still up here?
No,
she switched phones.
she had to
Changing
switch her
phones.
phones. I think she'll be back in a second, though.
All right. If I miss her because I have to go in, but I just wanted to clear something up. I heard that when I got off, she said how one of my mods doxed her or whatever, or my mods doxed her. That is not true. She has the mod that she's talking about is an issue that has nothing to do with me, has nothing to do with my channel, has nothing to do with any of my
I
other
see.
mods. It's an
Did she
issue
say
with
that?
her and Morbid and the other one. Whatever, I forgot Morbid's ex.
I
May
totally
Noodles or
missed her.
whatever.
Say,
I didn't hear her
totally,
say that.
She said it.
I
No, she
totally
did.
missed
She
it.
said
Oh,
it.
okay.
She said
Maybe I
it.
was coming up.
Hang
Yeah,
on,
we
Granny's
missed it.
coming right back up, but
All right.
I don't think it's
I just want to
connecting.
clear that up.
No,
Yeah.
that's good.
I don't think you're connecting, Granny. If you can hear me, it's just showing a white box.
Yeah, I had the same problem.
Yeah,
Like,
you did.
It
it
took
was
me forever
weird.
to get up. I
I was
couldn't.
like, I'm new.
Really?
I don't know how to use StreamYards.
Maybe it's a StreamYard thing today or something. I'm gonna kick her. Maybe she'll come back up. Because it's just
I'm a
it's just
newbie.
a white box. I'm gonna type in there.
Are you off work yet, Nanya?
And I also want to apologize for coming in hot.
Well, it's just like I think if we were calmer, it would have been received a little differently. But it was also like we've been talking about those same things for hours. So I think a lot agreed with you. We were just confused on
Yeah, I didn't
the
know that.
context,
I came in late.
Yeah.
I just get frustrated with all the hypocrisy and all the, one side stay in your own lane when they're not staying in their own lanes, and it's just the hypocrisy is just too much, and it's very. I mean, I've been in this community a long time, and it's gotten to the point where so many of us, including myself, just don't even want to be in it anymore. Like, you can't even turn it on. It's not fun.
I think that's fair because we've had those same feelings.
That's what I was
Yeah.
saying. Like I've said that. Like it gets to where I'm not even watching some of the content anymore
I
at
agree.
all because Nanya's choosing violence today, so she's going to join us for the McAlberts discussion instead. But
That's from Kendrick.
I get that because a lot of people are turning it off because it becomes, very repetitive and it sucks the energy from you, and people, I don't think anybody wants that.
A lot of people do, though. But, one thing I've noticed, if you look at Dolly's chats and other people's chats, the ones with 2-3 T-Revs chats, you look at their chats, is it really fair to their subs, people constantly calling them out? It's not.
Well,
Their
if they're
subs,
is it fair to their subs if they're constantly putting out misinformation?
but
Is that
what I
hang
was
on real
trying to
quick. Is
uh,
that you, Granny? Real quick, Laura. Is that you,
It's me.
Granny? Okay,
Me.
there you go.
Yeah.
Just
Sorry.
making sure.
My phone
Just
kept
making sure.
isn't
disconnected.
there a way to call it out without calling them out? Isn't there a way to just say, okay, here are the facts of the case and discuss the facts of the case instead of this one's so bad and this one's putting this out and that one? Just discuss the facts of the case. That's all I'm saying. That's all I was trying to
That's
say.
true. There is a way to do that. I mean, I understand what you're saying. People could do that.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But go-
But you got to admit, let's be honest, there is some growth to be had, right? Because if you put JLR, calling out JLR, now you're going to get people that support JLR and you're going to get the haters. I find this with my name
For
alone.
sure.
People end up, you know what I mean? So
exactly.
there's growth in it. Yeah.
But Granny,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. At least you can own that.
I looked at
That's my
parking.
point. Is that people need to own it. I agree with you. Yes, you can grow that way, but own that. Don't say, well, I'm only
Right.
doing it because I'm pointing out but no, you're not. You're doing it for growth. And I can respect
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Do you see what I'm
I
saying?
think people always say they don't do it for growth, but if that was the case, you'd have a journal and you'd write it down. You know what I mean? Like, listen, we
And you
all want to
wouldn't
grow. There's no
monetize. And you wouldn't monetize.
right,
That exactly.
right.
I
There's
100% agree
nothing
with
wrong with
that.
wanting to grow.
I
Yeah.
agree. Just own it.
I don't know why there's like a negative thing towards it, like, oh, you want subs, you want money. Well, don't we all want a couple extra dollars? Don't we
Exactly.
all want a couple extra subs? You know what I mean? Like, is there really
Exactly.
something so
I
wrong with that?
truly I don't care about that. I know a lot of people say that on here and people are like, "Oh yeah, you're just saying that." So I believe some people when they say it cuz I truly don't
Well,
care.
I
If we
I
had 100 people in here discussing that or 600 people in here discussing what we've discussed today. I enjoy it either
Yeah,
way.
but it's nice they're having 600. You know what I mean?
I agree.
It
well,
feels good.
no, it makes me nervous,
There's nothing wrong with
honestly.
that.
It
It really
does
makes
me
me
too.
nervous. But Deets, I can
Yeah.
vouch for Deets because we've talked about that quite a bit. It's like I don't care. Like I don't want to sit there with just one or two people in chat. That would hurt my feelings a little bit, right? But
Right.
but it's really just having a comfort level with the chat,
Mhm.
right? And so everybody's getting to speak. You're having a really good conversation. That's why I'm here. That's what I love to
You
do.
know what?
I'm not an advocate, and I'm not a crime channel or true crime channel or
Right.
a missing child channel. None of that. I
And
actually came here as a trial.
I got to get into radiation, but I just want to
Okay.
straighten something out with you, Granny. That whole doxing bit was not all my mods. It had nothing to do
No,
with
it was
me.
just
It had nothing to
yeah.
do with my channel. It was not Laura's mods doxed me like it was an issue with me. It had
No, it
absolutely
wasn't an issue
nothing.
with you.
Okay. I just want to clear that up so I don't want anyone thinking, oh my
No, I
God,
just
Laura's mods are
don't like
doxing
them.
people.
Well, they are doxing people, but it doesn't
No,
mean you are, but
there's
they
no
are.
they in it. Hold on, there's no
Well,
they in it.
Allie,
You have an
and Marie
issue. You have an
for being
issue.
doxed.
Marie's not a mod.
Oh, okay,
You
good.
you have an issue with Morbid and May and Allie and all those people that have nothing to do with me or my channel or anything. So I just want
No,
to
I know,
point
but
that out.
Allie is your mod, and Allie is doxing me, so
But
I do have
Allie
an
is a
issue with
human
Allie.
being, but I don't know anything about that, the situation, nothing. It has nothing to do with me or my channel. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Well, other than
I'm
her
sure
being
you
a
don't
mod.
know. I'm sure you don't know what all your mods do on the side in other communities and other channels. It has nothing to do with me or my channel or any other mod. And I
No, I
don't
agree
know the
with that. But I
situation.
do know what my mods are doing, to be honest. My mods aren't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree to disagree on that part. But yeah, no, I'm not blaming you for what she's doing at all.
I
I'm
know,
just saying she's doing it. I
but
don't like
you
her.
said Laura's mods doxed me, and that's just not true. Like you have an issue with one mod. There's no there's no Laura's mods. It has nothing to do with my channel.
Okay,
That's an
you're right. I should have
individual
said
fight.
Laura's mod. I
No,
thought
it's an
Marie was a mod as
individual
well. So you're
fight.
right. I
No,
should have
she's
said
not. That's
it's
an
actually not a
individual
fight. I'm not
fight.
engaging. Well, it's not a fight when somebody's not engaging. When somebody's just out here doxing you, your children, their school, your medical, talking about your vagina, talking about your kids, talking about your record. It's not a fight.
Yeah, but
It's not a
that's not
fight. I'm not
Allie. That's
responding.
me. That's me, not Allie.
Well, Allie's right there. Allie's right there with it, right? Like she's like dropping the
But
link. She's
that's
in the
not
chat
Allie.
participating. She's a mod there too.
But Allie's
But it
not
is. But
doing
it
it.
is because I've seen
It's
Allie.
me.
Oh, okay. Allie's just the moderator, cheering it on, and also participating, but she's not actually doing it. Okay. But that's sentiments, Laura. You know that. She's still part of it, but it's not your fight, and you're going through chemo right now, so I'm not going to argue with you over it respectfully. You know what I mean? It's not your
But I
fault. It's
kind
not
of,
your
Granny, though, I
you're
honestly, I
doing.
kind of agree with Laura because, like, I don't know what all my mods are doing. I don't have a personal relationship with all my mods. Like, I know a lot of people have group chats with their moderators and they, talk to them before lives and stuff. I don't, and I keep it that way on purpose. I like to have that. Like, if they show up and they want to
I know,
mod,
but I
awesome.
do
If
know
they
that
don't,
Laura's
they
aware.
don't.
I'm not
Right.
aware.
I
I
get
don't
that.
know what goes on in there. I don't care about May. I don't care about her
We've
channel,
spoken
nothing.
about it, Laura.
Yeah, in the past, and I told
I
you
really don't.
that I have
I'll
yet
be
to see
honest. I don't
proof.
really.
But I have yet to see proof that Allie has done anything. I've heard a lot of shit, but I've yet to
Really?
see proof. Really. And you just told me
Okay.
it's not
I really
Allie.
don't.
She's just there egging it on.
No, you said it's not Allie. I said, okay, she's just there. You said that. I don't
Yeah.
appreciate you guiding everybody to where this dox is taking place. First off, I think that was pretty rude to do. Maybe you didn't mean to do that, but I think it was a little rude. But we have spoken about it because your response was, well, Allie claims you've done it to her. And I'm like, well, that's not true. It's never happened. So you did know that Allie was participating in it. Your mods are also trying to instigate stuff between you and I at the same time as well. So
Well,
there
in fact,
are like
also,
little,
hang on, I also agree
like
with
that whole telling you I made that video I didn't make.
I agree
Okay,
with
and I
Granny and
dropped it.
MJ on this too, though. If I knew one of my mods
I
was
know you
going to
did.
live, they probably just wouldn't be my mod anymore. If I knew they were out there going real life on people.
Yeah, but I haven't seen
I'd just be
proof.
like,
I've asked for
dude.
proof. I have yet to see proof. I hear a lot. People tell me
Well,
that she's doing it, but I've
can
yet
you
to see proof.
send her proof, Granny, so she's
That it's
aware of
Allie
it?
doing it,
I
not
can,
May. That it's
but I
Allie.
also
Okay.
I can, but I also know that Laura is friendly with Allie on a more different level that I don't even want to get in between the relationship because I quite frankly don't care that much. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful to you, Laura.
But
Like
you
I
just
wouldn't
said in
ask. I
500
would never.
people how my mod is doxing you. So
Well,
I'm
she
asking
is
you for
doxing
proof.
me.
Show me the proof.
Oh,
Just show me the
I'll
proof.
show you the proof.
That it's her, not May. That it's her.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll show
All
you
right,
the
I gotta
proof.
go.
Thanks, Laura.
Oh,
Good luck, Laura.
thanks. I don't know how to get out. Can you kick me off? I
Yeah,
can't
I'll
find
kick
an
ya.
X.
I'll kick you.
Thanks.
Maybe.
She's probably peeing again.
No, I wasn't. I was not. I was trying to figure it out. I was actually, ma'am, I was going to get my chapstick. That's all.
Aw, that's good for you.
But okay, so devil's advocate, when you do say things like like you're putting that on someone. So like if I came in and said, for some reason Jill is coming to mind as one of your mods, Granny. If I said, oh, your mod Jill is doing this, it's like I'm putting the ownership on you when it might just be entirely Jill's fault. Like I have no issues with Jill, guys. I'm just using this as an example. Oh, Granny fell off. She's like, I'm not talking about this. Bye. I do like Jill. Her mind, she just can't. She's the first one that came to mind. I don't know who Allie is either. Oh, they're best friends in real life. Oh, see, I don't know. No, it's not Alec Erickson. No, I wouldn't imagine.
Oh no, Burton, you got your hand wrapped in the charger.
It is.
I was trying to get up as quick as I could
grouping
so that
together.
it got wrapped in it, and I was like, by the time I got up,
sorry.
no, I just felt bad. Oh, but because I get it if you're sitting there like,
I don't
hello,
know how these
anyone
people.
here?
What grouping?
No, like, so when you group people together like that, it does come
Oh,
across, a certain way,
it's not
and I
fair.
get that. No, it's not. But
It's not fair to do that.
if they're tight friends and they're aware of it, then yeah, I could see where you're heated about it.
That's where it
Yeah,
goes
'cause
back to the conversation we had, the one of the first ones that you did where you asked questions and polls, and um,
Mhm.
you ended up asking or if a mod is an extension of the channel, like do subs view it that way?
Yep.
And yeah, the results were like high on that, and it like clicked because I have a very personal situation that ended up occurring that yeah, it's like, and I don't feel like she's saying, getting grouped together. They're all adults, hopefully, supposed to be here
Mhm.
in this area, all adults
Yeah.
that are individuals, that you're not responsible for them. You're not their parent. You can't babysit them. You can't control them. And you can request that they don't dox, go real life, harass, bully. That's the mistake I made in the beginning of all of this with my channel, is that I hadn't requested such a thing, and something did happen with my mod and I mods, and I felt really awful. But outside of that, though, you can't control them. You can request it, but it's up to them what they're
Right.
gonna do. And then if they continue to be that kind of person, and for your channel you are not okay with that, right? Then you can unmod them or whatnot. But yeah, I think it definitely goes back to that of like, do people view that they're an extension of the channel? Do they?
And a lot of people did. A lot of people did. And that's
Mhm.
kind of why I've been very like selective. That and I don't feel like my mods actually have to do a whole lot of work. Like a lot goes. It has to be pretty intense for someone to get timed out or blocked. I should say that unless rappers coming in and then they got to do a lot of work. Then they're busy, busy, busy. Hang on,
I
here's
forget though
Granny.
that I'm modding sometimes in here.
Same.
Sorry, Deets.
Well,
do.
I'm
My
the
phone said it was
world's
too
worst.
hot.
Your phone's too hot. Even her phone was
I know.
mad.
Even my phone was hot. No, I hate this stupid phone. It's ridiculous. But yeah, sorry. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I know that some of the conversation taking place was personal. There's been personal things going on. So I took a
Mhm.
personal shot back that I shouldn't have taken. I do apologize for that. I didn't realize the one person
No, that's
wasn't
all
a
good.
mod, but it's been an ongoing thing now for quite a while that's been building tensions because she has these people convincing her of these things that aren't happening, that haven't come to the forefront. And it kind of just came out like, you might have a problem with what I'm doing on my channel, counting how many viewers I have and what's being said and all that, and a problem with my content. But I also feel like there's a bit of a personal problem going on there too. So it was like it was I took
Yeah.
a cheap shot, if I'm being honest.
And Nunya's right though. Like if like I don't I mean I guess there are some mods I am close friends with on, but like I don't have a whole mod chat and blah blah blah. But she's right. If I saw her in a chat like go in real life or encouraging it, I would definitely take her wrench away. Same with any of the ones
Yeah, but
that
I
I
like I
have given a
do
wrench
respect that
to.
they have a more personal. I respect they have a personal friendship there, and I'm not looking to come between it. You
And
know what I
see,
mean?
that's
Like,
what
because
somebody in the chat said, and so I'm like, okay, then that does get kind of tricky. If it's a close personal
yeah,
friend, it's a tough spot to be in. Very tough spot. Are we ready to talk about Karen Reed? I'm ready to talk about Jen McCabe's testimony. I don't know about you all.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't it a
What?
whole statement about this place when talking about such a complicated case in all of its various different ways would be
Mhm.
more enjoyable than
Yes.
whatever the
Well,
heck we're trying to do?
I love these discussions. I know they're not for everyone, but I love
Yep.
them
Yep.
because I truly do enjoy finding out what other people think and why some of the subscribers you go get Pearl. We need her. Why some of the subscribers feel the way that they feel. And it does kind of make you, I don't know, reflect and do some things going forward. At least it does for me anyway.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to end this and start the other one. You guys want to hop off or I don't think it shifts you guys. It only shifts the.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
We stay
hotline.
here
Thank
by
you very
ourselves
much.
in the dark.
You'll be here alone.
Thank you for
All
having
Thank
right.
you for having me.
Thank you guys for coming up though and for having the conversation. I truly appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye, ladies.
Uh-oh.
Do I need to kick you too? I'm
No,
gonna
I
kick
got it.
me.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, love. All right, guys, let's go talk about the Karen Read trial, more specifically, Jen McCabe's testimony, because it's been a lot. Thank you, everyone, for this stream. I truly appreciated it. I appreciate the different perspectives and all the things. See you on the next one.